I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. The time is 9:52 in the morning. We're in room 500 of the council chambers of the Johnny Wilson Building. This is a hearing, the hearing that the council has on the legislative measures the mayor has submitted relevant to the budget for the District of Columbia government. There are, I believe, 6 legislative measures. Bill 26-658, Fiscal Year 2027 Federal Portion Budget Request Act, which is comments on the portion of the district's budget that is funded at the discretion of Congress, such as funding for the Judicial Nominations Commission, which is a DC government agency, funding such as Tuition Assistance Grant Program, which is a congressionally enacted program. And this is our request to Congress with regard to the federal portion budget. Bill 26-659, the Fiscal Year 2027 Local Budget Act, which we adopt through budget autonomy. That is what everybody focuses on when they think of as the district's budget. Bill 26-660, the Fiscal Year 2027 Local Budget Emergency Act of 2026, which we adopt when we adopt the Local Budget Act so that it becomes effective sooner than congressional review of the permanent bill. Bill 26-661, the Fiscal Year 2027 Budget Support Act of 2026, which is a very lengthy legislative measure that contains provisions that are intended to be, all of them are supposed to be relevant to the budget, to support the budget. Bill 26-662, the Fiscal Year 2026 Revised Local Budget Emergency Act of 2026. Those are revisions to the current year budget. And the Bill 26-663, Fiscal Year 2026 Revised Local Budget Temporary Act, which will be the same as the Local Budget Emergency Act for Fiscal Year 2026. Again, the revisions are to the current year budget. So this hearing, for this hearing, the Committee of the Whole is welcoming testimony from any citizen or business or anyone else who has comments with regard to any of these budget measures. We have 171 witnesses who signed up, so this will probably be all day. There are several times during today's hearing where there'll be another member who takes over presiding. We begin this meeting hearing testimony from the government. This is not comprehensive testimony on the budget because all of the committees have had their hearings, and that's where we've been getting detailed testimony from executive officials with regard to the proposed budget for specific agencies. All the committees have, I believe at this point, completed their hearings on the proposed budgets for the agencies under their purview. The committees will do their markups of recommendations next week. The council members will have a work session the following week where we go over all of this, and then the council is scheduled to vote first reading on June 9th, if I remember correctly. Unfortunately, I have these dates committed to memory. June 9th, and then we have to vote a second time. That will be on June 23rd. The Budget Support Act will probably have its second reading later than June 23rd. And the revised budget for the current year, the emergency and temporary acts will get their final reading on June 23rd. With that, we have Kevin Donahue, the city administrator. Please, when you're ready, begin.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. Good morning, staff and team in the Committee on the Whole. I'm Kevin Donahue. I have the privilege of serving as City Administrator for the District of Columbia, and I'm joined here by Jenny Reed, the Deputy City Administrator and Budget Director, and Barry Kreisworth, our General Counsel, who does a lot of the hard work of actually developing and writing the language of the BSA. This morning, I'll provide testimony on the fiscal year 2027 Budget Support Act submission. I know you have a very long day of public testimony, so I'll keep my remarks quite short. I also want to say good morning to everyone in the room here. For those watching, you can't see all the folks here, but there's probably 100+ people. Whenever I'm at ANC meetings, I always encourage folks to advocate for the budget, whether they agree or disagree with what we're putting forward, because it's an incredibly important document that really shapes what we do for an entire year. So now I'll begin my formal remarks, which I said I'll keep brief. And I'll really use them to highlight the 4 priorities that Mayor Bowser set out when she had us develop the FY27 budget, the BSA, and the FY26 supplemental. And there are really 4 guideposts that we have pointed to for each one of the hearings. The first is focusing on making sure we protect and enhance education and public safety. Part of the reason for that is the mayor's view is that improvements in education and public safety are often the foundation for growth as a city and as an economy. DC's comeback often depends on strong schools and a safe city, and we're proud of the investments we were able to make in the budget that we put forward to the council. And that budget that we have put forward over a number of years that have led to increased enrollment, graduation rates, test scores, teacher retention, parent satisfaction in a moment in time post-pandemic when all of those things in other school districts are often at risk. We're equally proud of the investments we make to the district's public safety ecosystem, resulting in last year the lowest levels of violent crime in over 30 years and the lowest level of homicides in about 15 years. The second guidepost we've used is preserving core services. I call core services things that, because it depends on who you ask, but really it's things that every municipality everywhere in the world does and really has to do to be able to maintain their credibility as a basic functioning city government. You have to pick trash up. You have to respond to police calls and fire calls. You need to have a strong parks department and rec centers. You need libraries that are safe and maintained with content and programs that draw people to those libraries. We wanted to make sure we maintain those core services. It does not mean there were increases, but it means that we wanted to make sure as we go into a difficult budget season, the core functions of a municipality are preserved and protected in what we put forward in our ability to function over the course of the next year. The third one took some doing, which is to making sure we protect healthcare. All across the country, healthcare costs go up far faster than anyone's income, including the cities, which means each year we have to be creative in how we make sure that we keep people on Medicaid and we keep people on the Alliance programs. This year we were able to do that even though we started with a deficit we call a budget cliff of about $1.1 billion. We not only preserved those programs, we added dental and vision programs to those services starting October 1st. And the final of the 4 guideposts we use is growing the economy. Our biggest challenge is making sure we respond to the DOGE-inflicted softening of our local and regional economies is making sure we find ways to attract residents, attract businesses, keep residents here, and keep business here who contribute to our economy. And growing the economy is how we sustainably create revenue to fund programs and services our residents count on, not just raising resident and business taxes. A data point that I'll point out, not in my formal testimony, but one I do like to point out, because we have a lot of folks here who are going to advocate for the budget, is that over the past 12 years, the budget's grown by about 62%, a really significant increase of billions of dollars over the course of 12 years. The increases have been how we have funded the programs that in this room, folks I know are probably here to advocate for. If you go back and track what accounted for the increase of revenue over those 12 years, and you divide it into 2 buckets. One is what I call organic economic growth. The other one are changes to tax rates. About 80% of that growth of 62%, billions of dollars over that time, came from organic economic growth. And what's that? It means that people have chosen to stay here who have options to leave the city. People chose to come to the city. Businesses and nonprofits who started here have been able to survive and grow and employ people. It increases the tax base that increases the size of the pie. That far exceeds in terms of what it contributes to our ability to fund programs to any incremental tax rate changes that we're able to do. And so that's the fourth and important pillar, is to making sure we find ways to be able to grow the economy at a rate that each budget is not a difficult budget, but one in which the initial submission funds programs at the level that we want them funded at. Finally, I want to say I'm proud of the work done by the team and our agencies in developing the budget. It's done by employees and civil servants at agencies, at the CFO's office, in my office, the folks at the table with me. I'm equally proud of the work, proud to work in an administration where so many of our employees go above and beyond in ensuring our residents are well served. FY27 will present many challenges, but I have the full confidence in the mayor's budget and the council's deliberation that will meet those challenges and keep the city moving forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the FY27 Budget Support Act. I am available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Administrator. I do have a few questions. I'm not going to go into the agency-specific questions that I've asked of at our committee hearings, where I've probed some of the changes that the mayor's proposing. I'm not going to go into that, but I do have some other questions. The first one, and I forewarned you I was going to ask this question, when are we going to receive the errata letter?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson.
Good morning.
We are currently working on the errata letter. Our goal is to try to get it to you all by the end of this week or early next week.
Okay, and the errata letter will have where you've identified some corrections that need to be made?
Yes, that's correct.
And sometimes it has some policy stuff in it that we're so long in this process. Okay, so by the end of this week, I can hold my breath.
Or early next week. We're working on it.
Or before the council recess. All right, we'll look for it this week. Part of the challenge in putting together the budget, the mayor putting together the budget was restriction on access to revenues or cash. I wanted you to go into what that all meant or looked like.
Sure. I will start and I'll ask Director Reed to sort of add anything that I left out. So the city has 4 official legally mandated cash reserves. 2 are federally mandated that can't be touched, emergency and contingency, and 2 are locally funded. The 2 locally funded really came out of the Great Recession 15 years ago. I worked in the OCA, the city administrator's office, during the recession budgets. The city drew down its cash reserves, and so there was an attempt when we bounced back from that to create locally mandated cash reserves to make sure the city had the ability to be able to pay its bills. The city does not pay its bills. Unlike other cities, it triggers a federal control board, so it becomes a fatal mistake if we're not able to pay our fundamental bills. So for years, the city would try to get to a point where it would basically hit what was called 60 days of cash on hand, which we achieved in 2019, just before the pandemic. Pandemic comes, we draw down all the reserves except emergency. And if we had not gotten federal, we would have drawn that down too. This is what it's there for. We get federal aid. Economy has a couple of boom years as people were coming out of COVID, in which our revenue is so significant. We had cash reserves, not just for those official 4 reserves, but cash we decided to spread out over multiple fiscal years. Instead of, imagine you're not spending it all in one year, but you're spending over multiple years. But the target had always been 60 days of cash on hand was the gold standard that we had strived for many years. So let me fast forward to what that means for the 27 budget. This is an important point. In any prior, let's say, year, except for the past maybe couple, that 60-day was the mark. Any cash above that was effectively go into funds that were able to be appropriated. So they went into a housing production trust fund, pay-go capital, but could also be appropriated anywhere. And that becomes money that is in addition to what you receive with your regularly forecasted revenue. You basically add to what you're estimating and putting into your budget. So there was 2 groups of funding of cash that we were not able to access based on that we would have in a prior moment in time. One is that the city has more than 60 days of cash on hand. It has 66 days of cash on hand, which is about $200 million by my rough estimation, maybe a little bit more than that. But 66 days was the amount now that the CFO's deemed is needed and appropriate to be able to pay the bills. That in the teens of the 20 teens, we were often at 45 days, 50 days. We had other mechanisms to be able to pay bills, including short-term borrowing. We've moved beyond that. So there were 6 days of cash on hand, about just over $200 million, that in a prior moment in time, we would have been able to use. We were not able to use that because the CFO made the case, and it's their right to, that is needed for bill paying, to be pretty brief about it, and that our budget would not have been certified. In other words, would not even gone to the council had we made an effort to incorporate any of those additional 6 days. There was a second bucket of money, which was the money that is getting generated locally after the courts did not uphold the Congress's overturning of the decoupling. That's about $180 million. So that's money that's coming into our revenues, was not reflected in our revenue estimate, but it's being generated. That was set aside, as has been set aside, for what is effectively a legal risk reserve. It's not officially called that. It's what it effectively is used for. That's $180 million. The city is open to, at any point in time, to large lawsuits. In my first year in the Bowser administration, the city settled a $50 million lawsuit with the fire union, a long-running lawsuit about overtime pay. So we're not having to settle large lawsuits, not new. Setting aside revenues being generated is new, and not having that money be put into a budget. So those two combined to about $400 million that, under sort of prior rules, I'll say, would have been available to be incorporated into the budget. Now, the CFO, like, their job is to make sure that we're able to pay the bills. And in DC, if you can't pay a single bill, or you miss a payment, or you miss a payroll or pension fund, it triggers something that hasn't happened anywhere else, which is a federal control board. So they have every right to be concerned about our ability to do that. The two things I'll just close out my response on is that the two, I think, things that we have asked in person at hearings, one is to make sure there's transparency about how much cash we have and how much cash is needed, which really looks like what does our cash flows look like on a month-to-month basis, going out a number of years, if not week to week. So we understand what the root causes are of cash swings that result in having to set aside this much money to pay bills. And second, to give options to elected officials for how to do that. In other words, be able to come to the mayor, come to you and say, we need this much cash to pay the bills. Here are different ways that we can make sure we have the ability to pay bills, each of which might have trade-offs. As I said, we had in prior eras used short-term borrowing when we knew that, and basically in DC, we have a couple of months that we have huge cash draws on, one of which is the school advances. It had been for a while pension contributions. Those are not in question. The question is, what do you do with, how can you smooth out those cash flows? So we had done short-term borrowing, but there are other tools that can be used to be able to offer to elected officials to say, here are options, and here's the transparency that proves with evidence why we need to be able to have this much cash on hand. But it's my long way of saying that there was about $400 million that in prior rules would have been available to incorporate into the budget. It is why actually the mayor put in the last slide of her budget presentation, her own version of a contingent spend list, the first item of which was funding workforce investment. Which is the very first item that, if there's the ability to identify additional revenues or cash, it was the very first thing that the mayor put on that final slide of her presentation.
So let me just repeat back some of what I heard you say. In putting together the budget, the mayor was looking at revenue from the tax decoupling legislation, and the chief financial officer said you could not access that money.
Yes. Yes.
And in addition, the mayor or you, the executive, looked at the reserves, which are over what our goal is, which is 60 days, and the chief financial officer would not let you access that money either.
That's correct.
And the two you think are roughly $350, $400 million.
Correct.
And that the concern that you've heard from the chief financial officer is liquidity or cash flow issues.
Yes,
And those cash flow issues are not this year, but are actually a couple years from now.
correct.
And that you've been looking for, I'll just say, because we've been looking as well for a more detailed explanation of what the cash flow problems are in a couple years from now.
Yes. Given the implications of having to take off the table that much money, it's incumbent upon all of us, and quite frankly, folks in this room are here to advocate for funding, that there's evidence and proof that that much funding is needed to be held aside from being put in the budget, given the implications of that decision.
And that would, that's part of the reason, maybe the main reason for one of the subtitles in the Budget Support Act, which deals with payments to the retirement board, which are what, $140 million a year right now? That they would be made on, I think it's a quarterly basis instead of a lump sum at the beginning of the year for cash flow purposes,
I think it's biweekly.
biweekly, with the payroll, basically,
Correct.
to help with cash flow.
That's
To
correct.
address that concern, a concern which has not been fully explained in detail. And I don't mean explained by you, I mean explained by the chief financial officer.
We have not yet seen sort of when I say what's the, demonstrate and transparency, demonstrate with evidence, it's really just being able to see monthly or weekly cash flow and understanding what are the transactions that make it change so much. Because we can always, if we knew that, then we can have either rules, regulations, laws that smooth that out. And smoothing it out fundamentally changes how much cash is needed to be able to pay bills on the months when we have big draws on it.
You also mentioned short-term borrowing, which reminded me, the government used to borrow on a short-term basis. It was called tax revenue anticipation notes, correct?
Yes,
And we haven't done that in years,
not since before the pandemic.
not since before the pandemic. And as I recall, the high point in that borrowing was like $300 or $400 million.
It could have been. I'm not familiar with the
I
exact
just-
high points.
Yeah, it was whispered to me, the high point was $820 million. Now, this is short-term borrowing and we pay interest on it. It's a low interest rate, but we pay interest on it, but it's meant entirely to deal with cash flow. The concept behind the tax revenue anticipation notes is that I think at its extreme, the chief financial officer would take out these trans in October and pay them back the following September when the cash comes in.
You may have better recollection of the details than me, but if
Well, I
that's
was
your
happy.
recollection, I
They were
suspect
loaded
you're correct.
questions.
I suspect you did your research before asking me the question, so.
You have in the Budget Support Act a subtitle dealing with telework.
Yes.
I think it's in Title One. What are the issues that you're seeing that subtitle is intended to address?
The primary, there's two issues. The primary issue is the city is paying tens of millions of dollars for office space that it is not using on a regular basis. And that's just a waste of money. It is not using it because we lease space on the assumption of people being at work 4 to 5 days a week, when in reality, while the mayor's agencies must come in with that frequency, independent agencies that are not subject to the mayor's order will come in 1 or 2 days a week, sometimes 1 or 2 days per pay period. If you walk into some of these offices, as I have, you'll see half the office, 3/4 of the office empty. And we are paying, taxpayers, our residents, our businesses are paying for all that office space. So one intent is it is indefensible to any reasonable person to be paying for space that we're not using. And we know we're not using it by our own policies. But second, it's to also get people into work. It is both after the COVID, most places have returned to work virtually full-time, which I say 4 days a week. And that is true of governments, it's true of private businesses, and it's also true of just the basic collaboration and ability to serve residents. I do think, in my opinion, and the mayor's has publicly talked about this, that there's a service consequence to not being able to collaborate in real time. And so the goal is to get people back into work, gives businesses on the first floors of this building some, extra funds because folks sometimes go to lunch. But primarily is that we have office space that's not getting used by the policies of independent agencies, and we are spending millions of dollars on it, and there's no justification for it.
So is the desired outcome that the agency will just give up that rented space, or is it desired outcome that we're going to have employees in their offices and therefore in our commercial districts 4 or 5 days a week?
It is the desired outcome to have people, our employees, in the office 4 to 5 days a week. But I will say that as part of this, it's what I say to some of the independent agencies that have very flexible work schedules, is that you can't have both. You either have to have people come in and keep your office space, or you have to give up the office space if they're not coming in. And right now, agencies are insisting on both. They want the office space and they want the ability to not come in. And no one can look a taxpayer in the eye and actually justify that. But the primary outcome, given those two choices, is to get people back in the office.
You also have a subtitle dealing with the paid family leave program for district government workers. What's the issue you're seeing there?
So part of the challenge that we have had and we have seen over a number of years is that we have folks that are taking advantage of this leave, right? They're utilizing this leave. And as a result, we are having to spend a significant amount of funding in overtime costs to backfill those positions. So as you know, we have many agencies that have what we call mandatory staffing levels. And those agencies have to have those seats filled, regardless of how many people call out sick or are on leave. What we have seen is that there are a lot of people who are utilizing this DC paid family leave program, which is very well intended, but we need to put some guardrails around it to make sure that we have not only more staff available on a regular basis to fill positions, but that we are aligning it more with how the other paid leave programs work. By putting in some modifications to when you can first take leave, what kind of commitments you have to take upon returning from leave, as well as what qualifying conditions result for leave.
Is the goal here that we want to minimize the benefits, or is the goal that we want to, how do I want to put this? Ensure that the employees who are taking this leave are actually taking it for the purposes intended,
So I think it's
such as their own medical needs, or, because I think that's one of them, or family.
So the intent here is to strike a better balance between certainly the need for employees to have access to leave for the variety of issues that could require it, but also the need to make sure that we have enough staff to carry out the functions at agencies. So we're really trying to strike a better balance here that still allows access to leave for employees, but also then still provides the ability for the agency to provide its essential services every day that it needs to provide, and us not having to rely so much on overtime in order to fill those positions.
Why does this require legislation as opposed to regulation?
The program is currently authorized in statute, and so we need to make some adjustments in the legislation in order to be able to actually carry out these adjustments to the
And
program.
then, based on those changes, you could do appropriate rulemaking.
That's right.
Give me a second. I don't have any other questions for y'all. Now, it doesn't mean that I don't have questions about parts of the budget, but the committee of the whole's had, I think this is our 9th hearing, so I think getting into some of the details, what we've already done and the other committees have done with their hearings that they've had. I do want to thank you for your work on the budget, but also thank you for your collaborative efforts. So we've been working together for the last, if this is May, the last 4 months, identifying where you've had some challenges and how the legislative branch could be helpful. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you and good luck today.
Thank you. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn to the witness list. It's my practice, if people are in person, which I love, that when I fill up the table, I sort of stop. There'll be some people who may be participating virtually, and as I call witnesses, you may not notice this, but there's a little birdie in my ear who says online or not online. So that's how we'll get through this. Derek McNeely, DC Community Wealthbuilders. James Mompoint. Sam Bonar, also with Community Wealthbuilders. Caroline Meyer with Community Wealthbuilders. Sirium Sridharan. Vinny W. So we get the names off of how people register, and this person registered as Vinny W. You are?
Sam Bonner can't make it. I'm one of his collaborators.
Is he online? Yeah, Sam Bonner is online.
Say again?
I mean, Sam Bonner's here online.
Oh, he's in a meeting.
Wait a minute.
He just
Don't go anywhere, sir. Don't go anywhere. All
said he. So good stuff.
right, and your name again is? ABI SHAK. You are. And sir, you are? And you are? Angel Neal. Liz DeBarros, who's president and CEO of DC Building Industry Association. Maura Brophy, who's president and CEO of the Noma Bid. You are? All right, we will stop there. Derek McNeely is not here. James Mompoint is online. He's not accepting. So Mr. Shakur, you're up. Let me also mention, there are clocks everywhere. I think there's a clock underneath me. I'm looking at a clock. You don't see that. There's a clock on the table. 3 minutes, and I'm going to try to be strict about it, even though I hate cutting people off, because there are just a lot of witnesses. So you're up, and good morning.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Hello, Chairman Mendelson. Again, my name is Abby Shakur. I'm a resident of Ward 1, a DC native, a longtime community organizer, and the coalition manager for DC Community Wealthbuilders. I'm here to ask you to help our group create more revenue for the city, to keep businesses open, and to shift the economic autonomy into the hands of everyday DC residents. Yes, I said it. We can do all of those things at once. Our coalition is building shared ownership, locally rooted wealth, and an economic strategy that supports local infrastructure instead of corporate incentives. Our proposals are to start a DC public bank and or a DC land bank, to use the city's existing resources to finance community needs at rates that community-driven institutions can afford. And we were asking to create a tax incentive and technical assistance grant to facilitate cooperative conversions, or when business owners sell to their workers, allow them to become owners themselves. Now, we're not pointing any fingers, but I think there is a strong feeling in DC of policymakers selling us out. This has been the case for quite a while. We see new housing crop up every day that everyday residents can't afford. We see big businesses coming in, taking up space, but paying workers barely or less than livable wages. And we see small and local businesses leaving and closing down. DC Community Wealthbuilders understands that the city needs to develop, it needs to sustain more growth and increase revenue to meet those growing needs. But we contend that DC can meet those needs by doing more to empower residents as collaborative wealth builders, empowering our base of consumers as owners, not just as workers. Again, as I mentioned, the DC Public Bank and Land Bank can do this especially by putting the city's existing resources to work, investing in things that we know our communities need. We could, for example, use the existing funds in our cash reserves to finance projects like affordable housing co-ops, like third spaces east of the river, like grocery stores, but particularly with an eye for those being owned by the people who live there, or at least driven by the people who are actually in those communities, and use them every day. The incentive for worker co-op conversions similarly would facilitate the creation of businesses that are owned by those same workers. They have the power to, decide what happens in their day-to-day. They're not just at the whim of their bosses, and they are building wealth all the while. This is part of a broader vision, a DC where the worker or the residents are empowered. They have the economic control over their own lives, and the city's building revenue with a stronger consumer base and investments that they can yield the return from. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for staying within your time. Caroline Meyer.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm an architectural designer based in Alexandria, Virginia, and a volunteer with DC Community Wealthbuilders as well. I'm asking as an ally and neighbor for the city to put DC's wealth towards its own communities by establishing a DC land bank in conjunction with the public bank. I believe decisions about how land is used in DC should be determined by the people who live in DC, not the highest bidder. Speaking as a former DC resident who sees land access as a widespread and complex issue, there is a clear need for improved community say when it comes to built works. Putting city-owned wealth and land assets into an entity that is scalable and accountable to resident input is necessary for safeguarding the future success of DC's residents. In my capacity as a DC-based designer, I followed a variety of projects through permitting and construction administration, and noted a stark difference in the way high-profile projects are overseen and facilitated by the city. We need improved transparency and agency for district residents when it comes to built works and land use. The rapid expansion of high-density developments have failed to appraise and accommodate the needs of DC's residents, have contributed to mass displacement over the last 2 decades, and have siphoned public space. Large privately funded land purchases displace families and communities in order to make way for commercial and not quite affordable multifamily projects, leaving vacancies that remain undeveloped for years as investors wait for the most profitable time to build. This destroys the culture, vibrancy, and safety of surrounding neighborhoods by manufacturing blight. Let me see. The system that allows well-financed projects to pay for expedited permits comes at cost, not only with regard to housing stability for those who are most vulnerable, but also in the form of building code violations that cause real harm to the health of DC's residents. Tight timelines create pressure to fast-track larger works, which leads to a lack of oversight on the quality of construction. A DC land bank, in contrast to this process and in conjunction with the public bank, would create an avenue to help offset the scope creep of projects that abuse the system by putting control into the hands of the people, granting DC's residents the ability to have improved oversight on the types of projects that are implemented, oversight on the standards that apply to these projects, and oversight on the management of completed projects. I believe in DC Community Wealthbuilders' mission to provide a greater degree of agency to the city's residents, who must be empowered to have authority over land use and standards for built works. Empowering DC's residents to have a say in how their communities are designed is necessary in order to protect their collective right to life, safety, welfare, and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Sriram Sridharan, I believe, is not here. Vinnie W.
I am a Ward 1 resident. I consider U Street, but also Columbia Heights and Adams Morgan, my communities. I'm also a volunteer with DC Community Wealthbuilders. We're trying to build shared ownership, locally rooted wealth, and an economic strategy that supports our local infrastructure instead of corporate incentives. Just like Caroline, I'm here to ask you to put DC's wealth to work through a public and/or a land bank. A public bank would put DC's cash reserves into a public entity that can then make loans to serve our city's needs at an interest rate that community groups can actually afford. There's hundreds of millions in these cash reserves. A land bank could do the same with the city's vacant properties and or tax liens in which there are billions. The money's already out there, so this would be revenue neutral, which I'm sure is a big thing that you might be curious about. But I'm making this ask because I think it will start to solve issues in our community that really just aren't being solved by our present system of giving incentives to rich developers to build things in DC. Just from my personal experience, just looking at like the housing prices, for example, I currently live with 10 roommates. I still pay $1,000 in rent. That's more than I ever lived with in college. I see new apartment buildings going up all the time. They charge $2,200 for a 1 bedroom, and then they end up mostly empty. Is that really like a good use of our land? Food prices are also going up. I work with a lot of mutual aid groups, and every week there's more and more need. Meanwhile, expensive restaurants and grocery stores pop up that people can barely afford to shop at. Also, energy prices, electricity bills are going up across the district. Gross profits have gone up 25%. Meanwhile, 25% of the district's residents are in debt. So once again, like these things are unaffordable, these things that we need. But how would a land bank or a public bank address these? I think what it does is it puts the control back in the hands of the actual community, puts wealth back into the community. So for example, I could fund things like permanently affordable housing, which would house people who need it, but also would put downward pressure on other rents. We could actually fund affordable grocery stores or support our groups that are already doing this type of work. What if we had grocery stores, for example, that could like allocate food to community members who couldn't afford it instead of developers extracting this profit? Or energy. What if we were to invest directly in solar and then people wouldn't have to pay all this money to Pepco? Solar, and nowadays solar basically pays for itself in savings. These are all like pretty small examples. There's so many things you could do with this funding, but they're all better than the current system we have where we basically give developers incentives and then they skim off the top by charging higher prices. If we use these people's banks to finance community institutions, especially cooperatively owned businesses and housing, wealth can stay in the community, be controlled by the community, and get us away from this exploitative profit incentive. So because of that, I'm asking you to put DC's wealth to work through a public and or land bank. Thank you.
Thank you. Angel Neal.
I'm going to read off my phone if that's all right. Hello, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Angel. I'm a DC resident in Ward 1 in the Columbia Heights neighborhood, though I also consider U Street as part of my community and a volunteer with CWB. I'm here today to ask you to keep DC's wealth local and stop businesses from closing by creating a technical assistance grant and a tax incentive for cooperative conversions. Every time a small or local business owner wants to retire, they think the only feasible way to do so is to close. This leaves every employee who poured into the business, who sustained it as it sustained them, jobless, and it rips away another part of DC's local economy that keeps wealth and resources flowing through our communities. Working in food service, I've seen one place I've worked previously close down and another get sold. I've seen people's lives turn upside down once the owner felt like it was time to move on, and I've been one of those people. Now more than ever is the time to make DC's wealth stay in and work for DC, to make businesses staying in our communities and being run by our communities not just a feasible option, but the most viable one, and to bring it from the exception to the norm. Cooperative conversions allow that reality to exist, which is why I'm here to ask you to create a technical assistance grant and tax incentive for business owners to sell their workers and to create worker cooperatives. The grant could go to a technical assistance provider to increase their capacity to work with future cooperative owners, while the tax incentive could offer some relief to business owners who choose the sustainable option. Our coalition would love to talk more with you about the specifics.
And I'll add James Mompoint is here and would also like to testify. I think you called his name earlier.
Yeah, but is he in person? All right, I'll call you in a minute. Angel Neal, are you with Community Wealth Builders as well?
Yes, I'm affiliated and I'm a volunteer.
Okay. Do I have any questions? Okay. I don't have any questions for any of you, but thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Let me go back to James Mompoint. Why don't you come forward? Let me just say, for those who are here and those who are not yet here, so I'm not sure this does any good. I'm not going to go back too far in the witness list if people come in late, but I'm still on page 1 and you're on page 1, so that's why I'm calling you. Don't start yet. Liz DeBarros and Maura Brophy. Laura Haygood with the DC History Center. Barakat Selassie, managing partner and co-founder with Rift Valley Capital. Robin Betterell, head of multifamily land acquisition and development at EYA. Randy Marcus, director of state relations for DC, Virginia, West Virginia, CSXT. Stefan Rodiger, managing partner and co-founder, Rift Valley Capital. Sir, you are? I think I called Stefan Rodiger, also with Rift. Emily Alexander, development manager, Jair Lynch Real Estate Partners. None of these people are online. Lily Goldstein, Vice President of Portfolio Management at LEO Impact Capital. Ruth Wong, Senior Vice President of Development at Jair Lynch Real Estate Partners. Nancy Drain, Executive Director, DC Access to Justice Commission. Eric Mulata, Vice President of Development at Dalian Development. Yeshim Sayin, Executive Director of the DC Policy Center. Leona Agaridas, who's Executive Director of the Golden Triangle Bid. Dawn Dalton, Executive Director, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Michaela Deming, Policy Director, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. I'm told she's online. Teresa Pur, PUHR Pur, Policy and Systems Engagement Manager at DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Scott Goldstein, Executive Director, Empower Ed. He's online. Margaret Dwyer, Ward 3 Housing Justice. The next two people, if they're virtual, if they're in person, then I will stop because we only have 4 seats. Kubi Najay Engage, I apologize, President and CEO, District Alliance for Safe Housing. Tyrell Holcomb, Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. All right, I'm going to stop there. Mr. Mompoint, you're up. Again, clocks, pay attention to the times.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to come here. I know the work you guys do is very it's difficult and it's hard work on behalf of the people of Washington, DC. And also I'm a volunteer with the Community Wealthbuilders. And so I'm a bit nervous. I'm not familiar with.
We won't bite.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Again, across the city, we see vacant and underutilized properties sitting idle while families struggles to find affordable housing and communities fight to stay intact. A land bank gives us the powerful tool to change that reality. It allows the district to acquire, manage, and repurpose these properties in a way that benefits the public, not speculation. A property Property structure land bank can help stabilize neighborhoods, reduce blight, and create pathways to home ownership. It can prioritize deeply affordable housing, support local developers, ensure that long-term residents are not pushed out of communities they help build. This is also about equity. For long, disinvestment and displacement have disproportionately impacted Black and Brown communities in Washington, D.C. A land bank, and if implemented with transparency and community oversight, can bring to correct those imbalances by putting the land bank into the hands of the people. I urge this council to ensure that this land bank includes clear, affordable requirements, community inputs and decision-making, strong anti-displacement protections, opportunities for land and minority development. We have an opportunity to turn vacant spaces into thriving homes and community assets. Let's not miss this moment. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Haygood, I believe is not here. Barakat Selassie, I believe is not here. Robin Betterell, I believe is not here. Randy Marcus.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Randy Marcus. I am the Director of State Relations for DC, Virginia, and West Virginia for CSX Transportation. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on the FY27 Budget Support Act. I'm testifying today to urge the council to not include funding for the implementation of the railroad carrier fees in the FY27 budget for the Department of Energy and Environment. The railroad carrier fees conflict with federal law, raise constitutional concerns, and are already being challenged in federal court. Safety is CSX's highest priority, including the protection of communities where we operate and safeguarding our employees. CSX works closely with DC's first responders and agencies to plan, train, and coordinate for potential incidents and to respond quickly if an accident does occur. Our safety record in the district is strong, with only 3 FRA reportable accidents at DC over the past 15 years. CSX strongly opposes the railroad carrier fees, or border fees, as we call them. These fees charge 60 cents per rail car entering, exiting, and transiting through the district without stopping, and 60 cents on each commuter rail car entering the district. DOE claims these fees will support the operations of the Railroad Safety and Emergency Response Program, despite the division already being funded for multiple fiscal years without these additional funds. Recently, the Association of American Railroads brought suit challenging the border's fees. The complaint states the fees unlawfully regulate interstate rail transportation and impose discriminatory burden on rail carriers. The Interstate Commerce Commission Termination Act grants federal government exclusive jurisdiction over rail transportation, preempting state and local laws regulating rail transportation, and these fees fall squarely within that type of regulation the Act prohibits. Border fees also conflict with the Hazardous Materials Transportation Act. The Act allows states to levy fees related to hazardous materials if the fee is fair, meaning applied evenly across competing modes of transportation. DOE border fees apply only to railroads and not to trucks or other freight transportation modes, which means they're not fair as required by federal preemption, federal law. Finally, the border fees violate the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution, imposing a charge when a train enters or exits the district functions as a tax on interstate commerce. The courts have consistently held such measures to be unconstitutional because they burden interstate activity while leaving interstate activity untouched. Border fees are fundamentally flawed policy. If DOE's goal is to fund safety and emergency response, costs should be shared across all relevant sectors. Targeting one industry distorts competition, undermines the efficiency of their broader transportation network. Accordingly, I urge the council to block funding for the implementation of these fees. Encourage the district to pursue alternatives that are equitable, legally sound, and consistent with federal requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Nancy Drain.
Good morning, and thanks to each of you for the opportunity to testify today. 20 years ago, this council created the Access to Justice Initiative because it recognized that giving people access to legal help makes our communities stronger and more resilient. The mayor's proposal to fund the initiative at $4 million undermines this investment and betrays the government's sacred commitment to fairness and justice for the most vulnerable. We urge the council to restore initiative funding to $31.7 million, consistent with funding received since FY23. Our testimony includes a summary of last week's budget oversight hearing and other materials that demonstrate the program's value and its irreplaceable role in our civil justice system. The immediate consequences of this funding reduction will be stark. With no civil right to counsel, 38,000 DC residents could lose access to legal help in a system one witness last week described as being trapped in a maze that I couldn't navigate alone. Grantee organizations could be forced to remove 240 DC client-facing workers, and entire organizations or established projects might be forced to shutter. This will have a direct impact in each and every ward. 180 government agencies and community organizations will find themselves without a trusted partner, like the director of MedStar Cancer Institute, who said last week that integrating lawyers into his healthcare team reduced legal barriers like access to benefits, employment issues, and housing stability that, quote, meant patients were getting to chemotherapy on time, undergoing surgery without delay, and could stay in their homes while fighting for their lives. But these are only the most direct consequences of the mayor's proposed reduction. It fails to recognize the average of $7 saved for every $1 invested in civil legal aid, Medicaid dollars, recouped public benefits, intergenerational assets, and the many more examples listed in our testimony. It turns its back on the idea that prevention helps people solve problems before they become bigger and more costly community crises, when we know that there are better outcomes when people have access to legal help. As one grantee said, each case we handle is the story of a human being in crisis who just wants to be safe. It turns vulnerability into stability. Failing to invest in civil legal aid also squanders opportunities to unleash other private resources, like the 2,000 pro bono cases placed last year valued at $74 million. And this comes at a time when community needs are increasing. The initiative served 9,000 more people in 2025 than the year before. Legal Aid DC already reports a 36% increase this year, the highest intake level in their history. And just today, another organization told me their intakes are 3 times as great. For these reasons and many more, we urge the council to prioritize access to justice and restore funding to FY26 levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drain. Michaela Deming. Okay. Ms. Deming, please proceed.
Good morning, Chair Mendelson. My colleague will talk about our funding requests. I am the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. In addition to the requests that you will hear in a moment to restore funding for domestic violence and victim services and the broader social safety net, we ask for council support for a number of BSA subtitles to ensure that all district residents, especially survivors of domestic violence, can access services. Protecting survivor-specific information is especially critical right now. We ask council to address survivor privacy and confidentiality concerns in OVSJG grant agreements through a BSA subtitle to confirm existing federal and DC code protections for all survivors accessing services and resolve the serious threats to confidentiality. MPD is also sharing information of individuals not in MPD custody with federal immigration enforcement agencies. That includes victims and witnesses of crime. This leaves domestic violence survivors fearful of reaching out to the police and unable to receive the full benefit of MPD's extremely well-funded services. We believe it is necessary to codify protection of victim and witness information through the BSA to ensure all DC residents can benefit from MPD's budget and services, especially when domestic violence and domestic violence homicides in DC are rising. The TANF program enables many domestic violence survivors to support themselves and their families, especially when they're establishing a safe living arrangement. We ask council to approve a subtitle that ensures domestic violence survivors participating in the POWER program to be fully eligible for the range of TANF benefits uninterrupted, in addition to the specific domestic violence survivor support services available under POWER. Domestic violence services are funded by multiple local and federal sources with requirements that follow best practices in the field, but might conflict with HSRA. To avoid any potential disruption to DHS-funded services, we ask the council to support a subtitle to address and protect the specific program requirements and benefits of domestic violence service providers funded by DHS for FY27 and into the future. We also remain concerned that DHS intends to remove EHV designated vouchers for domestic violence survivors from those specific services. These are the only permanent supportive housing vouchers in the domestic violence housing continuum and must be preserved. We also ask yet again this year for OVSJG to be required to comply with the Transparency Act of 2022. It is of heightened importance now as we collectively face the threat of federal funding restrictions that would impact service providers to support the most marginalized and under-resourced communities in DC. In conclusion, we ask Council to restore the cuts made to domestic violence and victim services, restore the cuts made to the social safety net. We support Fair Budget Coalition's platform, including progressive revenue raisers necessary to fund critical services. We stand with the Fair Budget Coalition and the LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, and ask Council to take further action to preserve and improve services for survivors by adopting those VSA subtitles. Thank you, Chair Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Deming. Don Dalton, I believe, has come. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and staff, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dawn Dalton, and I am the Executive Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in the district. Our member programs serve upwards of 1,000 victims of domestic violence on a given day across all 8 wards of DC. DV homicide rates are rising in the district, and the demand for domestic violence survivor services is increasing. DC must invest in safety and support for survivors of domestic violence. The mayor's proposed cuts to the very programs and services domestic violence survivors rely on are appalling. Council must restore $5.6 million to OVSJG victim services and $685,000 to DHS domestic violence services, and provide the additional $4.4 million in funding necessary to maintain current service levels and meet the needs of targeted communities, including people of color, LGBTQ+ individuals, immigrants, and their families. The proposed cuts across the social support network will also directly impact survivor safety. These cuts to childcare, paid leave, SNAP, and TANF benefits, legal representation, and emergency housing assistance impact survivors, removing the very resources necessary for domestic violence survivors and their families to become independent from their abusers, puts lives at risk, and undermines broader community safety. We support the TANF as a Lifeline platform. Council must preserve and strengthen funding for domestic violence services and the broader social safety net to prioritize the lives, safety, and stability of survivors and their families. Supporting survivors and communities is community safety. The MPD budget includes a 15% increase, including funding for a fully staffed force and the overtime that is largely needed because they are not fully staffed. Victims are being asked to sacrifice life-saving services when not all victims feel safe accessing police services in an emergency. We ask the Council to protect DC's vital services for domestic violence survivors, restore $5.6 million to OVSJG victim services, and $685,000 to DHS domestic violence services. Preserve the social safety net. We join the Victim Assistance Network request to fund victim services at $59.6 million and protect the full OVSJG portfolio, including the Access to Justice Initiative and reentry grants. We also stand in solidarity with the Fair Budget Coalition and the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition platforms and revenue raisers for a more socially just and equitable DC. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see. Scott Goldstein.
Good morning. The last year has presented the district with enormous challenges. The federal government has attacked our sovereignty and our budget. We are united in pushing back on those threats. And still the test for local leaders is to ensure our policies and budgets protect DC residents from that harm and not exacerbate it. And that test is not easy for you to pass in a year in which the mayor has sent you a budget that would cause deep harm to the community. While Empowered is focused on investments in our education system, we know that every other aspect of this budget has deep effects on education outcomes. We stand with the Fair Budget Coalition and their set of recommendations that will help DC protect the people in DC. If students don't have food, they can't focus on learning. So we must restore funding to SNAP and the $186,000 cut from the alternative school breakfast program. If students are suffering from trauma and mental health crises, they cannot be focused on academics. So we need to reverse the incredibly backwards plan from DBH to bring school-based behavioral health and CHAMPS in-house, which would deprive thousands of young people of clinicians in the coming year. In a year where everyone on the council says we have to just try to preserve what we have, somehow MPD is getting an additional $89 million. Students won't be present in school if they don't have stable housing and live in poverty. So we need you to redirect that MPD money into ERAP, restore funding for homelessness for homeless youth, and restore early childhood pay equity and childcare subsidies. Young people deserve real safety, so we need the council to stop focusing on strategies that are proven by all independent research to increase harm, like curfews, and instead invest deeply in this budget in proactive supports like extended night and weekend hours at DPR, out of school time programs, funding Councilmember Robert White's mentorship bill, and creating a post-secondary success hub consolidating opportunities for students. In the education sector this year, we must lean into the investments that work. The early years are critical for young people, and despite the mayor's sinister insinuation otherwise, early childhood educators are real teachers. The majority of them are Black and brown women. We must fund the pay equity fund and childcare subsidies. Second, we must fund community schools, a proven model that provides wraparound supports like medical, dental, and vision care, food pantries, clothing and laundry, baby supplies, transportation support, and so much more. We know from DC's implementation and others across the countries that community schools models effectively reduce chronic absenteeism and increase student achievement. We must fund both the OSSI community schools grants and refund the connected schools model in DCPS. In difficult times when young people need adult mentors in their lives even more, we must ensure educators stay in their schools. So we must fund $300,000 for OSSI's educator wellness grants to continue, an educator retention fund to help schools, especially small charter LEAs with high turnover, to retain their great educators, permanent substitutes for our schools with the higher teacher absences, fund differentiated teacher professional development, and our immigrant educator pathways to residency. And if we want students to come to school, we need to make that experience one that feels relevant and exciting for them, which is why one of the most effective government funding programs doing this, the Bridge the Gap Fund, needs $700,000 in this year's budget. Finally, in a year where the needs are so high and cut so deep, you will likely not be able to address all of this without adding revenue. I ask you to put ideological blinders
Mr.
aside.
Goldstein,
answer
I'm
the
going
actual
to have
questions in
to
front of you.
cut you off. Sorry.
Thank you.
I know from your testimony, you know about clocks. Ms. Dwyer.
Good morning, Margaret Dwyer here for Ward 3 Housing Justice, an affiliate of Empower DC. So it's possible to love WMATA for transit, and in fact I do. They got me here this morning, I'm grateful. And to object to its behavior as a landowner and a developer. We are here today to object to the WMATA Joint Development Properties Tax Abatement Act of 2026, embedded in the BSA on page 30, that provides a 20-year tax abatement for approved joint development projects that WMATA undertakes that are near metro stops, two of which are prominent sites in Ward 3 in Friendship Heights. We object to it on so many levels. First, it's not a deal, it's a gift, and it's like a triple dip gift, because we already pay 38% of WMATA's budget. We already pay our fares. The two sites in Ward 3 that they will be redeveloping are about to be upzoned, and the upzoning will allow them to include 3 million square feet of increased density. The buildings can be 150 feet tall from these small buildings that are on the sites now. That would be tax-free under this abatement. All that new wealth would be tax-free. And finally, I lost my train of thought. There's also language in the bill that creates a chink in the IZ regulations. It changes the language. It says that the affordable housing has to be up to an average. It says it has to be an average of 60 or 80%. That's not the language of IZ regulations. They say up to. If it's going to be an average, it's going to open the door to people with higher incomes being counted in for those apartments. So finally, in Ward 3, WMATA hasn't shown a lot of interest in meeting with us. It's met with us once, one community meeting in 3 years since it's owned the new property at Lord and Taylor. It's allowing it to deteriorate. We don't know anything that's going on. And we really feel strongly that WMATA should pay its taxes like everyone else or make an extraordinary contribution above and beyond IZ at these properties that it's going to be redeveloping and communicate with the property and with the community. And we hope that the council will reject this gift to WMATA.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. Liz DeBarros.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff, and Councilmember Fruman. My name is Liz DeBarros. I'm the CEO of the District of Columbia Building Industry Association. I have submitted full detailed testimony for the record. I'm here to support the budget that's before us. The budget is one that's focused on growth that can expand the tax base and increase and ensure funding for the social services that the city needs. First, I want to mention the downtown conversions, HID and Office to Anything. There are 3 provisions in that we support. The new bedroom definition, it's a game changer for converting oddly shaped offices and office shells into housing. The CBE flexibility, we support the changes in CBE and urge us to let us meet the 35% goal through construction operations or both. First source, removing the requirement for the conversions is the right move at this time. On tax abatements, we support the workforce, the WMATA, and the federal land. These abatements are essential to unlock the stalled sites like WMATA and the former federal land that face massive infrastructure and remediation costs. We support the workforce housing abatement, the 80 to 100% MFI, the missing middle that is currently underserved. And also on vacant to vibrant, we urge the committee to fund Section 302B. We need a permanent reclassification framework so buildings under conversion are taxed fairly during construction. Funding for this provides a predictable definition of a building permit aligning with the CFO, Department of Buildings and developers. Appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. DeBarros. Let me see, I've gotten everybody at the table. There's some folks who've come in, so they'll be called at the next group. I'm trying to avoid asking questions just because there's so many witnesses, but I have 2 questions for 2 people. Mr. Marcus, I shouldn't put it this way. I have no idea what you're talking about. So I turned to our budget director. This is Ms. Budoff is the budget director for the council, and she's poked around. We don't have any idea what you're talking about.
This was so last last November there was a final rule that was issued by the Department of Energy and Environment that created these rules. This goes back to an act in the 2017, 2018 range that allowed DC to get to a federal partnership with the FRA to be able to do some state inspections and activities there. There was a notice of proposed rulemaking in 2022 that we submitted significant comments to, and then it kind of went quiet until this popped up back in November as a final rule. So we have met with Councilman Allen about it. We have so that's the gist of it. But
so if I heard correctly, it was 60 cents per train car.
Yeah. So
and your trains have what, 100 cars?
More than that sometimes. Yeah. That was so
pretty long. So you're saying that this 60-cent fee is in the rulemaking by the Department of Energy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And I have a copy that I can give to staff if you like.
Yes, you should give us some background information.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, we understand a little better. Give me a second. All right, and then I had a question for Ms. Drain. I heard you say there are 180 organizations that get access to justice funding.
So no, so there are 30 organizations that receive access to justice funding, but then there are another 180 that have some type of partnership with those 30 organizations. So those are district agencies, other community nonprofits. So there might be a lawyer co-located there. They could do a training for staff or clients. There's a range of different types
Okay.
of partnerships.
And the 30,
Yes.
do you mind sharing who some of them are?
Bread for the City, Legal Aid DC, Legal Counsel for the Elderly, First Shift Justice, Neighborhood Legal Services Program. There's a
Okay.
long list of
And then
organizations.
they use the money to pay for attorneys who are not getting Wall Street wages
They are not.
and pay for attorneys who provide legal representation
Correct.
to indigent and low-income clients.
Correct. These are all nonprofit organizations. Your average first-year associate at a law firm makes $225,000. Lawyers at legal services organizations, $60,000-$70,000 with considerable legal debt or law school debt, I should say, that they are carrying. They offer their services for free to low-income district residents who otherwise could not afford. The average rate, I think, for a lawyer in DC is $400 an hour. There's no way these people could afford to hire a lawyer without.
And
free
so
legal
if I'm a
services.
low-income tenant and I need, I'm being faced with eviction, I could go to Bread for the City and they would provide legal services for me in landlord-tenant court.
Correct.
And what are my chances of success if I don't have an attorney in landlord-tenant court?
Much lower. So studies have shown, for example, that tenants often have a defense to an eviction case. Let's say there are housing conditions in their home. Studies have shown that they are 6 times more likely to raise a defense like that if they have a lawyer. If they don't have a lawyer, they're often intimidated. They don't know to raise it. They may not even know the right moment to raise it in a hearing. Legal help makes a huge difference. In the domestic violence context, if I may, domestic violence survivors are 2.5 times more likely to receive a protective order if they have legal counsel. It's very clear that access to a lawyer is a game changer in terms of outcomes for individuals.
What about with government, I'm going to say subsidy programs. I'm talking about like SSI or TANF, even SNAP. What difference does having an attorney make? This is typically where the benefits are being denied or the benefit level is not what the individual thinks they're entitled to. What difference does it make to have an attorney?
Considerable difference. So what we see is often there are errors, mistakes in benefit denials or benefit reductions, but it takes filing an appeal or navigating a very complicated district agency to correct those. And what we see time after time is that having a lawyer makes the difference in being able to correct those errors. In our testimony, I think on page 5, we list numerous examples of monetary returns that lawyers have accrued for their clients. SNAP benefits, SSI, avoiding foreclosure, all sorts of public benefits or economic benefits that lawyers help individuals secure.
And if I heard your testimony correctly, beginning in 2023, fiscal year 2023, we were funding access to justice at about 30 million.
30 billion, yes. And the year prior to that, it was 22 million.
So in FY23, 24, 25, 26, at 30 million.
31.7, correct.
And what is the mayor's proposal?
4.5, a little under 4.5.
All right, let me just see if there are any other questions. I don't have any other questions for any of you. Thank you all very much. I'm going to turn this over in a minute to Councilmember Fruman. Okay, Maura Brophy? You would come forward. And Laura Haygood, if you would come forward. And I believe Robin Betterell, if you would come forward. Oh, I'm going to run into a seat problem. Emily Alexander, I believe is here. Anybody else besides, who is? Lily? Oh, you'll have to tell Matt. All right, give me just a second. So we're having a changing of the guard. Councilmember Fruman's going to take over for about an hour, and then I believe Councilmember Parker is taking over for about an hour. Give me just a second.
All right, thank you very much. I think Ms. Brophy, were you first up?
Good morning, Councilmember Freeman and staff. My name is Mara Brophy. I'm the president and CEO of the NOMA Business Improvement District. It's nice to see everyone this morning. I'm testifying today in enthusiastic support of the mayor's inclusion of $50 million across fiscal years FY27 and 28 for the construction of the 3rd Street Metro entrance in NOMA. I have been advocating for this project since 2021, and I can tell you with confidence that the need for the project has never been clearer. It's hard to imagine now, but when the station was initially proposed, many people thought that bringing a station to NOMA was a crazy idea. There was simply no development or activity that seemed to necessitate a transit station. Metro defended the project with projections saying that one day, 10,000 people would pass through the station on a daily basis. These days, we are seeing ridership upwards of 30,000 rides a day. We hit that number for the first time in 2025, and we hit it 13 times in 2025. Just so far this year, we've hit that number 11 times, and the station has become the 5th busiest in the metro system. We're thrilled, but not surprised. Due in large part to the station itself, NOMA has become a destination neighborhood in DC. The problem is that Metro designed a station that was projected to serve 10,000 daily passengers. Now that the station is seeing more than triple the amount of ridership and still growing, the fact of the matter is that this station simply cannot meet growing demand. Thankfully, the new entrance on 3rd Street will solve this capacity issue. The NOMA bid has worked diligently with local stakeholders, DDOT, and elected leaders like yourself over the last years to address these challenges and develop plans for the pedestrian tunnel that we are exceedingly eager to see to fruition. We have also garnered support from the surrounding communities in wards 5 and 6, as well as the immediately affected ANCs, ANC 5D and 6C, which have previously passed resolutions endorsing the project. We're grateful that this year the funding is included in the mayor's proposed budget and are sensitive to the challenges of this budget cycle. However, we urge the council not only to maintain this funding, but to keep it as proposed at $5 million in FY27 and $45 million in FY28. This project has been in development for years. It will ensure that we leverage an existing public asset to advance the district's Vision Zero goals expand our transportation network, and foster continued economic growth and development in Noma. The longer the project is delayed, the longer it will be for the district and its residents to benefit from this project that will bring much needed improvements to revenue and safety. The ability to maintain mixed-use, transit-oriented neighborhoods throughout the city is crucial, and the 3rd Street pedestrian tunnel will contribute significantly to the district's ability to continue to grow. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Ms. Haygood?
All right, Councilmember Fruman, members of the committee and staff. My name is Laura Brower Haygood, and I am the Executive Director of the DC History Center. I'm here today to request the inclusion of a $350,000 grant for our organization in the Fiscal Year 27 Budget Support Act through Events DC, as you have done in the past in varying amounts. Focused on neighborhoods all across 8 wards, the DC History Center is the only community-based nonprofit dedicated to serving as the district's memory bank by exploring, preserving, and sharing DC's history. Through our exhibitions, public programs, and educational resources and historic collections, we have made a tangible difference for over 155,000 Washingtonians in fiscal year 25 alone, doubling the number we reached in fiscal year 20. Our work has also gained national attention as it was featured in a recent episode of Netflix's Queer Eye. I hope you saw it. We are grateful to the council for including funding through Events DC in previous year's budget support acts, and this continued investment has enabled the DC History Center to build a comprehensive suite of programs such as the continued activation of the Carnegie Library, including our long-term exhibition, Class Action, Education, and Opportunity in the nation's capital, which we will continue to enhance over the next 4 years with field trips, guided tours, and public programming. The DC History Center, which you attended, Councilmember Fruman, is the largest annual gathering of local history practitioners with over 1,000 attendees each year. And K-12 education programs aim to help educators connect students with the history of their communities and families through initiatives like National History Day and Teach the District, a professional development workshop for teachers. The DC History Center is also proud to be a lead partner in Hometown DC, a DC 250 community-based project presented with Humanities DC, the DC Public Library, and the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities this summer. It is the only community-driven semi-quincentennial initiative of its kind that will showcase the voices, stories, and lived experiences of district residents through oral history interviews, outdoor installations at 8 DC Public Library locations, and free public events. We have also expanded resources for district teachers implementing the State Board of Education's new DC social studies standards, including free curriculum and lesson plans on the history of home rule and statehood that have been very well received. However, as participation and programmatic activity have expanded, so too have the costs associated with staffing, collections, event production, and delivering free public programming at a consistently high standard. On top of that, federal grants are no longer a reliable source of support, as many longstanding programs have now been significantly reduced, outright eliminated, or carry ideological priorities that make it difficult for organizations like ours to operate under. As we recognize the semi-quincentennial, a historic milestone for which I am proud to serve as member of the DC 250 Commission, I ask the council to continue its investment. I'll just stop there.
All right. Thank you very much. I think I get the point. Ms. Betterall?
Good morning. My name is Robin Betterall. I'm a Ward 3 resident. I'm head of multifamily development and acquisition for EYA, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 2027 Budget Support Act. I'm here today specifically to provide feedback on Title II, Subtitle E, WMATA Joint Development Properties. The tax abatement, which we're fully supportive of and very happy to see the legislation that was created in this subtitle, is not a gift, but a critical tool for creating mixed-use projects that support ridership, housing production, including affordable housing production and economic growth across the district. An example of this is my company EYA's Tacoma Station development, which I will note we have been trying to find a path towards redeveloping for nearly 20 years now. This project seeks to transform an underutilized WMATA site into a vibrant mixed-use community with more than 434 residential units, new retail, including a small grocer, and significant investments in infrastructure, sustainability, and public spaces, including a nearly 1-acre park. As drafted, though, several provisions in the WMATA Joint Development Properties subtitle pose development challenges for our project and could undermine the financial feasibility of projects like ours that stand to benefit from the tax abatement. I'm asking the council if we could talk about 3 modifications to the subtitle to ensure that it supports and rather than impedes the delivery of much needed housing on projects like mine. We have to get this right. First, I urge the council to amend the language requiring WMATA to retain ownership of the property throughout the term of the tax abatement. Currently, subtitle E states a property is only eligible for the abatement if the property is owned by WMATA every year of the abatement term. However, this is contrary to the subtitle's definition of a joint development agreement, which includes the sale of a property to a developer in many cases. We propose changing the language to make properties once owned by WMATA and then sold to a developer subject to a joint development agreement. Second, I recommend modifying the first source and CBE requirements to only apply to the private development components of a project and not to infrastructure created or rehabilitated for WMATA's use. As an interstate compact agency established by the District, Maryland, Virginia, WMATA is not subject to local hiring and procurement requirements. So this broad application adds cost and complexity to delivering this essential public infrastructure. Limiting these only to private development would help improve projects' feasibility and reduce the costs of developers providing WMATA infrastructure. Finally, I urge the council to extend the allowable term of the tax abatement from 20 to 25 years. The legislation already allows the mayor to determine the appropriate term based on project economics, so you're not automatically giving away 25 years. But expanding the maximum term provides much needed flexibility, particularly for projects that have significant upfront costs. I'm running out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Emily Alexander.
Good morning, Chairman or Councilmember Fruman and members of the committee and of the whole and staff. My name is Emily Alexander. I am a Senior Development Manager at Gyro Lynch Real Estate Partners and a Ward 5 resident. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 2027 Budget Support Act of 2026. I'm here today to urge the council to include the Reservoir District Tax Exemption Emergency Amendment Act of 2026 as a BSA subtitle so it can take effect permanently. Councilmember Parker introduced the emergency legislation and it was passed by the full council unanimously at the last legislative meeting. The Reservoir District is a transformative mixed-use development that reflects the district's commitment to housing production, economic development, and effective public-private partnership. We are extremely grateful for the council of passing the tax abatement last year in the fiscal year 2026 Budget Support Act. However, a misalignment between the rent assumptions in the project's tax abatement financial analysis, the TAFA, and current inclusionary zoning rates threatens the economic feasibility of delivering the planned housing. As you may recall, the TAFA of parcels 2 and 4 of the Reservoir District was structured using rent rates based on the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD's multifamily tax subsidy project income limits. In February of 2026, the Department of Housing and Community Development published updated inclusionary zoning rates. The updated rates do not match the rent rates based on HUD's multifamily tax subsidy project income limits. This creates a problem because the statute granting the Reservoir District project tax abatement exemption requires the project to use inclusionary zoning rates, even though the project's financial underwriting was structured using rent rates based on HUD's multifamily tax subsidy project income limits. If the project is required to operate under the current inclusionary zoning rates rather than rent rates based on HUD's, the resulting revenue shortfall would render the development economically infeasible. The proposed amendment offers a narrowly tailored solution by allowing the project to operate under HUD's rates. You will restore consistency between the statutory framework governing the tax exemption and the assumptions used in the financing the development. This amendment would not alter the existing tax exemption or provide any new subsidies. It is a technical correction intended to address the discrepancy between inclusionary zoning rates and HUD's rates that occur after the project's approval. Without the Reservoir District Tax Exemption Emergency Amendment, the project was at risk for delays that would have hindered the delivery of much-needed housing and undermined the district's broader development objectives for the Reservoir District. Incorporating this amendment into the Budget Support Act is the most efficient mechanism to resolve the issue permanently and maintain project momentum. I urge the council to add this amendment to the Budget Support Act, ensure the development of the Reservoir District can proceed without disruption. Thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for all of your testimonies. Not questions, but just to make sure fully understand, Ms. Brophy, this is funding that's in the budget. You want to protect it.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Haygood, this is money that is not in the budget that has been restored in other years. You want to get it. Ms. Betterall, I think you've given this testimony also in front of me a couple of times. We need it in writing. So if you can submit it for the record, that would be great. And thank you, Ms. Alexander. And we will now move to our next panel. All right, so we have some folks who were on the list and have since arrived. I think is Barakat Selassie here? Stephen Rodiger. Stephen Rodiger did testify? No. Lily Goldstein and Eric Mulata. Okay, there are yet others who have arrived, and we will get them as we work our way through. Okay, when you are ready, Mr. Selassie, I believe you are the first up. Mr. Rodiger, if you want to go first.
Good morning. Good morning, Council Member Fruman, members of the committee and staff. My name is Stephen Rodiger, and I am the co-founder and managing partner of Rift Valley Capital. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony on the fiscal year 2027 Budget Support Act of 26 and fiscal year 2027 Local Budget Act of 2026. Rift Valley Capital was selected through a competitive process to lead the transformation of the Chevy Chase Community Center and Library site into a modern, multi-use local anchor that will include a new 23,000 square foot state-of-the-art library, a fully rebuilt 21,600 square foot community center alongside approximately 177 units of mixed income housing. It will also create 8,000 square feet of ground floor retail space, and most of the parking will be, on-site parking will be below grade. This is an incredibly important public land redevelopment opportunity for the district. It replaces aging facilities that are more than 50 years old with modern infrastructure while also advancing the district's housing goals in Ward 3. By combining public amenities with new housing, the project creates a long-term community asset that serves both current residents and future generations. This project also advanced several of the district's key policy priorities, including housing supply in high opportunity neighborhoods, delivering mixed income housing, and modernizing critical community infrastructure. The Chevy Chase campus has long served as an important neighborhood hub, and this redevelopment ensures that it continues to meet the needs of residents for decades to come. We were pleased to see the inclusion of a workforce housing opportunity tax abatement in the Budget Support Act, as our project can deliver units to further the program's goals. As you'll hear from my colleague Barakat, access to this abatement would help alleviate gap financing and support the project's housing goals and long-term feasibility. This is a unique opportunity to deliver new housing, modern public facilities, and neighborhood-serving retail as part of a single, coordinated redevelopment. We appreciate the district's partnership to date and look forward to continuing to work with the council to move this important project forward. Thank you for your time and attention. Barakat and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Slassy.
Councilmember Fruman, members of the committee and staff, my name is Barakit Selassie, and I am the co-founder and managing partner of Rift Valley Capital. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony on the fiscal year 2027 Budget Support Act of 2026 and the fiscal year 2027 Local Budget Act of 2026. As Stefan mentioned, Rift Valley Capital was selected through a competitive process to lead the redevelopment of the Chevy Chase Community Center and Library, a complex project that will replace aging public infrastructure while advancing the district's housing goals in a high opportunity area. We've been transparent over the course of this project's development that it carries a significant funding gap of approximately $40 million in order to develop the housing, retail, library, and community center at the quality and scale the district expects. Currently, the district's budget accounts for some of the development costs associated with the library and community center in the Department of Parks and Recreation's budget and in the public library's budget. To successfully secure public financing, it is important that gap funding be structured in a way that can be committed directly and upfront to the project. Lenders and investors evaluating the project must be able to see committed capital within the project's financial structure. Without that commitment, the project continues to face a significant funding shortfall, which makes private financing impossible to secure. This is because capital providers will not invest in projects that do not demonstrate an ability to either repay a loan or earn an acceptable return on their investment. As Stefan has mentioned, in addition to having gap funding allocated upfront, providing access to the Workforce Housing Opportunity Tax abatement included in the Budget Support Act would further support the project's financial feasibility. This tool would help close the remaining gap while advancing the district's housing goals. This is a unique opportunity to rebuild a local campus that serves both current residents and future generations. Ensuring the necessary financial tools are available now will allow the district to realize the benefits of this redevelopment in a timely manner and allow us to break ground in 2027. Thank you for your time and attention. Stefan and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Goldstein?
Councilmember Fruman and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff, my name is Lily Goldstein, testifying on behalf of Leo Impact Capital, JBG Smith's impact investing platform focused on affordable workforce housing. We have over 3,200 units in our portfolio, including more than 1,000 units here in the district. I urge the council to include the 151 Q Street Residential Economic Development Real Property Tax Exemption Amendment Act of 2026 as an amendment to the Budget Support Act. This legislation was developed in close collaboration with Councilmember Parker, and we are grateful for his leadership and the commitment of his team to this effort. The Gale Eckington is a 603-unit apartment community located in Ward 5, a large family-oriented property with over 250 family-sized homes and many residents supported by DC Housing Authority vouchers. Since acquiring the property in a joint venture with the Jonathan Rose Companies in December 2022, we have committed to 99 years of affordability with 350 total affordable units, 48 restricted to households at 60% of AMI and below, and 302 at or below 80% of AMI. This scale of affordability is directly aligned with the district's housing goals and was funded with over $215 million in private capital at no direct public cost. However, the broader challenges now facing multifamily housing operators across the district have made it increasingly difficult to sustain this level of affordability at this scale. The legislation amends the previous tax abatement for the property under DC Code 47-4618 and would provide a 100% real property tax abatement for 10 years beginning in tax year 2031. And it includes accountability measures, including requiring owners to complete capital improvements and address code violations. And because this legislation amends a tax abatement currently in the DC Code, we believe it does not require a TAFA. Under current ownership, the Gale Eckington has undergone meaningful investments in sustainability and operational efficiency, spending nearly $5 million to date on installation of rooftop solar, water-saving systems, LED lighting, roof replacements, and infrastructure upgrades. However, rising operating costs, mounting tax burdens, and income loss from non-payment of rent have pushed a property into a deficit. And without a credible path to recovery, that deficit will deepen and long-term affordability becomes untenable. Including this legislation is about more than the future relief. It is about unlocking capital now. Equity investors require confidence that the environment will support a return to stability before they commit additional resources. And this abatement provides that signal, enabling us to secure equity needed to stabilize the property today. And without action, the property risks bankruptcy, and with it, the loss of its affordability covenants. The Gale Eckington offers a rare opportunity to protect over 350 affordable homes in a single legislative action, leveraging more than $250 million in private capital and 99 years of affordability commitments already on the table. We respectfully urge the council to include this exemption, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Milan?
Oh, sorry. Good morning, Councilmember Furman, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Eric Malata, and I'm the Vice President of Development at Dalian Development. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony on the Fiscal Year 2027 Budget Support Act of 2026. I'm here today to provide feedback on Title II, Subtitle D, Development of Former Federal Properties, and Subtitle F, Federal Properties Tax Fund. Earlier this year, Dalian Development purchased the former GSA Administration's Regional Office Building, also known as the ROB building, from the federal government. This purchase was the first of its kind and represents a meaningful step towards transforming underutilized federal assets in the district. As drafted, several provisions, subtitles D and F, pose challenges for our redevelopment of the ROB building. I'm asking the council to make 3 modifications to subtitle D and F to ensure they support rather than impede the redevelopment of former federal buildings across the district. First, I urge the council to change the qualification date in subtitle D from October 1st, 2026 to January 1st, 2026. This change would allow the ROB building, the former federal property we purchased in March of this year, to qualify for the tax abatement available under this subtitle. Without this change, the federal property development tax incentive created by this subtitle excludes the only former federal property being redeveloped, undermining the policy's intention, and will hinder our ability to make this redevelopment economically viable. Second, to maintain consistency with the change in subtitle D, I recommend modifying the definition of covered former federal property in subtitle F. Presently, a covered former federal property is a property that, among other requirements, was disposed of by the federal government to the district after October 1st, 2026, or disposed of or ground leased by the federal government to a private entity after October 1st, 2026. Revising this date to January 1st, 2026 would ensure consistency across the 2 subtitles and allow our property purchased in March of 2026 to qualify as a covered former federal property. Third, I urge the council to amend the language allowing the federal properties tax fund to be used for infrastructure improvements, civic projects, redevelopment, and property acquisition in the central Washington area. Instead, I ask that the council amend this provision to direct that monies in the fund be used exclusively for improvements, projects, and redevelopments within the same business improvement district from which those funds were generated, or in abutting business improvement districts. We have discussed this proposed change with the Deputy Mayor's Office and Councilmember Furman, and we believe that as the first and only contributing project, it is both reasonable and equitable that these funds be reinvested in the neighborhoods where they originate. Tying the use of the bid district to where they are generated or an abutting business district ensures that the infrastructure and public realm improvements necessary to support the successful redevelopment accrue to the community where they produced. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Selassie, Mr. Rodiger, let's keep up the conversation on this. I don't think we'll do it here. You testified to the similar effect at our hearing, and we'll follow up with you. Ms. Goldstein, thank you very much for your testimony. Just to be clear, is the tax abatement that you seek, is it currently in the budget, or is it a thing that you're hoping to have included?
No, we're hoping to have it included.
It's not in there now.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Millar, we have spoken before on the dates issue. I think that we are good on the where the dollars go question. I'm not sure exactly where that stands. I need to talk with my staff, but thank you again for your testimony. And with that, we will turn to our next panel. We're still catching up with folks who have arrived a little bit late. Leona Agordis and Kubi Nagaj. And I will say, and it's probably not relevant to the people who are in the room now, but we can't have standing and noise in the room. It's lovely to see the children. Please take comfort that we've created an overflow room so that they can be children and we can have our hearing, and when their time comes, they will come and testify. Though we want to make sure that we keep noise to a minimum so that we can hear from our witnesses. Let's fill out the table with he's here now too. Terrell Holcomb, great, and Ethan Fitzgerald. No, Lynn Amano. Okay. And Leon, who? Okay, great. When you're ready, Leona?
Okay, good morning. I'm Leona Agaritas, CEO of the Golden Triangle Bid, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I've submitted more detailed remarks for the record, but today we'll focus on 3 priorities. First, we strongly support the Golden Triangle Bid Amendment Act in the BSA. This amendment provides technical clarification confirming the bid's authority to implement a 3% annual increase in bid tax rates consistent with longstanding council intent. For years, the council expressly authorized a 3% increase, thus allowing us to continue delivering essential services despite things like inflation and rising costs. This increase was erroneously removed in 2023 when the bid renewed its charter. During the hearings, the CFO's office testified that this language was not necessary because the law already provided authority. The council then removed the language during markup. While the legislative history demonstrates that the authority was to remain intact, the removal of the language created ambiguity and uncertainty, which this amendment clarifies. Second, we're disappointed that the Safe Commercial Corridors program is not funded in the mayor's budget, despite its impact on safety. For our bid, these funds have filled a critical gap post-pandemic. Safety and quality of life challenges are more visible and complex than ever, yet there are no longer foot patrol officers on our busy streets. These funds enable us to hire safety specialists who respond to medical emergencies, overdoses, and mental health incidents, coordinate with fire, EMS, and behavioral health teams, assist businesses with recurrent safety concerns, conduct wellness checks, and maintain a daily presence for workers, residents, and visitors. While not a replacement for police, the program is central to downtown operations and recovery. Finally, we encourage the council to support public realm investments by including $1.9 million for the DuPont South Overlook in the out years of the capital budget. In 2018, DDOT closed the slip lane on Connecticut south of the Circle. The bid installed a temporary plaza with barriers, seating, landscaping, and art as proof of concept. While successful, this installation remains temporary and lacks infrastructure for long-term use. A permanent plaza would create a more functional and welcoming space with improved landscaping, terrace seating, lighting, and opportunities for art. The bid would oversee activation and maintenance, creating a gateway to the growing residential and hospitality node south of DuPont. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Kube?
Councilmember Furman, council members and staff, good morning. I'm Kube Ngaje, testifying today as the co-chair of the Victim Assistance Network Policy and Advisory Committee, also known as the VAN, representing more than 55 organizations across the district as the DC Access to Justice Commissioner and President and CEO of the District Alliance for Safe Housing Dash. Thank you for your continued leadership and partnership during what we know is an extraordinarily difficult fiscal period. Over the past several months, the council has heard a consistent message from residents, survivors of domestic and sexual violence, providers, and public safety partners across the district. The fiscal 27 budget cannot preserve public safety while simultaneously weakening the infrastructure that safety depends on through cuts to OVSJG and DHS. Victim services, housing stabilization, legal advocacy, and community-based supports are core public safety infrastructure. The council already has the VAN's detailed fiscal 27 recommendations, data, and funding requests. Today, I want to emphasize one point. This is not an expansion request. It is a preservation request for a system that is already at capacity. Providers across the district have already reduced staffing, consolidated operations, and streamlined services to maintain supports to thousands of survivors while contending with rising costs, growing need, and declining federal and philanthropic funding. When survivors and victims of crime cannot access housing, trauma-informed care, legal support, or stabilization services, the costs do not disappear. They shift downstream to shelters, emergency healthcare systems, law enforcement, and other higher cost crisis interventions. And survivors do not experience this system separately. OVSJG, DHS, and community-based public safety investments function as a coordinated continuum because survivors move across our systems simultaneously in search of safety and stability. The VAN urges the council to hold the line in fiscal 27, fund OVSJG victim services at $59.6 million, the minimum needed to sustain the district's existing survivor safety infrastructure, to preserve the full OVSJG portfolio, including access to justice at $31.8 million, justice grants at $20.2 million, and to protect critical DHS survivor supporting investments, restore domestic violence services to $3.299 million, restore transitional housing youth to $12.563 million, and maintain permanent supportive housing for families. Chairman Mendelson earlier this spring noted that the priority must be to restore cuts, and the VAN agrees. The question before council is whether survivors and families will continue to access safety, stable housing, and supports when they need it most in fiscal 27. Thank you again for your leadership and partnership, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Holcomb?
Good morning, Chairperson Fruman and others of the council. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, born, raised, and still residing here in Ward 7, and I serve as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the FY 2027 budget. I've been coming to City Hall since I was 14 years old. Back then, I didn't fully understand the process, but I understood that decisions made in this building shaped what people experience in their neighborhoods. Years later, still sitting here now, that hasn't changed. The decisions made in this budget will show up in whether residents are able to stay in their homes, whether young people have somewhere to go after school, and whether returning citizens have a real chance to rebuild, and if communities feel safe or invested in. I also want to acknowledge the constraints the council is navigating. We understand the competing demands and the realities of limited resources. At the same time, budgets are more than numbers. They are moral documents, a compass for us to be guided by. They reflect what we prioritize and who we show up for. This budget should deliver for everyone in our city, especially those who rely on these investments the most and those who work to keep our city going. Yesterday, Jubilee residents testified before the Committee on Housing and spoke clearly about what affordable housing means in their lives. Today, I want to uplift broader Jubilee budget priorities, which are not separate acts. They are connected pieces of the same strategy to keep residents housed, supported, safe, and moving forward. First, the Housing Production Trust Fund must remain a serious investment. As members of the coalition, we also support the fund being $120 million. We understand that this is a proven tool. Jubilee has some of the very first buildings ever financed through HPTF, and we see every day what happens when the system performs. Second, resident services must continue to be funded alongside housing. Housing is the foundation, but stability comes from what happens after someone gets the keys. Workforce pathways, financial stability, youth engagement, and reentry supports are what allow folks to remain housed and keep moving forward. And ERAP is a tool for residents as well. On out-of-school time funding, Jubilee, as members of the OST Coalition, stand in solidarity that after 3 years of flat funding, the council must both preserve and increase grant funding to keep pace with the rising costs of doing business. On OVSJG and reentry, Jubilee, as a member of the DC RAN, supports the acts for the restoration of the OVSJG budget from the 30% that was cut from this current fiscal year that we see. This budget is more than numbers. I want to reiterate that again. It is about whether the district continues to invest in the full ecosystem that allows residents to remain in place, young people to stay connected, families to feel invested, returning citizens to rebuild, and communities to stay whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Amano?
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman, for giving me the opportunity to testify. I am Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Friendship Place is a premier provider of housing and services for more than 5,400 individuals who have experienced homelessness in Greater DC. I'm speaking to you today because this year's budget is especially harsh on those experiencing homelessness. Drastic cuts to the social safety net across the board and local budget cuts, including a $14 million cut from our continuum of care, have left many residents with nowhere to turn for relief. We support the Safety Net Housing and Homeless Services asks of Fair Budget Coalition, the Coalition, and the Way Home campaign, which take into consideration the quantifiable need of our unhoused neighbors. We encourage the council and administration to pursue proven and cost-effective interventions, including shared housing, targeted financial support, and rapid employment program models. Friendship Place has developed and presented nationally recognized models in each of these areas. Shared housing for individuals and cash advance programs for youth have shown notable success in helping people build sustainable lives. Rapid employment, like our core program at Aim Higher, can help formerly unhoused residents retain their benefits and step closer to self-sufficiency with dramatically better and faster results than DHS's current TEP and SNAP programs. We get people hired in less than 90 days by building trust with employers and providing participants with the support they need, thanks to matching private funds. We ask you to consider this option as you pursue efficiencies in the current budget. Additional low-hanging fruit includes an increase in the P&A to $300 per person and using available dollars to provide immediate access to non-congregate housing where possible. The P&A increase would open more spots in assisted living for survivors of homelessness, so those who need it could get extra care and release their current housing to fellow survivors. Non-congregate shelter could bring people inside in time for likely federally driven encampment clearings this summer. Both interventions, especially when combined with additional permanent supportive housing vouchers, would create flow of housing for individuals stuck in a stagnant system. Please help us move these additional cost-effective and life-saving approaches forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. P&A?
Personal needs and allowance.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you for your testimony. Thank you all for your testimony. I take it with all of the testimony, this is about restoring things that are not there. It's not about protecting things that are there. All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Adam Barhan Smith. Okay. Jovi Polius. Cecily Jenkins. Betty Jenkins, she's further down. She's here.
Wait, yeah.
Oh, you're too late. Lawanda White.
She's here in person.
Okay, Mr. Barhan Smith, when you are ready.
Good morning, Councilmember Fruman and staff of the committee. My name is Adam Berrigan-Smith, and I'm the Director of Public Affairs at Childcare DC. For years, I have advocated alongside families, their children, and their educators for the district to invest in our early childhood education system as the public good it is. Today, I do so from a personal place, as my husband and I prepare to welcome our first child later this year. Like every soon-to-be parent, I am navigating a seemingly endless stream of decisions and questions that come with expecting your first child. The mayor's proposed budget would only deepen that uncertainty for families with young children and threaten the early childhood system we rely on. The DC Council must fully fund the Pay Equity Fund and Childcare Subsidy Program to protect the stability of the system. One of the first major decisions of parenthood is who we will rely on to care for our daughter when we return to work. Like all parents, I want what's best for her, which means I want her early childhood educators to be highly skilled and able to meet the unique needs of infants and toddlers during the most rapid period of development and life. Thanks to your investment in the Pay Equity Fund, experienced early childhood educators are valued, earn salaries commensurate with their expertise, and can afford to be teachers and build their lives here in DC. In early childhood, learning depends on stable relationships. Children need continuity of care to form secure attachments with their educators. That is why stable funding for the Pay Equity Fund matters. When compensation is unstable, so is the early childhood workforce. And when teachers leave, the relationships and continuity of care children depend on are disrupted. I want my daughter's first teachers to be able to care for her without being preoccupied about whether they can pay their bills and care for their own families. If the Pay Equity Fund is cut, we will see greater instability across the early childhood education system. Fewer teachers will enter and remain in the field, fewer programs will remain open, and fewer families will be able to access the care they depend on. For families on the child care subsidy wait list, which went into effect yesterday, access to care will remain out of reach and they will be forced out of the workforce. This will turbocharge wealth and education disparities as care becomes a luxury that only wealthy families can access and afford. Early childhood education is a public good and it needs robust public investment. As I prepare to become a father, I am worried about the future of the district's early childhood system and my daughter's early learning experiences. On behalf of my family and the many thousands like us, I urge you to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund and Child Care Subsidy Program so children in DC have the strongest possible start in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Jovi Polius.
Good morning, Councilman Furman and members of the council. My name is Jovi Polius, and I am back before you today to urge you to fund the Pay Equity Fund and Child Care Subsidy Program because families like mine are counting on the council to continue investing in early childhood education. I know this budget season has forced difficult decisions on the council. I understand that many programs are competing for limited resources, but I also know firsthand what is possible when DC chooses to invest in children, families, and educators. My youngest daughter, Io, has been enrolled at Childcare DC for more than 2 years. When you see her today, you see a joyful, curious 4-year-old who loves her teachers, thrives in her classrooms, and looks forward to school every morning. However, her story began very differently. Io was born 23 weeks premature. She spent the first 6 months of her life in the hospital, followed by months at home, dependent on medical equipment to help her breathe and continue developing. Every milestone felt uncertain, and as her father, I carried constant fear about whether she would have the support she needed to truly thrive. So when it came time to consider childcare, I was hesitant. I worried whether anyone outside of our family would fully understand her medical history, her developmental challenges, and the level of care she required. What changed everything for us was Childcare DC. From the very beginning, her teachers and the support staff approached my daughter with patience, compassion, and expertise. They took time to understand her needs, partner with our family, and create an environment where she felt safe, supported, and encouraged to grow. Today, because of that care, I was reaching developmental milestones that have once felt very far away. She's building confidence, social skills, and a love for learning that will stay with her long after she leaves preschool. And because she is in a stable, high-quality program, I have been able to continue my own education and better support my family. That kind of progress happens because experienced educators are showing up every day to do incredibly demanding and important work. The Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program help make that possible. They allow centers to retain skilled teachers and ensure families like mine can access the care our children need. I do not want families coming behind mine to lose access to these opportunities. If funding is cut, we will lose educators, and children with complex needs like my daughters will be left with little to no options that could support them. Early childhood education changed the trajectory of my daughter's life. It changed the trajectory of my family's life. That is why I strongly urge the council to restore and protect funding for the Pay Equity Fund and the Childcare Subsidy Program. Please, I implore you to continue investing in DC's children, families, and educators. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Cecily Jenkins.
Good afternoon, Councilman Fruman and members of the council. My name is Cecily Jenkins, and I am a proud grandmother of a 5-year-old in Ward 7. I am back here today to urge you to continue funding the Pay Equity Fund and to support the early childhood educators our families depend on. My granddaughter, Charlie, is currently enrolled in pre-care at Educare DC, and she is truly thriving. Every day she is supported by dedicated, high-quality teachers who are helping her learn, grow, and build a strong foundation for the future. I have seen a difference in her confidence, her curiosity, and her ability to connect with others. Before Charlie enrolled at Educare DC, I cared for her while her mother worked during the mornings and attended classes in the evenings. During that time, I gained a much deeper appreciation for how important the early years are in a child's development. Even at 2 years old, Charlie kept me on my toes. She had already figured out how to use my iPod to play games and search for her favorite songs. As much as I loved caring for her, balancing full-time caregiving while trying to manage my design business was difficult. When Charlie started at Educare DC, her teachers welcomed her with patience, warmth, and genuine care. They helped her build confidence, independence, and important social and emotional skills. Watching the impact they had on Charlie gave me an even greater respect for early childhood educators. These teachers do far more than supervise children. They help shape who the children become during the most important years of their development. The work requires patience, skill, and commitment, and educators deserve to be valued and fairly compensated for it. The Pay Equity Fund helps make that possible. It allows centers to retain experienced teachers and give families like mine access to stable, high-quality care we can trust. Without the funding, we risk losing talented educators, increasing classroom turnover, and making it harder for families to access the support our children need to survive. So today, I once again urge the council to restore and protect funding for the Pay Equity Fund and to stand with the educators who make such a lasting difference in our children's lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Jenkins. Lawanda White.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman and members of the council. My name is Lawanda White. I'm here again today as both a mother and a business owner to ask you to fully fund the Childcare Subsidy Program and the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, so families like mine can continue to have stable, reliable care. My family and I are part of the Educare DC network, where our son receives before and after care through the subsidy program. Because of the support, I know he is in a safe and consistent environment every day while I meet my responsibilities at work. That peace of mind is everything for a working parent. I trust his teachers because they are experienced and they are truly committed to their work. The Pay Equity Fund makes that possible. When educators are paid fairly, programs can retain strong teachers and children benefit from that consistency. Without stable care and dedicated educators, my son would not be learning, he would not be building relationships or growing the way he is. Before my son enrolled at Educare DC, I did not have that stability. I had to constantly adjust my schedule, delay work, and sometimes bring my son with me to professional commitments when care fell through. I remember trying to respond to emails, take calls, and keep him occupied all at the same time. It was stressful and distracting, and it affected my ability to show up fully for my work and my clients. So as a business owner, access to reliable childcare directly impacts my ability to earn a living. When I can depend on care, I can plan my day, focus on my work, and grow my business. That stability allows me to contribute to the district's economy and support my family. If funding is reduced, families like mine will lose that stability. Programs may be forced to cut services, and educators may leave. I would be pushed back into a position where I have to choose between my work and my child's care. I do urge the council to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund and increase funding for the Child Care Subsidy Program so parents like me can continue to work and our children can continue to thrive. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you to all of you for your testimony. I have a feeling that today we will hear a lot about the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy, obviously a high priority for many district residents and many members of the council. Thank you very much for taking the time to come out and have your voices heard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ann Gunderson. Okay. Kate Coventry. I saw her before. Which is her? Maria Sansala. Yeah. Taryn Morrissey. Erica Williams. There she is. Okay. So. Okay, this may feel a little odd because while you're testifying, I suspect Councilmember Parker will come back and he will take my place. But let's get started with Ms. Gunderson.
Councilmember Fruman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ann Gunderson. I'm a senior policy analyst with DCFPI and a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition. Today, I'm asking the council to significantly increase funding to support the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program to ensure that every district family has access to affordable, high-quality care. The Pay Equity Fund requires $94.2 million in FY27 to reestablish pay parity with DCPS educators, and the subsidy program requires $177.1 million in FY27 to eliminate the need for an enrollment freeze and waitlist. The PEF has made significant strides in increasing the number of qualified educators in district childcare facilities serving district families, despite lawmakers making reductions to the program for the past 2 years. Thanks to this council, we have not lost the program entirely, but these cuts undermine the efficacy of the program and send a message to early educators that their pay and benefits are not secure unless they show up here every year to beg for the compensation they deserve. The funding required for PEF is not indicative of a program with costs growing out of control, but rather a program in which costs grow when it's successful. Even with a waitlist in place for new facilities seeking entry into PEF and after making cuts, the number of educators is increasing because participating facilities are retaining their educators at a higher rate and they're attracting new educators to their facilities, which means they serve more children. PEF educators are also increasingly attaining higher credentials, which cost the program more, but also means that children they're serving are receiving higher quality care and education. These are good things and intended outcomes when the council created the program. Importantly, the Pay Equity Fund is yielding a real return on investment year after year, 23% under the direct payments model and 21% in FY24. We continue to pour millions of dollars into police signing bonuses and tax abatements for developers without ever asking what these investments return to the district's economy. And yet the PEF is constantly on the chopping block. What we do know is that affordable, accessible, high-quality childcare is foundational to local economies because when families have safe, supportive environments to place their children, parents can work, they have more money to spend at district businesses, and childcare providers can overcome tight margins, hire more staff, and improve their facilities.
DC voters support full funding for early childhood programs. 72% support fully funding the subsidy program. Another 69% support fully funding the PEF because voters want district leaders to invest in programs that build towards a brighter future for all. This council has shown their commitment to delivering high-quality childcare to district residents, and I'm asking you to maintain that commitment and fund our early education system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Kate Coventry.
Councilmember Parker, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kate Coventry. I'm the Director of Legislative Strategy at DCFPI. My rural testimony focuses on the need for PSH vouchers, expanded capacity at the Aston, and increasing the personal needs allowance and simplifying the proof of residency process for residents experiencing homelessness. My written testimony also outlines our Healthcare Alliance asks. Black residents bear the burden of problems with homelessness. Just over 76% of unaccompanied adults counted in the district in the 2025 point in time were Black. This is the result of the enduring legacies of structural and individualized racism that for years have prohibited Black families from equitably accessing the housing and employment markets. I have good news. The Department of Human Services housed 1,322 households in FY2025, the highest number ever. The agency's pace for the first half of FY26 is even higher. And they've also reduced the average length of time that individuals experience homelessness. But lack of housing resources threatens this process. The agency had no new vouchers for individuals experiencing homelessness in FY26, and we have absolutely no vouchers for anyone in FY27. And additionally, we've got issues because we have locally funded PSH vouchers that weren't properly budgeted in the out years. And so we will have we have people at risk of losing their housing, and we won't have a turnover opportunity, meaning that when someone leaves the program will shrink rather than adding a new person in need. I also want to flag that there are two federal funding pressures that seem to not be addressed in this budget. The first is emergency housing vouchers, which we received during COVID from the federal government. Those were supposed to go through till 2030, but rent costs are so high across the country that the money has run out. And we have about 500 households there with no funding to sustain them, meaning they're going to be terminated from housing and services. We also have another issue with shelter plus care households, and that is another federal cut that may be coming down the road that could lead to 200 people losing their housing. We're urging the council to allocate funding to make sure that people are not evicted and that turnover vouchers remain being able to be turned over. My testimony also talks about making it easier for unhoused residents to obtain identification. The Department of Human Services has made it much harder for folks to get a completed proof of residency form. This is the form that you need to prove your residency to get a photo ID. And people experiencing homelessness often struggle with this because they don't have a resident, they don't have a residence, right? They live in a shelter, they live outside. And DHS used to let more than 30 homeless services providers fill out these forms, and now they've essentially got it down to 3 places. 2 of them are in men's shelters where women do not feel comfortable going, and the third one is the Downtown Day Service Center, which is a vital service, but also is quite overwhelming for people. So we're asking the council to urge DHS to make it easier to get this form. It used to be easier. Why are we making it harder? Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. All our human services asks are in my written testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Maria Manasalo.
Councilmember Parker, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Maria Manansala. I'm a policy fellow at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, and I also co-chair the TANF is Still a Lifeline Coalition. The mayor's fiscal year 27 budget maintains major cuts to TANF that will hurt 16,000 families with children. My testimony outlines why these changes are harmful, misguided, and should be reversed. To begin with, the mayor's budget proposal maintains the elimination of TANF's cost of living adjustment, which will freeze TANF benefits at current levels. By fiscal year 2030, the same $803 that a family of 3 currently receives will be worth 9% less due to inflation. This is particularly concerning because inflation disproportionately harms low-income households, and yet lawmakers continue to fund inflationary adjustments that primarily benefit middle and higher income residents. The mayor's budget proposal also maintains increased sanctions for TANF enrollees who can't meet work requirements. Evidence from other states overwhelmingly shows that work sanctions fail to improve employment outcomes. That's because they do nothing to address the structural barriers TANF enrollees face to securing employment,
including inaccessible childcare, physical and mental health challenges, and a limited supply of jobs that offer adequate wages. On top of maintaining increased sanctions, the mayor's budget proposes significant reductions to the TANF employment and education program. Although sustaining investment in an underperforming program may not be warranted, it's fundamentally unfair to impose stricter work sanctions on TANF enrollees while simultaneously making it harder for them to meet work requirements. Finally, the mayor's budget proposal eliminates TANF benefits entirely for families who have hit the time limit beginning in fiscal year 28. Imposing a time limit is a flawed policy because it unrealistically assumes that families can achieve lasting stability within just 5 years. In reality, the barriers that keep families in poverty are rarely short-term, and financial security can quickly unravel due to sudden emergencies. Thus, time limits can sever support not when families have fully stabilized, but simply when they've reached an arbitrary cutoff date. A robust hardship exemption policy may mitigate some of these harms, but we are not confident it will reach all eligible households due to implementation challenges. For all these reasons, the DC Council should reverse the cuts to TANF beginning in fiscal year 27 and reject the deeper reductions the mayor proposed. I would like to end my testimony by emphasizing that this is not an issue that just a small group of advocates care about. Last week, the TANF is Still a Lifeline Coalition delivered 1,000 postcards to Councilmember Fruman from residents across all 8 wards. In those postcards, DC residents called on lawmakers to reverse the TANF cuts and to protect our district's most vulnerable residents. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Kate, did you submit your testimony? If you can make sure you submit it so we have it. And then next we will have Erica Williams. It's good to see you.
The DCFPI Hour. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Mayor Bowser's budget proposal would usher in the greatest local safety net cuts in a generation and fails to offer revenue strategies that put the district on stronger footing over the financial plan. DC faces a perfect storm of slowing revenue growth due to, in part, the lingering harms of the pandemic, as well as local recession triggered by federal layoffs and a shredded federal safety net. Lessons learned from past recessions underscore that more public investment in residents' well-being can speed up recovery by keeping people economically active. A cuts-heavy approach, on the other hand, harms people, slows recovery, and hampers the economy. DC lawmakers must use all the tools at their disposal to triage the fiscal year 2027 budget and stabilize revenue over the long term. We have 3 recommendations for doing this. One is to permanently decouple from federal tax cuts, tap reserves, and recoup dollars from Events DC. So council can go further than what the mayor's proposed in decoupling from federal tax cuts. Static or fixed date conformity would ensure this and any future federal tax changes get a full vetting through the legislative process before being adopted. This would allow us to restore the CTC, the EITC boost. Maybe it could help us fund access to justice and reverse cuts to TANF cash assistance. Council can also revert reserve standards back to the 60 days and leverage the apparently $220 million in local funds that would be freed up for mitigating this year's cuts to things like the Pay Equity Fund, emergency rental assistance, and housing vouchers, of which there are none in this budget. Council should ensure that DC recoups funds owed to the district by Events DC. The $68.7 million identified by the DC auditor could help to restore this year's harmful cuts to paid leave. We also recommend that council shift dollars away from ineffective, unproven spending that my colleague Sharon Markoff will discuss further, that could fund community schools, domestic violence programs, and other needs, and that we shift funds away from excessive increases for things like MPD overtime, also to mitigate cuts. And third, finally, we suggest piggybacking on the federal net investment income tax, which we've called a wealth proceeds tax. That tax at the federal level helped to fund federal health care coverage under the Affordable Care Act. At a low rate of 2% here in the district, we could raise $121 million annually, which would give us resources to fund alliance coverage and things like childcare subsidies. In addition, we recommend that the council move a feasibility analysis of the business activity tax for the district so that this proposal can be fully considered by council for future years and to further stabilize our revenues. As was mentioned, DC voters support all of these actions, and we are happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony. It was so compelling. I'm over here talking like Shannon about. I think that's it for this panel. We don't have anyone online, I believe. I did just want to quickly ask a couple of questions. Ms. Williams, I take note the abatement caps that you're proposing and the savings that that might yield. And if you could just elaborate on what some might argue are the costs associated with that it may hamper development across the district. It may hamper our ability to grow our economy, et cetera. What might be your response to that?
Well, I would say first, we don't have actual proof that those abatements are needed, and that they aren't paying, providing assistance to developers to do what they might have already done without the subsidy. I do think that the CFO's team will be putting out a report at the end of this year that evaluates the effectiveness of the program in catalyzing conversions. I don't see any reason we would move forward with some of the massive increases in the cost of that program without having some of that evidence at our fingertips. But I would also say that there are 13 projects that are underway. In a time of scarce resources, we could just sort of put a pause on it until we get more evidence, recoup some of those dollars that haven't been used yet for other programs and other needs that we know we have today.
Thank you for that. I have said, and I believe there are others on the council that believe that we should scrutinize our abatement proposals more. And I'll just leave it there.
Can I say one more thing about that?
I had another question.
Okay,
So,
go ahead, go ahead,
okay.
go ahead.
I wanted to talk about TANF because sometimes there's 3 different proposals, but they are often spoken about as one. One, you have the step down policy, the sanctions, as well as this COLA increase. If we had to prioritize, because budgets are about choices, do you have a perspective on which of those 3 we should prioritize first?
I would be hesitant to pick between the 3 because
knew
they
you were
all
gonna
work
say that.
together in tandem. Yeah, I was going to say that.
that.
But I do think moving forward that instead of prioritizing one fully and then eliminating the other 2, that perhaps we could strike a balance between the 3. So for instance, instead of fully eliminating the COLA, which would make it a lot harder to bring it back again, perhaps we could decrease it instead of a full elimination. That way that we could fully protect the time limit or reverse the time limit and reverse the sanctions policies. Likewise, you could also reduce the proposed sanction from 25% to amount a lot lower. So I think there's a balance that can be struck there without fully needing to commit to just one of the 3 reversals.
Okay. To put it in perspective, at the DHS hearing, I believe the estimate was roughly $12 million to undo the step down in fiscal year 26 alone.
Yeah.
So if we just focused on the 60-month step down for fiscal year 27, that's roughly 12 million. And then it balloons to over 20 million in 28 and beyond. And so we're talking about significant cost pressures that, again, just realistically, we're going to have to make choices. But the point you make is well made and taken in terms of supporting our most vulnerable residents. But I want to say thank you all for your testimony. And then we're going to move to our next panel. All right, next we have Eric Jones, Vice President of Government Affairs for DC. for DC Commercial AOBA. Then we have Betty Gento, Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy of SUM Incorporated. There's been a request to move Ann Chauvin, Executive Director of Whitley House, up, and we will oblige. So Betty Gento, then we'll have Ann Chauvin, and then we'll have Dominique Moore, Community Organizer for Empower Ed. And she's online. Is Betty Gento here? Oh, there you go. Is Ann Chauvin here? Okay. Is Eric Jones online? He's here. Lee Blackman. Yep. You could join us. Julia Ward, Chair of Legal Aid DC Union. There we go. Is Trupti Patel here? Trupti Patel, Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2A. Is Dr. Kofi Onuma here? He's downstairs. Not in the chamber, though. Okay, so we'll stop there. And if you're tracking along, we're at number 46, Trupti Patel is not here. So let me go back. Eric Jones, you may provide your testimony.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Eric Jones, a fourth-generation Washingtonian, current Ward 4 resident who serves as Vice President of Government Affairs, DC Commercial for the Apartment Office Building Association for Metropolitan Washington, or AOBA. For over 50 years, AOBA has represented commercial, office, and multifamily residential real estate here in the district, with members' portfolios totaling over 166 million square feet of commercial space and over 480,000 rental units in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. In the city proper, it's more than 75 million square feet of commercial space and nearly 120,000 rental units. I'm not here today just as a voice of property owners and managers, but someone whose family fully knows firsthand the hardships of the district. You see, my great-grand-aunt Myrtle Williams ran the Cadillac Hotel in Logan Circle in 1941. She was one of the first Black women to own a hotel in the district. Her and her sister owned several hotels in the district, and during that time, my family birthed more than 100 residents, of which only 2 homes are still owned by members of my family. The one my wife and I currently own, we purchased about a decade ago, and the one that my grandmother grew up in that her sister currently owns. Although this may not seem directly relevant to the FY27 budget, it's essential to our daily lives. You see, much of this council's work involves conversations about low-income families, those with low to moderate income or blue-collar backgrounds, and long-term residents. Yet those, such as my neighbors, friends, and family members, aren't being listened to. This is why I'm before you today, asking that instead of snatching items out of the FY2027 BSA to make political points, or to send messages to the 535 members of the legislative circus at the far end of Pennsylvania Avenue or their nemesis across the street, we're asking you to have service. We're asking you to respect the budget, our work, and our investment in the district and the necessary items we've invested in. This ensures that everyone, not just those you want to attract to the city, can live, work, and play here. This means items such as the net zero delay and the BEPS delay, both outlined in the BSA, aren't removed. Anything else would be a smack in the face, considering that this body extended those exact same delays to district-owned properties in February via an emergency. Council members, around 60 to 80 years ago, it was the federally operated government that implemented targeted policies that unfortunately had a negative impact on many minority families who were a big part of the district. These actions didn't just hinder growth and development of generational wealth. They also contributed to ongoing cycles of poverty that caused social and psychological PTSD that have affected countless older families across all races, beliefs, and economic backgrounds in the district. Sadly, today, it isn't just the federal government doing so. It is our local legislative and regulatory measures, largely pushed by individuals who move to our city based on what we have created, that will again hurt those long-term businesses, long-term families, and their new neighbors who call the district home. You, however, can do something about this by working with us rather than simply looking for new ways to tax, increase fees, or demand more funding, which largely go to people who live outside the district. Instead of simply seeking to fund programs, you also need to consider where those funds come from, and how your decisions affect those who provide them. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you haven't already done so, if you could submit your testimony, that would be helpful. Next, we'll have Betty Gentle.
Greetings, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at Some Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that has worked for more than 50 years to break cycles of homelessness and poverty for district residents. The proposed FY27 Grow DC budget erodes critical parts of the district's safety net, including housing, healthcare, behavioral health, and human services. For the residents Some serves, these systems are deeply interconnected. When support is reduced across multiple areas at once, the consequences compound. While my written comments address broader concerns across the safety net, my remarks today focus on one proposal that illustrates the danger of disinvesting in community-based behavioral health crisis response, eliminating all community-based psychiatric crisis stabilization beds in the district. We also want to note that providers are not informed on this proposal until after DBH's public oversight hearing for public witnesses had already taken place, limiting the opportunity for meaningful public discussion of a major change to the district's behavioral health crisis response system. Community-based crisis beds have stabilized residents before crisis escalated into hospitalization, incarceration, emergency room utilization, or chronic homelessness. They reduce strain on hospitals, connect residents to ongoing care and housing supports, and help people remain safely stabilized in the community. Importantly, they are also one of the few non-law enforcement responses to behavioral health crisis currently available in the district. At a time when the district should be expanding community-based crisis response, eliminating these beds alongside eliminating youth crisis services moves us backwards. Some has operated Jordan House, one of only 2 crisis bed programs in the district since 2005. The second is Crossing Place, operated for nearly 50 years by a longtime partner, Woodley House. DBH proposes replacing these programs with crisis observation beds through CPEP, but observation beds are not the same as residential crisis stabilization. They serve a different purpose, operate under a different model, and cannot replace this level of care. The proposal also relies on a future relocation site at 35 K Street Northeast that has not yet been constructed and does not have a confirmed timeline for operation. In effect, the district is eliminating an existing crisis response system before a comparable alternative exists. This is not continuity of care, it is a gap in care, and residents in crisis will feel the consequences. This proposal will not eliminate need, it will simply push residents into more expensive and more restrictive systems after crisis worsen, including emergency rooms, inpatient hospitalization, shelters, and too often incarceration. Today, Some and Woodley House respectfully urge the council to reject the elimination of community-based crisis stabilization beds and restore funding for this essential part of the district's continuum of care. And the stakes of that decision extend far beyond any single program, because ultimately, the question before the council is simple. Will the district continue investing in community-based care that helps people stabilize before a crisis escalates, or wait until that crisis becomes far more dangerous, traumatic, and costly for everyone involved? Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. And next, we'll have Ann Chauvin.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for letting me do it next to Betty. Since our founding in 1958, Woodley House has provided dignified housing and critical support services to tens of thousands of DC residents with behavioral health disorders. As part of our continuum of care, we opened a community-based residential psychiatric crisis bed program called Crossing Place nearly 50 years ago. Crossing Place and Jordan House, which is operated by our close partner, Some, demonstrate fidelity to the same service model, which has been replicated across the country. The proposed Department of Behavioral Health budget cuts include the elimination of the contracts for all 16 community-based crisis beds serving adults effective October 1, 2026. The department proposes to consolidate crisis services and bring this level of care in-house using the CPEP crisis beds. These are 2 different forms of crisis beds with different regulations, different models of care, different levels of staffing, different environments, different intentions, and different costs. Our community-based crisis beds are voluntary, unlocked residences providing a warm, home-like, trauma-informed environment with a focus on stabilization and ensuring connection to ongoing care, including behavioral health services and housing supports. The model allows for a maximum of 8 residents at any given time in each home, with trained staff on site 24/7. Our proven model requires coordinated cross-system support and allows the person in crisis to gently return to the community with the tools and resources they need to continue their recovery without hospitalization. In contrast, the crisis beds at CPEP are in the institutional government setting of the district's crisis center with emergency and police personnel escorting residents in and out. The CPEP crisis beds are designed to observe and treat adults in crisis who may be waiting for a bed in a locked ward or otherwise need chemical or physical restraints. Our community-based crisis beds make effective and efficient use of local healthcare dollars. Community-based crisis beds have fixed costs, regardless of the number of residents at any given time. Any crisis bed provider, private or government, is only paid when the beds are filled and authorized. As private providers, Woodley House and some must absorb the non-reimbursed program costs of our unfilled beds. In contrast, if CPEP beds are not filled, the fixed costs must continue to be covered with taxpayer dollars. Further, more than 80% of costs for crisis beds are paid for by Medicaid, not by district funds. Between Woodley House and some, our 2 crisis bed contracts are worth approximately $600,000 annually. We know that this is taxpayer money well spent on better health outcomes and greater healthcare system efficiency. Today, we ask for the council's help in ensuring that Woodley House and some can continue serving our most vulnerable neighbors through our crisis stabilization residences, and we respectfully ask that the council reject this proposal and restore funding to preserve community-based crisis stabilization beds.
Thank you for your testimony. Dominique Moore? No. Dominique is online. You may provide your testimony.
Good morning, Councilman Parker and staff. My name is Dominique Moore. I'm an educator and a community organizer for Empower Ed. Over the course of this budget season, I've appeared before multiple committees with a consistent message that student outcomes, family stability, and public safety are all interconnected. Children and family success are shaped by whether a child can access breakfast before school, whether their family can afford childcare, whether there are trusted adults at the safe spaces available after school, whether schools are resourced to provide wraparound support, and whether educators can merely afford to stay in the profession. The fiscal year 27 budget proposal requires a deeper alignment to what district families are actually experiencing and in need of. At a time of increasing federal overreach into local governance, workforce instability, and economic uncertainty for residents, now is not the time for us to disinvest in proven supports. I urge the council to prioritize the following. Fully restore community and connected schools. These are prevention investments. Second, fully fund the Pay Equity Fund. Third, protect and expand investments in the Professional Development Educator Fund. Fourth, support the Breakfast Program Acts. That one's only $186,000. Fifth, maintain out-of-school time programming. I lost my train of thought. That seems to be happening a lot today. Fifth, maintain and expand out-of-school time programming. Community safety is not created solely through enforcement. It is created through investment. As conversations around youth and education intensify across the district, I urge the council to not only respond with reactionary measures while underfunding the very systems proven to stabilize young people and their families. Working families need relief in order to thrive. We need affordable health care. We do need health care, but affordable child care, strong schools, stable educators. They need meals, mental health support, after-school programming, and coordinated services. These are not luxuries. They are foundational conditions for a healthy city, healthy children, and healthy families. I urge the council to realign spending where necessary, including reviewing vacancies, non-essential contracts, discretionary consulting, and other lower impact expenditures before balancing this budget on the backs of children, educators, and working families. This is an opportunity to produce a budget that reflects not scarcity, but our priorities. Thank you for your time, leadership, and continued commitment to district families and educators. I have more in my written testimony that I will submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Lee Blackman.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and committee staff. My name is Lee Blackman. I'm the director of the NAGE Federal Division. I'm testifying on behalf of the co-chief negotiators for compensation units 1 and 2, which include myself, Mr. Wayne Enoch, executive director of AFSCME Council 20, and Mr. Otis Johnson, national vice president of AFGE District 14. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you. However, I must be clear on the outset, we are at a critical moment that demands decisive action from the council. The employees of compensation units 1 and 2, which represent approximately 10,000 of the operational backbone of the District of Columbia. These are not abstract roles. These are the workers who ensure that the city functions every single day. They include the employees of the Department of Public Works, who are responsible for trash removal and sanitation services, the Office of Unified Communications, who answer the 911 calls for police, fire, and emergency medical services, the Department of Corrections, who ensure the safety and operations of our correctional facilities, the civilian support staff of the Metropolitan Police Department, who enable public safety operations to function effectively, the District Department of Transportation, who maintain our streets, sidewalks, and transportation systems, and many more. These services are often unseen, but they are indispensable. Without them, or if they are performed at a diminished level, the district cannot function effectively. Every day, these workers deliver essential services that residents and visitors depend on. When trash is not collected, or when a 911 call is not answered, when streets are not maintained, and when public safety systems are not operational, it is because of the workforce. If the workforce is destabilized, the impact will be an immediate and felt across every single ward. There is no contingency plan that replaces the experience, institutional knowledge, and commitment of these employees. The proposed budget includes a pay freeze and fails to provide the funding necessary to support meaningful wage negotiation. Let me be very direct. Without funding, collective bargaining becomes performative rather than meaningful. Workers are being asked to absorb rising costs while the wage remains stagnant. This is not sustainable. These employees are already under significant financial strain. The district's restrictive telework policy, which limits most employees to one day a week, even if positions where additional telework could be effectively utilized, has significantly increased the financial burden on thousands of workers. Employers are now facing higher transportation costs, and the mayor's proposed budget seeks to reduce important supports such as the paid family leave benefits. These combined policies disproportionately impact working families and lower paid employees who are already struggling to keep up with rising costs living in the district. Due to time limitations, of course, I'm happy to pause, or I can continue and provide as provided in my written testimony.
Thank you. We have it. But for the sake of time, we will move to our next
Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Absolutely. Julia Ward.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and members of the council. My name is Julia Ward. I am a Ward 6 resident, a senior staff attorney at Legal Aid DC, and the chair of the Legal Aid DC Union, which is part of the National Organization of Legal Services Workers, UAW Local 2320. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and to explain why access to justice funding and clear funding are essential, not only to our work, but to our livelihoods and to the district residents we serve. Across the 5 unionized organizations that comprise NOLSW in DC, we submitted joint written testimony in support of maintaining clear funding and increasing access to justice funding. We work every day to serve district residents experiencing poverty and systemic injustice. We are attorneys, legal assistants, DC Resource Bridge intake specialists, administrative staff, and more. Legal Aid DC's union alone represents 90 members. More than 2/3 of us live in the district across all 8 wards. Our members are not only highly skilled professionals, but we are deeply rooted in the district community. Our members include immigrants themselves, multi-generational Washingtonians, and community members with lived experience in poverty who bring these perspectives to their work every day. Access to justice and clear funding are fundamental to our work. At Legal Aid, ATJ funding supports eviction defense, family law and domestic violence representation, public benefits advocacy, consumer protection representation, immigrant defense, and more. It sustains Legal Aid DC's core services. Clear funding supports our efforts in defending immigrant neighbors at a time of unprecedented hostility and rapidly changing federal policies. The mayor's proposed budget would cut ATJ funding by approximately 85%. That single decision would be devastating to us. ATJ makes up roughly 1/3 of Legal Aid DC's total budget. Clear funding, which was left out of the proposed budget entirely, must at minimum be maintained at its current level. These are not abstract numbers. ATJ and Clear directly fund our jobs. Cuts of this magnitude would result in widespread layoffs and the dismantling of legal protections for tenants, immigrants, and survivors of violence, precisely when the need for these services is growing. We respectfully urge the council to reject these harmful cuts and to restore full funding for access to justice and Clear. Supporting these programs means protecting workers, supporting unionized labor, preserving critical services, and standing with the most vulnerable residents of the district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Gentle and Ms. Chauvin, how many residents are served at Woodley House and Jordan House? If you could hit the microphone.
Each year, I think it's over 300 or 350 on average between the two
Or
programs.
which one?
Between the two programs.
Between, do you have the current population?
So we can only serve 8 at a time, at any given time. So we each serve between, well, we serve like 150, and I think Jordan House maybe serves a little bit more, maybe 161. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Per year.
And you're saying you can only serve 8 at a time?
At a time.
That's the capacity of the facility.
Right, and
And
that's
is that
also the
8?
regulations. That's also the regulation. There can't be more than 8. The maximum is 8
So
residents.
do
at a
both
time.
of those facilities currently have 8
Yes.
individuals?
So 8 at Jordan House, 8 at Crossing.
Oh, as of today?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, we each have 8. Sorry.
You know, I know my colleague, Councilmember Henderson, is laser focused on this and the Committee on Health. I would just say publicly that I am skeptical of DBH's ability to bring all of these services in-house, and it is certainly something we're looking at. But I think your testimony is compelling in the sense that it speaks to the consequences if we don't have resources to meet these residents and the most severe needs. It seems like you were going to jump in there.
Oh, no, just
Okay.
agreeing. And also too, like we said, with their plan with the new 35 K Street location, I know during the performance oversight hearing, they had even
It doesn't exist.
created the plans for the design with DGS
Yes.
just yet, but our contracts are set to be eliminated October 1.
Yeah. Thank you for your testimony. It is something we are working on, and it's really urgent.
Thank you.
I wanted to come quickly, and I know we have a lot of people, so I'm not going to belabor the point. But on the cuts to ATJ and Clear, the 30 for ATJ, or access to justice, cutting from 31 million to about 4.5 million. Do you have a translation to what that might mean in terms of residents served? And it's fine if not, but.
I don't have that information in front of me right now. I do know that my colleague is testifying later, and so I can flag that for her, and hopefully she'll be able to testify to that number exactly. I'm obviously testifying on behalf of our union, but our union does echo all of the sentiments that Legal Aid DC has submitted on this point as well. But we can also make sure that we're getting those numbers to you in writing.
Very clear. And then Clear, you were on Clear, you were clear about the 3.5 million benchmark, like at a minimum, that is what you're proposing. Is there a minimum you would say the council should fund access to justice?
I think at minimum, we would like to maintain it at the funding that it
I knew
had
you were going to
been.
say that.
Yes.
I just want to keep in mind, we have to make choices. So while I know we want to shoot high, it does help us when we're having to make choices and trade-offs to just have insight. So if you can follow up, if there is a baseline that you think might maintain services for folk, that would be helpful.
Yes, of course.
Awesome. And then Ms. Blackman, I want to thank you for your testimony. Similarly, taking care of our workers is paramount, and I know that is something we're actively looking at. Last but certainly not least, Mr. Jones, you talked about the net zero and the BEPS delay and making sure that we keep those proposals in the budget as a means of supporting business. I don't want to get ahead of my colleagues, but I can say that your feedback is well taken, and I believe it aligns with some of the conversations that we have as a council have had in an effort to keep making progress and support our business community. With that, I'm going to move to our next panel, but I really appreciate your testimony. And Mr. Jones, again, if you can submit your written testimony, that would be helpful. Next, we have Dr. Kofi Anuma, First Vice President, AFG Local 2725, in person. Joseph Alexander, DC Department of Corrections Labor Committee. Kimberly Harrington. Shira Markoff, Director of Economic Policy at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. She's a person. It's virtual. Trying to go more than 4 at a time. Okay, I'll just stop there. All right. Why don't you begin with your testimony? Dr. Anuma.
Chairman Parker, members of the Committee of the Whole and staff, my name is Dr. Kofi Onuma. I'm the First Vice President of AFGE Local 2725. I come before you on behalf of union members, our coalition partners, and 10,000 district workers in Comp 1 and Comp 2, as well as district residents who depend on our labor. I'll be brief on compensation because my president and many of my coalition partners will speak to it in further detail. But I do want to say this. The $127 million removed during active negotiations with over 10,000 workers is not good faith bargaining. And when you combine it with roughly $2 billion in reserves, it raises a simple question. What are we prioritizing? What I want to focus on is what this budget means for people's everyday lives. Let's start with paid family medical leave. The proposal to remove grandparents and siblings, that's just not a good policy. It's a dangerous value statement because many communities, especially Black and brown communities, intergenerational care is not optional. It is survival. Grandparents raised children when systems failed and institutions attacked us. Siblings step in when parents are absent, incarcerated, gone, or just unable. So whether this harm is intentional or not, the impact is real. When you remove grandparents and siblings, you are saying those types of families don't count. And we simply cannot accept that. And let's ground this in who we are talking about. These are the same workers who showed up during COVID, when the risk was real and the outcome was uncertain. We showed up through crisis, through recovery, and through everyday service. And we showed up again on January 29th, 2025, when the Black Hawk helicopter and the American airline flight 5342 collided over the Potomac River, taking 67 lives. Workers from several DC agencies, including DC Health, responded. We showed up to pick up the pieces and support grieving families. That is public service. Now let's talk about telework. The proposal to cap telework at 1 day per week is not grounded in modern reality. We are not in 1979. Work has changed. Workers are productive. We save time. We save money. Telework improves quality of life. In many cases, we are doing more with less because we're not losing hours commuting. And in this economy, telework is not a luxury. It is a workforce stability tool. So when we reduce compensation, limit workers who counts, and rolls back family, we are increasing pressure on the people who are already carrying the city. And here's the part we have to be honest about.
The government sets the rules, it sets compensation, it directs work, and workers cannot, by law, strike. So when resources are removed during negotiation, workers have limited recourse. And if this were any other relationship, the other side controls the resources and set the rules and shapes the outcomes, we would call that relationship inequitable, because it is. So with closing, these budgets are moral documents. It tells us who matters.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I appreciate the hard stop there. I appreciate it. There are some people that just kind of blow through the bill. No, thank you for your testimony. I will have some questions for you. Next, we have Joseph Alexander.
Chairman and members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Joseph Alexander, and I serve as the chairman of the Fraternal Order of Police Labor Committee for the DC Department of Corrections. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the men and women of the DC Department of Corrections, including our officers, case managers, maintenance staff, records personnel, and time and attendance staff who show up every single day to keep our facilities safe, secure, and operating. I want to speak to you directly and honestly. The proposed pay freeze is not just a budget decision. It is the decision that will be felt inside our facilities and our housing units and the people who are already carrying the weight of the system that is stretched thin. Right now, our workforce is exhausted. Officers are working long hours, being held over for overtime, and returning to work with little to no recovery. Staffing shortages continue to put pressure on every post. And despite these challenges, our members continue to perform their duties with professionalism and commitment. However, there's a real cost to operating under these conditions. Fatigue increases, morale declines, and the environment becomes more dangerous. We're already seeing the consequences. Incidents are becoming more serious, and violence inside our facilities is increasing. In one incident, an officer was viciously stabbed while simply performing his duties. That is not something that anyone should accept as part of their job. Yet it is the reality the men and women of the DC Department of Corrections face. Even with the reality, they continue to report to duty, stay in their posts, and support one another while serving the district. When those same employees hear that a pay freeze is being proposed, it does not come across as a simple financial measure. It feels like the workforce, they're at risk, and their sacrifice are not being fully recognized. We are already facing challenges with recruitment and retention, and we are losing experienced employees at a time when we need them most. A pay freeze will only make that situation worse by increasing vacancies, placing more strain on the workforce, and then creating even greater risk within our facilities. This issue goes beyond compensation. It's about maintaining a stable, capable working workforce that can safely perform the responsibilities required of them. The men and women of the DC Department of Corrections are not asking for anything unreasonable. They are asking for fair compensation that reflects the reality of their work and the risks they take every day. They are asking for value in a way that matches the responsibility they carry. As chairman, I speak with our members regularly. I hear their concerns and I see the impact this job has on their families and them. They take pride in their work and remain committed to serving the district, but they also need to know that their efforts are recognized and supported. I respectfully urge this council to reject the proposed pay freeze and prioritize the meaningful cost of living increases. Investing in our workforce is essential to maintaining safety, stability, and effective operation of our system. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Kimberly Harrington.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and committee staff. My name is Kimberly Harrington. I'm a longtime DC resident in Ward 4 and 20-year employee of DC government. I'm a clinical social worker and a member and delegate of 1199 SEIU United Healthcare Workers East. I work for Department of Behavioral Health School Behavioral Health Program, and I'm placed at Stuart Hobson Middle School in Ward 6, where I've worked for 10 years. I am here today regarding Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 27 budget, which includes pay freezes. This will negatively affect DC's workforce to include social workers who provide vital services to our city's children. At a time when more and more people cannot afford daily expenses, eliminating the overdue pay raises for DC's workforce will inevitably lead people to choose to leave DC government employment. One aspect of my job, our school's mental health team started a youth mental health ambassadors club this year. Yesterday, we took 9 of our male ambassadors to a field trip at the Russell Senate building to listen to a congressional briefing on boys and men's mental health. We learned that while boys and men account for 80% of deaths by suicide, they account for only 20% of people who contact 988 and the crisis text line. It is public health crises like this that are addressed by DBH clinicians providing school-based therapy and mental health education. City leaders at all levels and areas continue to act and express that life is normal, just a little difficult these days. That is manifestly untrue. The District of Columbia continues to be under occupation by the United States military. Our neighbors continue to be harassed and disappeared by the alphabet of federal agents, assisted by the Metropolitan Police Department, and we continue to face a public health crisis of youth suicide. DC Council has the opportunity to ensure that DC workers will receive pay raises they work hard for, and by doing so, provide stable workforce for the city. This will ensure that the children and families of our city continue to receive the services they need to support their well-being and mental health. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Shira Markov.
Councilmember Parker and committee staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Shira Markov, and I'm the Director of Economic Policy at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. For years, DC lawmakers have chosen to heavily invest the district's limited resources in tax breaks and subsidies for developers and corporations, claiming all residents will benefit through more economic growth and jobs. Yet years of trickle-down economic strategies have not trickled down to DC's lowest income residents. DC has the highest inequality rate in the country, a climbing child poverty rate, and stark racial disparities. With DC facing a challenging economic and fiscal environment, Mayor Bowser's budget proposal doubles down on the same failed strategies. DC can't afford another budget that squanders millions on top-down expenditures while not investing in workers, children, and the most vulnerable residents. My testimony highlights opportunities for the council to redirect funds from inefficient tax breaks towards proven programs. Unless we address economic disparities in DC, many residents will continue to be unable to afford the cost of living and need income supports to make ends meet. To tackle these disparities, economic development investments need to foster inclusive growth with a focus on growing workers, families, and small businesses' income. Instead, the mayor continues to bank on disproven trickle-down strategies to grow DC's economy, like subsidies for sports teams, even though research shows that they don't drive significant local growth, and sinking more resources into unproven tax abatement programs without third-party evaluations demonstrating that these incentives aren't just subsidizing activity that would have happened regardless. The mayor's budget also undermines existing programs that help address racial disparities. For example, she would cut DC workers off from accessing universal paid leave benefits if they or a loved one has a serious medical condition in FY27, even though data shows that Black workers disproportionately use these types of leave. The mayor would also strip first source requirements from Office to Anything, a program that so far has had no take-up. Instead of admitting that this program is ineffective and redirecting funds, the mayor wants to change program rules to entice take-up at the expense of DC workers. DCFPI identified $191 million in foregone revenue over the financial plan for the growth strategy, including tax abatements and reductions in business fees. For example, the proposed business fee reductions would mostly be too small to impact businesses' bottom lines, but will cost DC $12 million. Eliminating this inefficient spending, as identified in my written testimony, could free up money for proven programs. I'll conclude by saying that there's a stark contrast between the minimal vetting that goes into the millions expended on tax abatements, while programs with extensive research evidence like paid leave and the Pay Equity Fund are being cut. With DC needing every bit of spare money to plug budget holes, I urge the council to apply strict scrutiny to all of the spending under the mayor's growth strategy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. A few quick questions. Mr. Alexander, what is the staffing currently at the corrections facility?
As far as
if you could.
Are you talking uniform or non-uniform?
Let's say both. And I'm asking because in your testimony, you make the point that foregoing these increases will worsen staffing. And so I'm just curious where staffing is today.
Uniform and non-uniform, approximately 800.
Let me ask differently. How many vacancies are there?
It's about 15%.
Okay. And I think the point is taken that foregoing these increases will have an impact. And so that's why I'm asking.
Right.
Dr. Anuma, I wanted to come to you you pushed back on some of the proposed changes to the leave policy for government workers. One of the agencies that my committee oversees would say that workers currently can call out an hour before their shift and request leave and/or go on leave, which makes it really difficult to plan and operate. One of the changes being proposed would require 180 days of continuous district service in order to be eligible for this leave. Can you just speak to that? Because it seems reasonable to me that in a high need agency, we would want workers to have a little bit more than an hour of notice, or to give more than an hour notice that they may be out for the next 3 months, for instance.
I wish people could predict when they're going to have a catastrophic injury. I fell off my bike a couple of years ago, broke my shoulder, broke my wrist, ended up in PT for a extensive period of time. I didn't have that on my calendar. It wasn't on my bingo card. So needing to call out sometimes an hour before is something that we just cannot plan for. So it should stay. It shouldn't be tinkered with because what you're doing is suggesting that we can imagine that we have insight into how our health is going to come into peril at any second.
Okay, that's fair. And then on telework.
Sure.
It's my understanding that the policy is more so extended to independent agencies, this 1 day a week telework. What I take from your testimony is that I'm assuming there should be, are you suggesting it should revert back to full telework for all government workers or just those in independent agencies?
I'm suggesting that I'm sure there's going to be a bevy of opinions here, but I know that when we had 2 days of telework, and I've been very vocal about this outside of this council, that was a more of a balanced approach. If you break in the week out into 20%, you got 60% where we're in office, and then you have 40% when we're able to go to work in our pajamas, essentially from our computer. And we're saving time because we're not commuting back and forth up the Beltway to wherever we have to go to do these things. And we end up working longer oftentimes because we are starting earlier, we're taking less breaks, and we're finishing those last things at the end of the day that we often would close our laptops when we're in the office and leave. So the 1 day is restrictive, and I would echo what Lee Blackman said. It is the least amount that we can do. We can do a whole lot better, especially in this economy where gas is $5 almost a gallon. Six. It's insane. Like we have to do something to balance our budget and stop treating the employees.
But I just want to make sure you're advocating for all government workers to have those 2 days.
I would advocate for the people under my purview.
Understood.
To have a minimum of 2 days.
Okay, thank you. And then for our friends at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, I think your points are well taken. We've heard from several others, and I appreciate the focus on data. One thing I would just flag, I noticed you had in your materials the supermarket tax incentive expansion, which I believe is being used to ideally expand food services east of the river. And so while it's framed as a corporate benefit, some might argue it's needed in order to secure a grocery store east of the river. What might you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the framing. I know that's the intention of the incentive. I mean, what we've seen is this credit has been in place for years, and we still have a lot of people who don't have access to grocery stores east of the river. And so I think what we're trying to say is, instead of putting more money towards this and changing the rules, we need to really rethink what we're doing. We absolutely believe this is important, that we need to make sure there's adequate grocery access east of the river. But to just sort of throw more money at it without like actually figuring out if what we're doing is addressing the problem doesn't make sense. I think what we need to do is really listen to the community and overhaul this in a way that actually makes sense and truly brings sustainable options to east of the river.
Thank you for that. And I agree with you in many ways. We'll leave it there for the sake of time, and we'll go to our next panel. Thank you. Next, we have Sagut Malis, Executive Director, Community Services Agency of the Metropolitan Washington Council, AFL-CIO. Apologies if I mispronounced your name. Say it again. Sick. Okay. East Peterson Trullo, Organizing Director, DC Jobs for Justice. Abi Shakur, Coalition Manager, DC Community Wealthbuilders. Arthur Slade, Vice President of Ask Me, Local 2743. Carolyn Pryor, Director of Policy and Power Building at Empower Ed. I'm sorry, we are going to do a switch while you are testifying, but Sig, you can proceed with your testimony.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Sig Malis. I am a Ward 5 resident, and I'm testifying today as the Executive Director of the Community Services Agency of the Metropolitan Washington Council, AFL-CIO. At CSA, we work to empower working families to make their communities better places to live, work, raise their families, and retire. Some of our programs include an emergency assistance fund for workers experiencing economic hardship, workforce development programs, and trainings. We help hundreds of union workers, DC residents, and their families navigate some of the most challenging days of their lives. And having fully funded social safety net programs helps keep DC workers and their families in their homes, the lights on, food in the fridge, and have access to opportunities for economic advancement. I am deeply concerned with the mayor's proposed local budget that cuts millions and millions of dollars from our social safety net programs while simultaneously increasing the police budget. Adding more and more police to our streets is a line from the current federal administration's playbook, and it makes DC less safe for DC residents, especially Black and Brown residents, people who are immigrants, our youth, and historically marginalized communities. The grossly inflated MPD budget, as proposed with the increase, must be cut, and those funds should be used for essential programs that actually keep DC residents safe. We also need a wealth tax so that the wealthiest residents pay their fair share. More than any other bill, workers who come to CSA for help are seeking rental assistance, and I strongly urge you all to restore and expand funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. At a time when DC is experiencing one of the highest unemployment rates in the country, this budget does not adequately address the challenges faced by DC working families today and in the months to come. Today, the cost of living is too high. Today, thousands of residents are struggling to access housing, pay their bills, afford healthcare, transportation, and the list goes on. So I urge you to invest in the residents of DC and restore the child tax credit, make the earned income tax credit whole, restore funding for the Pay Equity Fund, increase funding for housing vouchers and programs and aimed at homelessness prevention, make no cuts and keep the DC paid family leave program, fully fund raises in union workers' collective bargaining agreements, fully fund the AOG's budget for workplace rights and domestic worker grant programs, fully fund access to justice grants, protect food assistance for those who are at risk of losing their SNAP benefits amongst the federal program changes, make Metrobus free, because you know what good is a job, a training program, healthcare, enjoying a city park if you can't afford to get there. CSA is a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition and supports their recommendations as outlined in their FY27 budget platform. Mayor Bowser's budget, as proposed for FY27, is a moral failure. It's committing policy violence to DC residents and does not protect the most vulnerable populations of our communities and working people, or adequately fund necessary programs that make it possible for us to survive and thrive in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. East Peterson Trujillo. Apologies for me.
All good, I'll say it. Chairman Mendelson, my name is East Peterson Trujillo, and I'm a Ward 4 resident and the interim organizing director at DC Jobs with Justice. To call Mayor Bowser's FY27 budget an attack on low-income and working people is a vast understatement. This budget cuts services and opportunities for working people at every turn. Access to justice over the past 2 decades has provided crucial legal services to low and moderate income residents on housing, family law, domestic violence, economic security, public benefits, education, consumer protection, employment, and more. DC Jobs with Justice has the pleasure of conducting outreach to tenants facing eviction, communicating their rights, and supporting them in accessing legal resources under these grants. Chairman Mendelson, you have invested in access to justice in past budgets, and we are grateful for that support. And this year, we encourage the same and a council-wide effort to restore funding. The council must also restore the outreach grant cuts for the OAG, which are the only program of their kind. Both of these grants should be restored fully within the Judiciary Committee by repurposing the $89 million in new MPD funds. Fund access to justice at $31.8 million and OAG worker and domestic worker outreach grants at $1.1 million. Over the past year, we've brought you the stories of thousands of Alliance Healthcare patients who lost their coverage. Our total ask for Alliance Healthcare restoration is at least $54.9 million to remove the moratorium on new enrollees and bring the eligibility up to 215% of the federal poverty level. This also includes restoring medical care, including specialty care and non-emergency transportation for all adults. Council must also restore DC's paid family leave program, which grants workers paid time away from work to heal and care for themselves and their families. The mayor's proposed changes eliminate medical and family leave benefits for FY27, permanently cap the maximum weekly benefit at $1,000, and permanently reduce benefit length. Council must reverse these changes and restore full benefits, which have already been paid for by an employer tax. Much like with paid family leave, the mayor swept the funds from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, which are dedicated to go to low and middle income Washingtonians to provide free energy efficiency upgrades to their homes and should be restored with at least $10 million. To fund all of these programs, additional revenue is needed. We urge the council not to shy away from taxing DC's wealthiest community members who benefit from the incredible city we have because of working people who operate our trains, work in restaurants, teach our children, care for our sick, keep DC clean, construct buildings, and more. DC's wealthiest residents pay a smaller share of their income in taxes, and wealthy people just received a huge tax break from the federal government. DC Council should create taxes to adequately tax investment income and inherited wealth, including a wealth proceeds tax, income taxes on the highest DC earners, and capital gains tax changes. To make business taxes more fair, Council should implement a business activity tax, and Council should also consider a land value tax to create a dedicated revenue source for WMATA.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Thank you for your testimony. I understand Sam Bonar is testifying for Abu Shakur.
Yes, hello, thank you. Yeah, we switched earlier, but appreciate you being flexible. I just submitted my longer testimony, but I'm going to try and do a shorter version here now. So thank you, Chairman. Sam Bonner, again, testifying on behalf of Community Wealthbuilders, grassroots volunteer coalition, building locally rooted wealth, community ownership, and an economic development strategy that is about local financial infrastructure and not just corporate incentives. We're asking for 2 high-level things. One would be a dedicated FTE. We've made asks at a couple different places, but I think the CFO makes a lot of sense, but also the city administrator's office to do the interagency coordination to move forward from the studies of the public bank and the land bank that the city did in 2020. Working across the different agencies that might be involved or that might be a starter version of it. Secondly, as we spoke at the CFO hearing, I think it would be great to have a BSA subtitle, giving the mayor clear legal authority to direct those agencies to design and begin to plan and even organize what it might look like, as well as to implement the suggestions in the study that could be started without any legislative things. So again, not another study that goes nowhere, but an actual plan and proposals to move forward for whatever legislative changes aren't needed. To take a step back, though, DC's economic development strategy keeps coming back to the same attract and retain motto, right? Begging corporations to locate here, trying to protect them with tax breaks, counting the jobs that they're ribbon cutting and calling it a success. But we don't really follow through when they break their promises. And a lot of projects, when you do the cost per job, don't actually make it seem like it's a good deal for the public. Corporate incentives are fragile. They fuel inequality, which is bad for the economy. And they breed resentment in communities that absorb the disruption without seeing the benefits. The alternative is infrastructure, financial infrastructure, rooted locally that the city actually owns and that the community owns. DGS did a study of all of our vacant land, and a land bank with a real disposition authority that gets all these properties, $3.5 billion worth of assessments, which they did, and that was at least the numbers back then. It would be great to get those properties back on the tax rolls faster and through a process that's more transparent than the 12 to 38 months that it usually takes. Public bank, we already talked about, we manage tons of money. We buy, we pay for other people to buy our debt service or to buy our debt. And we might save a lot of money by creating financial infrastructure that makes it so we can buy some of our own municipal bonds. And even if we didn't, the Bank of North Dakota, which has been operating for 100 years, reports 192 million in net income back in 2023. This stuff works, and given that the federal government is pulling back and we have all these vulnerabilities, we really think it's a necessity to start to invest in this future forward financial infrastructure. So we're hoping for an FTE and a BSA.
Mr. Bernard, I'm going to have to cut you off.
No worries.
Thank you, though. Arthur Slade.
Good afternoon, Council Chair Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Arthur Slade, Vice President of AFSCME Local 2743. And today I'm here to advocate for union members and request that the council keep intact the Paid Family Leave Act with 320 hours, as well as the definition of grandparents and siblings be included in that legislation. I'm also advocating for the restoration for the FY26 amended budget of $70 million and the FY27 budget of approximately $127 million. That total figure is approximately $197 million that has been budgeted and allocated in previous budgeting cycle. In 1978, the CMPA.
That money's for what?
That money is for the Workforce Investment Fund.
Okay.
Okay. In 1978, the CMPA was designated and declared in the District of Columbia that collective bargaining was in the best interest of the city. And now we've seen attrition in Comp Units 1 and 2, as well as the growth in executive level management within the District of Columbia government. I would also ask that the council audit certain management level employees who received bonuses directly prior to the release of the mayor's proposed budget for FY27. This was prior to the April 10th or April 12th release. Also, I'm also advocating for the union members to have telework days, as mentioned in previous testimony. And some of the city administrators' concerns this morning about independent agencies. We have several union members that are not at independent agencies, and we're looking to expand that to 2 days a week because, as the mayor has previously said, Vision Zero was designed to control the pollution levels within the District of Columbia. And I think that that will be helpful into ensuring that we have telework capabilities as well as minimizing costs for workers within the district with car fees, taxes for parking, and things of that nature. I also want to bring to light some of the city administrators' comments about the liquidity issues coming out of the pandemic. And I would like to note that $2.4 billion was approximately allocated to the ARP plan from the Biden administration. And there now has been 60 days of liquidity issues that you brought up earlier that typically we exceeded that, but now we're down to 60 days and we were able to previously borrow funds on a short-term basis until the revenue projections were filled with the District of Columbia tax gains. And I would just hope that the council would take into consideration the overall impact that this is going to have on district residents who work with the District of Columbia and our property tax owners. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. And I do have a copy of your statement. Caroline Pryor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Caroline Pryor. I'm Director of Policy and Power Building at EmpowerEd. We come to testify before the council today in solidarity and coalition with those who fight for the city, the Fair Budget Coalition, the Under 3 DC Coalition, the Youth Power and Safety Collective, and more. We could not have predicted in full all the ways this past year would test DC. We expected a federal occupation, but it came swiftly and brutally. We expected to be under a hostile federal microscope, but it brought with it a broader culture of fear and preemptive compliance than we anticipated. Last year, facing a recession and hate-filled federal directives, you were asked to budget for the unexpected. How well did last year's budget shelter DC's residents? How did it enable or allow the federal government to profit and police over people? What lessons are we taking from that experience? This year, our schools have seen students criminalized and harassed by local and federal law enforcement, have had to stretch budgets to cover greater needs, been forced to hold students, educators, and families alike through great trauma. We've seen families fleeing, teachers desperately organizing mutual aid and pro bono access, social safety net shrinking, and against all odds, we've also seen students in schools thrive and build communities of joy, learning, and care. But that takes time, energy, and resources that the mayor's FY27 proposed budget depletes further. Instead, how can we set ourselves up for success? In addition to the suggestions from young people and the Youth Power and Safety Collective, and in addition to the Fair Budget Coalition's full FY27 platform, EmpowerEd educators are asking you to protect student joy. And I'll also note that my numbers are in my written testimony, but for sake of time, I'm just going to speed through. Now more than ever, we need to expand opportunities for young people as opposed to limiting them, replace and expand the Bridge the Gap Fund for experiential learning, replace funding for DPR cuts, maintain proposed out-of-school time funding levels, and implement youth programming suggestions. Support the educator workforce. The backbone of our education system requires trusted adults and educator professionals whom the budget must not leave behind. Replace and fully fund the pay equity fund, replace the educator wellness grants, implement a targeted educator retention fund, and replace funding for DCPS immigrant educator visa pathways, as well as implementing a professional development fund. Strengthen the ecosystem in school-based services. A whole child approach requires a whole school approach. Reverse the elimination of community and connected school cuts. Strengthen trust by transferring safe passage out of DMPSJ and into OSSI. Undo the cuts to Sunbucks, the alternative school breakfast program, fully fund the childcare subsidy, and protect student mental health with the school-based behavioral health program and CHAMPS. Last year's budget made the decision to kick the can down the road by not raising revenue. Had we implemented the BAT or other progressive revenue raisers 3 years ago, we would not have to contemplate such brutal cuts this year. So we must think of DC's future and make the responsible choice to ask a little more of those who can afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. I think that's everyone for this panel. I do not have questions for any of you. Thank you, though, for your testimony. Gabriela Silva, Senior Program Manager with PAVE. Heidi Ellis, Director, DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition. Kate Croson, Director, Department of Behavioral Health Psychologists Union, Local 3758. Kenyatta Smith. Rachel Feinstein, who is Director of DC Government and Community Relations with the Jewish Community Relations Council. Farah Fossey, who is Community Development Director with Empower DC. I'm going to call Erin Larkin. If she's here, we'll pass next panel. So we'll stop with Farah Fossey. Ms. Silva, you're first.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee staff. My name is Gabriela Silva, and I'm the Senior Program Manager at PAVE and a Ward 2 resident. Today, 4 members of the DC community sit before you. If we replace this panel with 4 DC students, only 1 would be on grade level in math. If someone stepped away from that panel, only 1 would be on grade level for literacy. Let that sink in. For every group of children you meet, only 1 out of 3 is on grade level in literacy, and only 1 out of 4 is on grade level for math. So what do we do about this? Well, luckily, we don't have to invent the wheel. We know what works, and now we just have to fund it. and in some cases, it's free. Today, I'll highlight the key investments that are backed by research, which PAVE parent leaders have advocated for tirelessly this budget season. The data is clear. Research shows that HIT is one of the most effective ways to improve student achievement, improving DC students' math and reading proficiency, as well as their attendance. We're grateful to see the mayor's proposed FY27 budget includes $3 million for HIT, and we're asking the council to maintain this investment. In addition to supporting academic achievement through tutoring, we need to make sure our students receive the best possible instruction in the classroom. This is achieved through ongoing professional development for educators and instructional best practices, such as the science of reading. We know what works to support teachers in providing high-quality, evidence-based instruction, and we already have programs like the DCPS Reading Clinic and the Letters Training at Friendship Public Charter Schools that are doing the work and have seen results. What we need now is the funding to implement the recommendations of the early literacy and math task forces and to expand the programs that are making differences so that all teachers across both DCPS and the charter sector have access to ongoing professional development so they can provide the best possible instruction. We must demonstrate our commitment to ensuring a strong curriculum is used in every classroom by increasing transparency around where high-quality instructional materials, HQIM, are being used across the district. PAVE parent leaders are asking the council to update the implementation of the Early Literacy Education Task Force Recommendations Act to require OSSI to collect and publish data on literacy curriculum used by each LEA for all grades K through 12, indicating which curricula meet their standards for high-quality instructional materials. They are also asking the council to create similar legislation to implement the Math Task Force's recommendations that all LEAs adopt HQIM for math courses in all grades K through 12, requiring OSSI to collect and publish data on the curricula used by LEAs and whether or not they meet the standards for HQIM. OSSI's reporting should be easily accessible to the public so families can use this information as they decide which school to choose for their children. This is a no-cost ask that will make a big difference for our kids as we ensure that all students are being taught with high-quality evidence-based curriculum. PAVE parent leaders have students in both DCPS and DC public charter schools, and they were concerned to learn that in the proposed budget, charter schools were receiving approximately $2,000 less per student than their peers at DCPS. Parents want to know that wherever their children go to school, they have the resources to thrive. This requires equitable funding across sector, closing the gaps between DCPS and DC public charter schools to ensure all students have access to the funding that their schools need to thrive. PAVE parent leaders were also deeply concerned about their drastic cuts to the school-based mental health program, and I'm looking at the time so you can refer to their feelings on that in my written testimony. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Silva, and good to see you again. Heidi Ellis, who is at the table.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, Chairman and committee staff. My name is Heidi Ellis. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm here on behalf of the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, a group of 20+ LGBTQ+ led and serving organizations and individuals working to advocate for better policies and investments for queer residents of DC. Today I'm here because the mayor's proposed FY27 budget is not simply a fiscal document. It is a statement about who the city believes deserves safety, dignity, housing, healthcare, and opportunity. Across the country, we are witnessing coordinated attacks on LGBTQ people, particularly transgender and gender expansive people, through efforts to strip access to healthcare, restrict employment protections, erase identity from schools and public life, and dismantle diversity and equity initiatives. In this moment, Washington, D.C. has an opportunity and a responsibility to lead. Our coalition submitted a detailed priority letter, but today I want to highlight some key areas of focus that require urgent action from the council. Around housing and youth homelessness, the proposed cuts to the youth homelessness system are deeply concerning. The FY27 budget reduces funding for extended transitional housing and transitional housing programs by more than $2.2 million combined, eliminating at least 28 youth housing beds in a system that's already operating at capacity. We are especially concerned about the impact on LGBTQ-specific programs operated by organizations like SMILE and the Wanda Alston Foundation, as LGBTQ youth represent 37% of unhoused youth ages 18 to 24 in DC, according to the point-in-time count. We are asking the council to restore the funding for extended transitional housing and transitional housing programs, protect LGBTQ-specific housing beds, and affirm housing providers from disproportionate reductions. Prevent the loss of these 28 beds and ensure DHS provides transparency and contingency planning regarding how these proposed reductions would impact youth housing, youth trying to access housing. Lastly, I'll just close, and I've submitted my testimony, but I'll close with the major thing that we're asking for. After the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs was consolidated, we lost over $600,000 in grant dedicated grants for the queer community. We are asking to establish a fund so that does not allow major dedicated dollars to be cut just by the stroke of a pen by whoever is in charge. We want to establish a private-public partnership with an organization like the Greater Washington Community Foundation to protect these dollars and also have the ability to build on these dollars over the years.
Thank you. And be sure to give us a copy of your statement.
Yeah, I submitted it.
Okay, good. Kate Croson, who is online.
Hello. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Kate Croson. I'm representing concerns of the DBH Psychologists Union. I've been a clinical psychologist working in the public sector in DC for over 15 years. The current 2027 proposed budget does not allow for necessary increases in the salary for our psychologists employed by the district to ensure that we're able to compete with comparable facilities in the DMV area and the federal government. This non-competitive salary has been identified by DBH leadership as a significant issue in our ability to recruit well-trained psychologists and maintain our current experienced psychologists. The union has collected data to compare the salaries, which have shown that DBH significantly underpays their psychologists by tens of thousands of dollars a year compared to other jobs in the area. Specifically, a DBH psychologist's maximum salary is several $1,000s lower than many starting salaries at federal government agencies or neighboring state government positions. The psychology union covers clinical, forensic, neuropsychologists that work throughout DC public schools, DC courts, outpatient centers, the DC jail, and St. Elizabeth's Hospital. The hospital psychology department's vacancy rate is currently the highest it's been in the last decade. Currently, St. Elizabeth's has a third of their psychology positions vacant, and that's been the case for over 2 years now. That means less people to provide treatment, assess safety risks, carry out necessary evaluations, create behavior plans, promote staff and patient safety. The current psychologists still have to complete all the tasks necessary for the safety and security of the patients and the community, yet with fewer psychologists doing the work and creating a cycle of delay and burnout. Despite our high staff vacancies, mental health treatment needs in the district and the admissions in the hospitals are only increasing. Nationwide and in DC, the need for competency evaluations have increased every year. Competency evaluations are used by the criminal court to determine if an individual is able to proceed in their legal situation. The district has a wait list for individuals to be transferred to the hospital, which to be able to undergo competency evaluations, which places significant pressure on psychologists across the district because psychologists are the sole providers of competency evaluations in the DC court, the DC jail systems, and the majority of providers for competency evaluations in outpatient and inpatient programs. Along with this competency crisis and the waitlist from the DC jail, there's a trickle-down effect impacting mental health consumers in the district who are not involved in the legal system. Patients remain at local hospitals that are only meant to be short-term. Bed space that used to be reserved for civil admissions coming from these neighboring hospitals is now being reallocated to make space for pretrial individuals. This increases the length of time consumers remain on a wait list, which decreases bed space at other hospitals and their ability to serve community members in acute psychiatric crisis. So this lack of space also puts a burden on the community, families, and providers. I see I'm out of time.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Kenyatta Smith. Rachel Feinstein.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff. I'm a Ward 6 resident and Director of DC Government and Community Relations with the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. We work with over 100 Jewish organizations in our region, including nearly 20 in the district alone, and we advocate on many issues such as supporting the Pay Equity Fund, advocating for more affordable housing, and for legal representation of those most vulnerable in our community, immigrants and refugees. My testimony today will focus on support for reinstating the Safe and Secure DC grant program. The program, which was authorized at $750,000 in FY26, provides critical funding to nonprofits at risk of hate crimes to bolster their security and pay for security personnel. Over the last 2 years, the fund has dispersed about $1.25 million in funds. In FY26, 12 nonprofits received $750,000 in grants, ranging in amounts between $40,000 to a little over $100,000. Over 50 security guards and enhancements to physical security were covered by these funds. This may sound unsettling, but the world we live in today obligates us as a society to invest in these measures. Jewish organizations and nonprofits, such as the Metropolitan AME Church, another grantee, would be unable to run their preschools, host food bank and clothing drives, offer Know Your Rights trainings, and more without adequate security, much of which is funded by the Safe and Secure DC program. This program fills a gap left by the federal program, which intermittently covers costs of security personnel. And a new note, it also provides vital funding for security for nonprofits who are concerned with new terms and conditions that have been placed for the federal nonprofit security grant program. As of April last year, anyone who accepts a federal grant agrees to new terms set by Department of Homeland Security that they must eliminate any DEI or DEIA programming or discriminatory equity ideology. And there are also different interpretations regarding whether grantees would be required to fully cooperate with federal immigration officials. And these terms are simply unacceptable for many DC nonprofits, as is the associated risk of federal enforcement if found to be in violation of these terms. I request on behalf of the DC Jewish community and with all nonprofits at risk of hate crimes to reinstate the Safe and Secure DC grant program, funding it at a minimum of $850,000. That's a $100,000 increase from the $750,000, and it reflects the amount of supplemental funds that were provided by DMPSJ earlier this year. Thanks for your consideration of this request. I know it's a very difficult time for the district, and we want to ensure that our community continue to live fully Jewishly and with pride. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feinstein. Farah Fassi.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Farah Fasse, and I'm the Director of Community Development at Empower DC, a community organizing group focused on racial and economic justice. The budget you received from the mayor, the budget that we as DC residents are being asked to take on, is an attack on low-income and working-class families in DC. We know that it will cause homelessness, displacement, and health equities. Said differently, low-income folks, primarily Black residents and immigrant people of color, will suffer and some will die. This is a choice. Wealthy residents in DC have more money than ever. The Trump tax cuts and the One Big Beautiful Bill transferred wealth upwards. DC can recoup some of that money to ensure the health and safety of residents without impact on these taxpayers. Advocates like me keep hearing that we need to buckle up and be ready for hard choices. The reality is that we've been buckled up. Our airbags have been deployed, oxygen masks are on, all of that. While DC has strong safety net programs, low-income folks are making hard choices every day. In our Access to Justice funded work, we're constantly triaging. Empower DC brings resources to residents in wards 5, 7, and 8 who are facing eviction and displacement to ensure they can get legal services. We never get to even half the people on our list. When we do reach someone, we let them know they can get general legal advice, we can talk through their rights, resources, and options, but they may have to represent themselves in court because there are simply not enough attorneys. We're already stretched thin. Eviction prevention, which is homelessness prevention, through access to justice and emergency rental assistance is critical and doable. DC can care for our communities. We can stem increasing inequality and displacement and reverse cuts to the social safety net, but the council will need to raise new revenue. Pass a wealth proceeds tax. DC significantly undertaxes investment income and inherited wealth, allowing the wealthiest households to pay a smaller effective share of their income. A 2% tax would raise $122 million. Increase marginal income taxes on DC's highest income earners. A millionaire in DC pays nearly the same marginal income tax as a teacher or a nurse. Making these rates both progressive is overdue and straightforward. This could generate $109 million annually while only touching those who can contribute. Create a business activity tax. Many professional service firms profit immensely from being in DC, but they pay little to nothing in business taxes due to a federal loophole where if owners live outside of DC, they don't pay these taxes. This would be more fair to all DC businesses. And create a land value tax. Metro is the only major transportation authority in the country without a dedicated source of revenue. And every year, WMATA has to come here and beg for money or consider service cuts, layoffs, and hikes. A land value tax would tax the land of properties that gain value from high-quality public services, including Metro, near them, returning some of the publicly created value back to the system. Over time, after it becomes implemented, it would raise $505 million annually.
Thank you, Ms. Fasse.
Thank you.
I do not have any questions for you all. Thank you very much for your testimony. Some of you I have seen at other hearings, so I appreciate your testimony again today. Aaron Larkin, who's Director of Access to Justice Unit at the DC Courts. Chris Weiss, who is with the Executive Director of the DC Environmental Network. Aisha Williams, President of AFGE or FG Local 2978. County Gilliam, who is President AFGE Local 2725. All right, we will stop there. Ms. Larkin.
Good afternoon. I'm Erin Larkin. I'm the Director of the DC Courts Access to Justice Unit, and I'm here in support of the Access to Justice Initiative. Every day at the DC Courts, we see people facing evictions, domestic violence, child custody disputes, probate issues, and most of the time, they're facing it alone with no attorney by their side. And that's because in civil cases, unlike in criminal cases, there's no right to an appointed counsel. And so if you can't afford to hire your own lawyer, you go without. For example, in eviction cases in DC, about 88% of tenants go to court without a lawyer, whereas 95% of landlords are represented. In domestic violence cases, child custody cases, divorce, the vast majority of the parties on both sides are going it alone and don't have a lawyer. Every day in court, we see the consequences of the lack of legal representation. People struggle to understand their rights, navigate court procedures, and effectively present their cases in matters that affect their housing, family, safety, and finances. The DC courts are working to make the justice system more accessible to people. In 2023, for example, we created the Access to Justice Unit to reduce barriers and improve access to court services and information. Last year alone, our self-help centers served more than 10,000 unrepresented litigants. We've also expanded efforts to encourage pro bono service, and each year recognize the thousands of lawyers who volunteer their services through the Capital Pro Bono Honor Roll. Recently, the courts authorized a new community justice worker model that will allow legal service organizations to train and supervise trusted community members to help residents with legal matters, expanding help for underserved communities. But the DC courts cannot close the access to justice gap alone. In fact, we're facing extraordinary challenges. Court filings have risen. In fact, last year, filings in Superior Court increased 19% since 2023, and we have had flat funding since 2023. In addition, we have persistent judicial vacancies where 2 out of 9 Court of Appeal seats and 13 of the 62 Superior Court seats remain unfilled. In this environment, the Access to Justice Initiative is more important than ever. By funding legal services for low-income residents in civil, family, domestic violence, and probate cases, it helps close that justice gap. It also supports on-site legal resource centers that provided services to more than 2,500 people last year. Thank you for your continued support of this important work.
Thank you, Ms. Larkin. Chris Weiss.
Good morning or good afternoon, environmental colleagues, Chairperson Mendelson, other council members and staff. My name is Chris Weiss. I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. At the DOEE DCSEU budget hearing, former Councilmember Mary Chase started the hearing with this comment. Again this year, the mayor proposes to sweep funds from the Anacostia River Cleanup and Protection Act and divert funds from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. These are special purpose funds to be used for the purposes the council prescribes. But with the mayor's sweeps and diversions, not only are the important intended benefits lost, but the council intent is thwarted. The public hoodwinked, and we actually wind up losing money. For example, with the SCTF, we stand to lose a significant amount of federal matching funds because we didn't provide our local share. We forsake millions of dollars, and as one person observed, leaving free money on the table is negligence. I would go further. It is reckless and disgraceful. This has to stop. End of quote. Mayor Bowser's cuts to DOE last year were massive at about 24%. This year, the mayor has cut DOE programs another 12%. DOE Director Jackson testified that DOE's FY27 proposed operating budget was $181 million, which, by the way, includes only $17.4 million in local funds. This $181 million is only 0.01425% of the $12.7 billion general fund budget. This $181 million, primarily made up of special purpose revenue funds and federal grants, represents just 0.00853 of the proposed $21.2 billion gross operating budget for the district. The truth is, for the last 3 years, this council has not done enough to support the programs that clean our air and water, restore our tree canopy, and reduce the carbon emissions that are killing our planet. With little exception, the council has chosen not to do this hard work to reverse the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been swept. Our environmental agency has been primarily self-funded with SPRFs, federal grants, and a very limited amount of local funds. When Mayor Bowser raids sustainability programs, she uses it to pay for programs in every council committee. This council has chosen each time, with some exception, to accept the swept funds and not figure out a budget-wide strategy to make our environmental health programs whole again. If the council does not work together this year to restore a meaningful amount of the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been swept by the mayor, far too many of our most important programs will be in danger of disappearing. Thank you very much, and you've got 16 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss, and I have your full statement here. Aisha Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Aisha Williams, and I am president of AFGE Local 2978. I represent bargaining unit employees at the DC Department of Health and the Department of Energy and Environment. I am here today on behalf of my members in opposition to the mayor's removal of funds to the cost of living adjustments in the FY27 proposed budget and financial plan. These proposed cuts directly impact our union and countless public service workers who continuously serve the residents, visitors, and those doing business in the district. Our members perform the essential work that keeps government running every day, delivering critical services and supporting the operations residents depend on. As the backbone of district government, their hard work and expertise ensure agencies function smoothly and public needs are met without interruption. Their work is vital to daily operations and the stability, safety, and well-being of the community. Yet, despite this indispensable role, this proposed budget has turned its back on the very same hardworking people that keep the city going. The mayor's decision is contributing to the dystopian reality many families are already facing. Across the community, people are being forced to make impossible choices between filling their gas tanks and putting food on the table. Wage increases are no longer a luxury. They are a necessity to keep pace with the rising cost of living. In today's economy, it is simply not feasible to live on wages that fail to reflect inflation and the true cost for survival. For these reasons, this budget must be revised to ensure more equitable and effective reallocation of funds that reflects these urgent economic realities. Labor priorities must be considered to guarantee a fair distribution of resources that supports workers and addresses the increasing financial strain on families. Our members deserve a budget that keeps them in mind and doesn't exclude them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. FG Local 2978, what departments is that?
I'm sorry, you said AFG?
What
C, Department of Health and Department of Energy and Environment.
Thank you. Mr. Gilliam?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is County Gilliam. I'm the president of AFG Local 2725. I represent district government employees across multiple agencies who carry out essential frontline operations throughout this government. I want to be clear about what is occurring in this budget. The proposed fiscal year 2027 budget removes $127 million in funding for future pay increases tied to collective bargaining and workforce compensation. That is not a technical adjustment. It is a policy decision that directly impacts approximately 10,000 district government employees covered under Compensations Unit 1 and 2 collective bargaining agreements. These are the employees who inspect buildings, protect public health, investigate dangerous conditions, maintain housing standards, inspect food establishments, protect the environment, and ensure that essential government functions continue to operate every single day. Through this proposed budget, the executive is asking Labor and the council to believe there is not enough money available to support worker compensation. However, that claim does not align with the district's own fiscal realities or the statements made publicly by this administration. During the mayor's budget presentation to the council, she stated that DC is not broke and that the district has approximately $2 billion in reserves. If the district maintains approximately $2 billion in reserves, then the council must ask why frontline district government employees are being required to absorb the burden of budget balancing while those reserve levels remain untouched. At the same time, the district continues to devote substantial funding towards economic development incentives, downtown revitalization initiatives, tax abatements, and other policies intended to stimulate private commercial activity, while workers are simultaneously being told there's no funding available for compensation. We constantly hear concerns that businesses are struggling and that downtown commercial activity must be revitalized. However, what is rarely addressed is why working class district employees and their families are expected to absorb the financial burden of those initiatives. If the district wants business activity to return to pre-pandemic levels, then commercial rental costs for these spaces must also return to pre-pandemic levels. This council must also closely examine the mayor's attempt to legislate a 1 day per week telework mandate through the budget process. That proposal is not only anti-worker, but it also raises serious concerns regarding independent agencies that do not fall under direct mayoral control. I'm gonna have to condense my testimony, but you should have both sections of my testimony. Thank you.
I do, right here in my right hand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gilliam. And Mr. Gilliam, you said your local represents across multiple agencies.
That is correct. I got members at RC, Rental Housing Commission, Department of Health, Department of Energy and Environment, DLCP, and DOB. And I also have DC Housing Authority, but they're an independent government agency.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Alexandra Scott. Gisela Hurtado, who's Senior Program Director of EHS Community Sites at UPO. Sharika Brownlee, Senior Program Director for In-School Sites at UPO. Yanis Martinez, teacher with the United Planning Organization. Alexandra Scott's not here. Deborah Kirsten-Billick, CEO of the Georgetown Bid. Let's begin with you, Ms. Hurtado. Microphone.
Good afternoon, Council Chairman, Chair Mendelson, and member of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Gisela Hurtado, and I am the Senior Program Director for the United Planning Organization, UPO. I am here to urge the Council on behalf of the Black and Black and Brown educators working at UPO Early Learning Centers, whose careers, professional journeys, and livelihoods are at stake. I want to tell you about an educator in one of our centers who embodies the spirit of this workforce. She started as a parent in our program, who dreamed of becoming an educator for infants and toddlers. She worked tirelessly on her goal to obtain her CDA credential, eventually earning a full-time position and working for us. She didn't stop there. She continued her educational journey working full-time while pursuing her associate degree in early childhood at Trinity Washington University, which she obtained in January 2026. Today, she is working full-time while pursuing her bachelor's degree in early childhood education. She is bravely navigating a full-time job, family responsibilities, and classes in the evening, often stealing hours of sleep to complete her assignments. As an educator, she gives her time, energy, and heart to provide a safe, nurturing, and high-quality environment for our youngest residents. This educator is the backbone of the district's workforce. The Pay Equity Fund is what makes her journey possible. If these cuts go through, she stands to lose up to $20,000 in annual supplemental pay, money that she uses to support her family, manage her household expenses, and finance her educational advancement. Removing this fund is not just a budget technicality, it is a direct reversal of the progress we have made in compensating our educators fairly. It is a direct attack on the professional dreams of Black and brown women who have given everything to DC's children. We cannot ask our most vulnerable educators to build our city's future while we tear down their own. I respectfully urge the council to protect these critical investments and prioritize the well-being of children, families, and educators in the district budget decisions, and to restore full funding to the Pay Equity Fund and honor the promise that we made to the educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Tarika Brownlee?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilman Chair Mendelson and members of the committee as a whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jerica Brownlee, and I'm a Senior Program Director at United Planet Organization. I am here today to strongly urge the council to protect the Pay Equity Fund and reject cuts to childcare subsidies in the district's budget for fiscal year 2027. These programs are not optional supports. They are essential investments in children, working families, and the early childhood educators who make it possible for parents to work and our economy to function. Cutting or eliminating the Pay Equity Fund would have devastating consequences for our educators at UPO. The Pay Equity Fund helps address longstanding wage disparities and recognizes the value of this workforce. An educator shared with me that these funds gave her the opportunity to save money. It alleviated the stress of living paycheck to paycheck and allowed her to travel and enjoy personal activities and helped her pay off debt. If the Pay Equity Fund is eliminated, she will no longer have savings for emergencies and she'll be forced to go back to living paycheck to paycheck. Our early educators nurture children during the most critical years of brain development and hold one of the most important jobs in our community. They deserve wages that reflect the importance of their work. Additionally, without these funds, our program faced the reality that many educators may be forced to leave the profession entirely in search of better paying jobs. This would be detrimental to the childcare workforce, leading to classroom closures, longer wait lists, and fewer available childcare slots for families across the district. As a result, children will lose access to safe, stable, high-quality early learning environments that support healthy development and school readiness. The cuts to childcare subsidies would also place enormous financial strain on working families. I know firsthand what it's like to have to spend a significant portion of your income on childcare, which can lead to increased financial stress and limited household budgets. If subsidies are reduced, families may be forced to choose between paying for childcare, their rent, or leaving the workforce altogether. Investing in childcare is an investment in economic stability and the future success of the district because our children are the foundation of our future. The Pay Equity Fund and childcare subsidies strengthen families, support our educators, and ensure children have access to the care and learning opportunities they deserve. I respectfully urge the council to protect these critical investments, prioritize the well-being of our children, families, and educators,
and the district's budget decision. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Brownlee. Yanis Martinez?
Hi, my name is Chelsea Polite. I'm stepping in for Ms. Martinez. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and the members of the council. My name is Chelsea Polite Daniels, and I am an early Head Start teacher with United Planning Organization at our Anacostia Center. My students benefit from the DC Childcare Subsidy Program, and I benefit from DC's Pay Equity Fund. I am here today to urge you to protect childcare subsidy funding and preserve pay equity for early childhood educators. Although neither I nor my son participate in Early Head Start, I understand how essential this program is for families across the district. It gives infants and toddlers from low-income families access to high-quality early education during the most important years of brain development. It helps prepare children academically, socially, and emotionally so they can enter kindergarten ready to learn and succeed. The combination of Early Head Start and DC's Child Care Subsidy Program also provide critical support for families. Many parents rely on childcare so they can work, attend school, and provide for their children. Without it, many families in DC would face impossible choices between earning and living and ensuring their children to receive a strong start. Federal Early Head Start funds cover the most for part of the day, with the DC Child Care Subsidy covering the remainder of the day while parents are at work. I'm also here to speak about how pay equity has changed my life. The pay equity increase has been truly life-changing for my family. Because of this increase, I was able to buy my first home, something that I once thought was out of my reach as an early childhood educator. I'm a mother of a wonderful son who has spina bifida and was born with bilateral club feet. He requires specialized equipment and ongoing therapy to support his mobility and development. Thanks to the pay equity increase, I have been able to afford equipment that insurance would not cover, including his wheelchair, walker, and stander. When my fiance, who is now my husband, lost his job, my increased salary allowed me to carry the majority of our household expenses until he was able to return to work. Without pay equity, we could have lost our home and our financial stability. If this funding is cut and our pay is reduced, it will have devastating consequences for my family, and I will struggle to pay for my son's new medical equipment and therapies. It will become harder to cover our mortgage, utilities, groceries, and transportation, other basic necessities. We may have to be forced to postpone critical care for my son or take on debt just to make ends meet. Cutting pay equity would also hurt the children we serve. Early childhood educators deserve to earn wages that reflect the importance of our work. Reducing our pay will cause many dedicated teachers to leave the field and creating more turnover and instability for young children who need consistent caring relationships. Please protect DC's Child Care Subsidy Program and keep pay equity for early childhood educators. These investments strengthen families, support children, and help educators like me continue doing the work we love. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And give me your name again.
Chelsea Polite Daniels.
Chelsea is your first name, C-H-E-L?
CHELSEA. I was supposed to testify at 1:28, but then Ms. Martinez did not make it, so I stepped in.
And your last name is Daniels?
Polite Daniels is hyphenated, but I think it's on there as just Polite.
P-O-L-I?
P-O-L-I-T-E, like the manner.
Except you're better mannered. Thank you. And Deborah Billick.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and councilmember staff. My name is Deb Curson-Billick, and I'm the CEO of the Georgetown Business Improvement District. Our mission is to partner with the city to keep Georgetown clean, safe, and accessible so that it can continue to be an economic driver for our city. As a result of our work and the work of our partners, Georgetown is the most visited neighborhood in DC with more than 14 million visitors last year alone. Georgetown's visitors come to the neighborhood to shop, to dine, to enjoy its historic charm and character. The dollars spent in Georgetown bring in vital resources that directly support the district. I'm here today to stress the importance of 3 key areas that need continued support in order to maintain Georgetown's success as DC's top retail destination. They are public safety, public works, and transportation. First, public safety is crucial to the vitality of our neighborhoods. The bid strives to keep Georgetown safe through a direct investment in our safety, which has been afforded through the Safe Commercial Corridor Grant Program through the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Disappointingly, this grant was not included in the mayor's budget. I'm urging this council to add it back at the fiscal year 2026 funding levels. This program is both cost-effective and produces measurable improvements that I've shared in my written testimony, which has been submitted for the record. Preserving funding for this program is not only a smart public safety decision, but also a fiscally responsible investment in the economic resilience and safety of Georgetown and the entire district. I hope you will consider restoring the funding. Second, regarding public works, we urge the council to increase funding for trash compactors and rodent-proof trash cans. The current compactor in our district serves 2 bids and cannot handle the more than 100,000 bags of trash that are collected annually between the Golden Triangle and the Georgetown neighborhoods, but it's essential for trash management of our city. As for rodents, which is everyone's favorite topic, this problem can only be managed through containerization of trash. We strongly support transitioning to enclosed rodent-proof trash cans throughout the city, but especially in high-density commercial areas like Georgetown. The bid cares so much about this issue that we have piloted 2 models of enclosed trash cans with significant results, but these cans are expensive and budget support is needed to put more of them on the street. Third, on transportation, strengthening the connection between Georgetown and the rest of the city is a major priority. The bid supports the $92 million bus priority and efficiency allocation in the mayor's DDOT budget, but urges DDOT to extend the crosstown BRT study all the way to Georgetown, not just to RFK, in order to deliver true east-west connectivity for the city. Lastly, we asked for expanded funding and flexibility for the reimbursable maintenance agreement between DDOT and our bids so that bids can deliver a broader range of street services, both for our commercial corridors and perhaps outside of those boundaries as well. In a tight budget year, it's crucial to support the areas that are reliable revenue generators for the city so that the city can continue to invest in itself. We are grateful for the council's partnership, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Billick, and I have your statement here. And remember, if I have any questions, I have a lot of witnesses, so I'm going to pass on questions. Thank you all, though. Maya Martin Cuddigan is a virtual.
Yep.
Sophia Boss Shadi, coalition organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition.
Don't forget about Kenyatta.
Oh, yes. Is he here? Okay. Lisa Rice, who's CEO with Grow Democracy DC. Afeni Evans, who is community organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition. Kenyatta Robinson, who's a member of the board of directors of the DC Bar Foundation. We'll start with, oh no, let me see. I got 4 people there. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll start with Maya Martin Cuddigan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cuddigan, and I'm the founder and executive director of PAVE. I'm also a Ward 4 resident, a 6th-generation Washingtonian, and a mom. This spring, PAVE hosted a series of conversations featuring national leaders around our parent leaders' top policy priority, academics, to hear about work being done across the country to drive student achievement and how DC stacks up. Today, I want to share some highlights from those conversations and our recommendations for how DC can better support all of our students in 4 key areas: literacy, math, workforce development, and AI. Literacy. In literacy, we spoke with the National Parents Union about the READ Act and where DC's policies align with their recommendations. We're seeing gains in student achievement as DC policies are aligned with the science of reading, including requiring teachers to be trained in structured literacy, requiring LEAs to adopt literacy curriculum based on the science of reading, and requiring OSCE to publish an approved list of high-quality instructional materials. Now we need to take the next step of increasing transparency around HQIM. We're asking the council to update the implementation of the Early Literacy Education Task Force Recommendations Act to require OSCE to collect and publish data on literacy curriculum used by each LEA for all grades K through 12, indicating which meet their standards for HQIM. OSCE's reporting should be easily accessible to the public, and this is a no-cost ask that will make a big difference for our kids. Around math, we heard from the Pi Network about state policy, math policy recommendations from their Math Multiplies Working Group, which is made up of representatives from organizations like the National Council on Teacher Quality, TNTP, and DC's own Empower K-12. We need to prioritize making sure that educator professional development and math coaches are in our budget across the education system. We've led the way on high impact tutoring, and we need to make sure we protect that in the budget. And we also need to improve transparency around HQIM and math, similar to our recommendation for literacy. Around workforce, we met with Tennessee SCORE to learn about the work Tennessee is doing around their workforce development that's produced strong outcomes for students and positioned them as a national leader in this area. We learned that the per-student funding for the Advanced Technical Center through the UPSFF that is included in the mayor's FY27 budget is similar to the way that Tennessee invests in career and technical education pathways for their students. This funding is the best practice that we know works and will help put DC on par with other states that are leading the way in preparing students for college and career success. We're asking that the council protect that funding in the budget. On the horizon is AI. We need a coordinated response to AI and the huge changes it's going to create in how our education system operates. In our conversation with the Center on Reinventing Public Education at Arizona State University, we learned that we've got a lot of discrete groups working on AI, but we need a coordinated response that brings all of those different groups together. And so we encourage the council to create a task force around AI in education. According to the just released 2026 Education Recovery Scorecard, DC is one of the few states that's leading the nation in education recovery. So we want to make sure we're doing all the things necessary to keep that progress moving. Thank you to the council for having us here today, and we hope we can continue to count on you in making sure our education works for every single student.
Thank you, Ms. Cadogan. Sophia Boss Shaddy, please.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the DC community for showing up today and being here. My name is Sophia. I'm the coalition organizer at the Fair Budget Coalition and a Ward 6 resident. Last year, the DC Council was not able to pass their budget in front of the community. Organizers directly impacted residents, and the Black folks who happened to be sitting near us were kicked out of this exact hearing room for objecting to the violence being codified into law. As council members voted to pass a budget that would push thousands into homelessness without pathways out, leave tens of thousands without access to healthcare, and so on, we yelled that this budget would kill our neighbors. We told this body that blood would be on their hands. A year later, I sit here and I find myself deeply disturbed by the apparent apathy of this body. As a result of the fiscal year 26 budget, I have attended funerals, memorials, vigils, and wakes of loved ones who fell with no safety net to catch them, or were murdered by federal officers in active collaboration with our local police. I have many asks of this body today. I would ask that we fund any housing vouchers. There are currently 0, and some are even being defunded that currently exist. I would ask that we fund ERAP at $30 million to prevent 7,000 families from entering homelessness with no pathway out. That we save CHAMPS, reverse cuts to behavioral health services, community schools, victim services, TANF, SNAP, out of school time programming, pay equity fund, DPR, access to justice, and more. It's a long list. I will not choose one program to name here today because each one represents a component of the safety net that our community cannot live without. But you and I both know that. The question that weighs on me today is what will it take for this body to act with the urgency that this moment requires? The programs I named are expensive, but we have the money. What we lack is leadership with the political will to subvert the racist wealth hoarding occurring in this district to save our most vulnerable neighbors from harm. Homelessness, police violence, and literal death. How many more funerals will I attend this year, Chairman? Will you be there with us? Will maintaining the comfort of the extremely wealthy have been worth it? To be clear, there are solutions. You've heard them before, but I will repeat them again. Tax wealth through a business activity tax, a land value tax, and tax wealth through capital gains, tax improvements, and/or a wealth proceeds tax. Allocate those funds to key safety net programs. Do not allow a budget to pass with a 15% increase or $88 million to MPD at the expense of our social safety net. Funneling folks into poverty while criminalizing poverty and then funneling money into the police is a choice, and it is a racist one. I ask this body to choose differently. We the people will do everything in our power to reverse these cuts, and my question is, are you there with us? Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Rice.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson. Whoops. Hello, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Lisa D.T. Rice. I'm a native Washingtonian, former ANC Commissioner, Ward 7 resident, and the proposer of Initiative 83. I am also an independent voter, and I'm here to ask you today to fully fund Initiative 83. We are reeling from the Supreme Court's decision to gut the Voting Rights Act and facing a wave of redistricting that will strip millions of Americans of a meaningful right to vote simply because they belong to the wrong party. Nationally, democracy advocates recognize this for the travesty that it is. But a similar travesty is occurring at the local level right here in DC. I and 85,000 other independents am barred from having any meaningful ballot because I don't belong to a political party, even though my taxpayer dollars fund the partisan primaries and the campaigns that exclude me. Chairman Mendelson, I have heard you say independents are not disenfranchised because we can vote in the general election, but that election is usually a foregone conclusion. It's not a meaningful choice for voters, and Republicans will say the same thing about Calais. Voters of color and Democrats can still vote, but we all know, don't we, that people are being deprived of a meaningful ballot. While Democrats nationally protest the rollback of voting rights, the leaders of the DC State Democratic Committee are fighting tooth and nail to keep me from voting. Last year, the council funded ranked choice voting, but refused to give me the ballot. Multiple council members have claimed that voters only wanted ranked choice voting, not semi-open primaries. 2 weeks ago on May 1st, we proved that wrong. This year, more witnesses testified in favor of semi-open primaries than all of Initiative 83 last year. So let's put that false talking point to bed. Many people couldn't take another day off of work to plead for you to do the right thing. I'd like you to hear from them too. Alberto Ramos, a Ward 4 resident, CEO of Veterans for All Voters, and a registered Democrat, noted that many veterans are independents. In his words, quote, "Too often this country has asked people to sacrifice for our democracy before allowing them to participate in it," end quote. As the daughter of a Black World War II veteran who fought for our freedoms, that sentiment is especially resonant for me. Paula Edwards, ANC Commissioner and native Washingtonian, testified, quote, "The worst excesses of the Jim Crow economic system pivoted around the taxation of Black people to support systems in which they could not participate. My ancestors and other Black people paid for schools they could not attend and elections in which they could not vote. To continue the system of taxing people for public services and not allowing them to participate is to be moral heirs to the worst segregationist oppression," end quote. Particularly chilling in the wake of Calais. I want to emphasize the moment we are in. Every single day, the district is fighting for our independence. Our leadership is questioned, our decisions overruled, and multiple members of this very body are pledging to defend us. But how can this council have a shred of credibility on the question of democracy if you insist on violating basic principles?
Thank you, Ms. Rice.
You're welcome.
Afeni Evans.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Afeni Evans, and I'm the community organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition. I'm here today because the mayor's proposed budget cuts to vital social services for DC's most vulnerable communities will lead to more crimes of desperation, make our communities less safe, and result in our children being thrown to the wolves in uniform, MPD. This is happening while continuing to increase funding for our residents and their children's subsequent criminalization and incarceration. Let's be clear, DC is facing an economic crisis, and the working class and low-income families are bearing the brunt of callous policy choices made by the mayor and this council. MPD does not need more funding. MPD does not need more training. They do not need increased benefits. There is no evidence that continuing to overfund the police has made us any safer. Clearly, it has done quite the opposite, because while DC has a record number of police departments, federal police intervention, Brooke Pinto still finds the opportunity to put forth 1990s-style crime bills to incarcerate Black children and our Black people and our youth in the district. Crime is a socioeconomic phenomenon, and preventing crime means you have to prevent poverty. This current budget proposal seeks to eliminate programs like Sunbucks, a program for food insecure children to access food during summer break, CHAMPS, a mobile psychiatric unit that responds to youth that are having mental health crises. And it also adds no additional permanent supportive housing vouchers. This budget is an attack on the working class Black families and residents. And to pass it is not only an abhorrent choice, but it's a choice to uphold the racial and class-based hierarchy in this city. The decision to turn our backs on our unhoused neighbors and the low-income community is not only a betrayal, but is an active and dangerous alignment with the interests of the fascist federal regime. As President Trump has said, he's looking to incarcerate our unhoused neighbors for the crime of being unhoused and under-resourced. The job of this council is to protect the people of DC and provide everyone with the resources that they need, not only to just survive, but thrive. Our children deserve better leadership than what is being presented. They need recreational investment, not permanent curfews. Our workers deserve a council that will actually fight for their wages, not vote against them. Our parents deserve the support to keep their homes stable and not a pro-business bootstrap mentality that allows tax breaks for the wealthy and rugged austerity for the rest of us. You have a choice. And the question is, do you have the courage to choose the right path? The community is enraged by these deep cuts and so many others. This budget cannot be balanced on the backs of working class Washingtonians. DC has the 4th highest rate in the country of concentrated wealth. And contrary to what all these lobbyists tell you, there is no clear evidence that wealth taxes lead to capital flight. This wealth is largely untaxed and could be used for investments in the community to make DC more affordable, culturally rich, and safe. If our leaders have the courage, if only if our leaders have the courage to make the right decisions. I will thank you when you step up, but for now, I ask you to be brave and fight for the real DC.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Kenyatta Robinson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Kenyatta Robinson, and you probably know me for the work that I do in my day-to-day professional capacity. But today I come before you to testify as a non-attorney board member of the board of directors for the DC Bar Foundation and as a DC resident. Since the council first created the Access to Justice Initiative in 2007, your investment has been a huge factor in building a more coordinated and responsive local civil legal aid system in the district. Today, that work hangs in the balance. By shifting greater social and economic costs on the families, communities, and in already strained public systems, an 86% budget cut will undermine years of progress and destabilize a highly effective system that DC residents with low income depend on in moments of crisis. Last year, the DC Bar Foundation's grantee partners served more than 44,000 DC residents, including seniors, children, people with disabilities, and survivors of domestic violence. The Access to Justice Initiative ensures these neighbors can get legal help when they face serious threats to their health, safety, and economic security. It's what makes equal justice possible in our city, and it saves the city money by eliminating the need for more costly services when people can't solve their legal problems. For example, the Initiative Civil Legal Counsel's Projects Program is a critical line of defense for DC residents facing homelessness. In 2025, the program helped 3,000 tenants facing eviction exercise their legal rights. 42% of these tenants had children at home and 21% had no monthly income. Your investment has not only made these services possible, it's helped transform a fragmented legal aid landscape into a connected, responsive, and efficient system. For instance,
We're noting the clicking sound, and apparently it's not one of these on your mic.
He doesn't have it. That's why.
Oh,
It's not you.
my apologies.
Pause that man time.
I promise you I did not do this. Your investment has not only made such services possible, it's helped transform a fragmented legal aid landscape into a connected, responsive, and efficient system. For instance, it supported the DC Bar Foundation's creation of the DC Social Justice Transformations Network 5 years ago. Another example is the DC Resource Bridge. The DC Bar Foundation worked with residents and partners across the city to build this coordinated intake and referral system so that DC residents now make just one phone call to get the legal help they need. Since its September launch, the DC Resource Bridge has matched more than 1,100 callers to 25 legal service providers. This kind of systems change requires long-term commitment and stable investment, and is not sustainable without public funding. DC residents deserve access to justice. I urge you to preserve your longstanding commitment to the Access to Justice Initiative with level funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I do not have questions for you all. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Brian Stredge or Streggy, Chair ANC 68F.
Struggy.
Got it. Ronnie Webb, co-founder Green Scheme. Ty Hobson Powell, Director of Campaigns with the Fair Budget Coalition. Catherine Lanfield, who's Senior Advocacy Strategist, Fair Budget Coalition. Mushin Umar, my Senior Keeper, I believe is virtual. Claire Mills. Oh, then stay with, is that you, Claire Mills? Yeah, sit down because I don't have a seat for you up here. You'll be the next group. And I'm going to be spelled for about an hour by Councilmember Bonds. You want to come over here?
Not that easy, huh?
What's just for me?
All right.
Oh, yes, our testimony.
Just for me? So you want to go first and then I'll? Okay.
Swing through it, man. You'll be able to tell me.
Switch, I'll let you know.
Okay.
And I think he's staying a little bit too.
We'll let you go first, Ms. Landfield.
So if you're staying, you go right ahead. And now when you're done, I can. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and Councilmember Bonds. My name is Catherine Lamfield, and I'm a longtime Ward 3 resident, social worker, and the Senior Advocacy Strategist at Fair Budget Coalition. Today, I'm pulling the alarm for the third year in a row. 2 years ago, the budget ended with a major failure in housing security. Last year, the budget ended with a major failure in healthcare. Policymakers have allowed DC to move backwards with major chunks of our safety net defunded and failing residents. This budget season, the mayor has literally handed you a budget that dismantles just about every facet of the safety net and the related programs that help Black and brown working class and poor households make ends meet when times are tough. This is policy violence, and you must go big to prevent it. Like a Jenga tower, the safety net is an integrated set of programs. As policymakers eliminate and underfund so many of them, like the Jenga tower, the safety net cannot stand. How long before communities fall and fail? But this is not a game, and the costs in human misery, lost economic growth and productivity, and long-term harm to community health and well-being will be far higher than anything related to investing in community now. Go big with solutions to protect the integrity of the network. You can do this. Not meeting the needs is a choice because DC has the resources. It has the 4th highest rate in the country of extreme concentrated wealth, with about 1,500 tax units holding almost 50% of all the wealth in the city. Realistically, these folks and many more have much more they could be contributing without any loss in personal well-being for the good of community. The funding gap is a very conservative $700 million, and you can raise or access at least $759 million immediately. Here's how. Raise $230 million in new revenue through a wealth proceeds tax and increase rates on the highest earners. Use the $60 million at Events DC. Get $180 million in decoupling revenue back online. Take $200 million from the 6 surplus days of DC's reserve funds. Undo the mayor's unproven business subsidies and invest in true community safety by using $89 million from the MPD budget, which has a 15% increase for the new wish list items and double dipping. Not a penny can be wasted in the mission of investing in our communities. For future years, you could raise $1 billion through such smart policy as a BAT and a land value tax to put DC communities on solid financial footing and address structural flaws in our tax system. I will close with the question, what does this budget ask of my family? It is a deep shame that the answer is absolutely nothing. Raise my taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I'm not sure that we actually have it, as you will submit it, because you provided some very interesting numbers. So in order to follow up, we've got to have your paper. Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Mushin Yuma. Are you next? No, must be online. All right.
I think it was me because she went there.
I was gonna go
fine.
down the road, yes.
However you want to do it.
Ronnie? Okay, Ty? All right, Ty, we're gonna hear from you. Ty, Hobson Powell, who is the Director of Campaigns for the Fair Budget Coalition. Please.
Good afternoon. First, giving honor to God. I'm going to echo the sentiments that have already been uttered several times here, which is that every budget is a moral document. You know, you show me what a city spends its money on, and I'll show you exactly who it loves. Now, that's true in DC, and it's true in every city across this country. All across this nation, local governments have learned to recite the same lie of scarcity, the same lie that says that there is never enough money for the people. But the people are tired of hearing that lie. We're tired of hearing what can't happen for us while we see what can happen for the powerful and connected. We live in a DC that found hundreds of millions of dollars for a stadium almost overnight. We are living in a DC that wants to hire for a police shortage while turning a blind eye to a teacher shortage, despite knowing that a good quality education is one of those true equalizers that make us all safer and healthier. We are living in a DC where the powerful get a budget while the people get lip service. This same DC is a DC that will tell the senior that's choosing between utilities and dinner, or the family that's choosing between healthcare and rent, that the well is dry, that we don't have the money. But the well isn't a dry. Austerity is a choice, and scarcity in DC is a lie. The math is fine. What isn't fine is the moral clarity or lack thereof of our leadership. DC isn't running out of money, but as I've sort of combed through the numbers with our organization, we know that they're running out of excuses because the money is there. It's there in progressive tax reform, in a wealth proceeds tax, in a business activity tax, in a land value tax. Catherine shared some of the numbers, but it's also there in the inefficiencies between agencies running duplicative functions that could be consolidated and streamlined. It's there in the $90 million that this budget pours into the police, while healthcare professionals and teachers and service workers can barely afford to live in the city that they work tirelessly to serve every day. Now, Frederick Douglass said that power concedes nothing without a demand, but today we're here with more than just demands alone. We've also come with answers in the form of revenue raisers that target wealth and protect working people to get our goals accomplished. Because in this city and every city, working people pay first and benefit last. And when it's our turn to be cared for, suddenly the budget is too tight. That's not a budget problem, that's a power problem. And so we came in here today unified and ready to take back our power as members of unions, as practitioners of the work that keeps DC going, as Medicaid recipients, as childcare workers. We show up today for every working person who has ever been told to wait their turn. Our turn is now. Solidarity isn't just a feeling, it's a strategy. And if this council forgets its obligation to the people that they've been elected to serve, then we have an obligation to turn our solidarity into a tool of liberation for the many. True equity isn't a press release or a witty response at a forum while you're trying to be elected or reelected. True equity is a line item in a budget that you've been empowered to decide. Fund pay equity, fund childcare, fund SNAP, fund ERAP, all of the things. Stop raiding the dedicated funds that working people have already paid into. One of the richest cities in the world doesn't get to plead poverty to its poorest residents. We won't continue to balance budgets on the backs of the working class people. So to everybody watching today, we're not powerless. And to this council, the people didn't send you here to manage their suffering. We sent you here to end it. So please choose the political courage, choose the people, and choose to pass a budget that says that you knew that DC and its people were worth fighting for, and pass a budget that shows in the face of so much federal interference that DC can truly take care of its own. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Ronnie Webb, co-founder of Green Screen. Good afternoon. Now you're on. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon. Hello, council member and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Ronnie Webb. I'm a born and raised Washingtonian, a Ward 7 resident, a graduate of School Without Walls, Executive Director of the Green Scheme, and a member of the Ward 7 and 8 Food and Health Equity Advisory Board, and former member of the DC Food Policy Council, and currently work with George Washington University Center for Community Resilience on community food and health equity initiatives east of the river. I'm testifying today in opposition to the Food Policy Functions Amendment Act, which would eliminate the Food Policy Council and remove important requirements for the district to report on local food access and our local food economy. I'm also advocating for the maintenance of the Food Policy Council and the restoration of the $400,000 needed to properly staff food policy team so this work can continue. As someone born and raised in this city, I have watched food inequities impact generations of families and communities east of the river. For over a decade, I have primarily worked with at-risk youth and residents in Wards 7 and 8 on food justice, environmental health, and community wellness through the Green Scheme. Food policy is personal to me because I have seen firsthand how lack of healthy food access contributes to chronic disease, stress, economic hardships, and reduced quality of life in our communities. I have lost family members, including my grandparents, as well as many community members to diet-related illnesses and health conditions that continue to disproportionately impact Black communities in Washington, D.C. These issues are not abstract policy conversations to me. They are deeply personal and something many families east of the river live with every day. At this time, I've also seen how access to healthy food, green spaces, nutrition education, and community-led programs can completely change the trajectory of young people and families. Through our work at the Green Scheme, I have watched young people who have never planted a seed before begin to reconnect with their environment, their health, and their sense of purpose. I have seen community spaces become places of healing, education, and of opportunity. The Food Policy Council created one of these few spaces in DC where residents, nonprofits, researchers, government agencies, farmers, educators, and community leaders could work together to address these issues collectively while serving on the council. I have gained a deeper understanding of how policy, data, and cross-sector collaboration can help create long-term solutions for communities that have historically been overlooked. The Food Policy Council has also played a meaningful role in advancing food security and health equity in the district. The council has helped elevate conversations around healthy food access east of the river, urban agriculture, local food purchasing, nutrition security, and food improvements. Equally important, the Food Policy Council and Food Policy Team have helped bring visibility and credibility to grassroots organizations doing this work every day. My time is coming up, but I've also have a letter that I am going to submit from the Ward 7 and 8 Food and Health Equity Advisory Board in support of the Food Policy Council.
Right, thank you very much. We'd like to get that. And if you have not sent to us your written testimony, we will need it. We will need that from all of our witnesses so it can be part of the record. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Brian Sergi, who is the chair of the ANC Commission 6/8F.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Brian Strege. I'm a Ward 8 resident. I'm the chair of ANC 6/8F. I'm here today to register my objection to the proposed cut to the Board of Elections in this year's proposed budget. The approved FY26 budget had about 14 million for BOE, and the proposed FY27 budget has BOE at about 13.5 million, or a cut of about $500,000. To the contrary, I'd like the council to consider a one-time funding increase to the Board of Elections for FY27. So the reasons I think that BOE needs a funding increase this year are twofold. First, there's an unfunded component of Initiative 83, semi-open primaries, which still needs to be funded. I spoke on this topic at length in my testimony at the SEAL hearing 2 Fridays ago, as did about 40 other people. So I won't rehash all that here. The train has left the station for this election cycle, so no matter what happens, we won't have the chance to utilize semi-open primaries until 2028. That makes this a good time to get out ahead of the costs. There's a one-time startup cost for semi-open primaries of about $700,000 to notify voters of the change and to send out new voter registration cards. Since we have to send new voter registration cards out to the entire city for this, it probably does make sense to do it in an odd-numbered year so that we're not sending new people new cards right in the middle of a busy election season. Getting out ahead of this and mailing them in early 2027 seems logical to me. So that's my first ask. My second ask is this. I believe we need to establish some sort of fund or account that BOE can draw from to conduct special elections, and FY27 seems like a good time to start. As I'm sure you're aware, there are 3 council members that are running for other offices this cycle. It's highly likely that at least one of them wins, possibly 2 of them, which means we are going to have a special election in FY27, maybe 2. It would seem to me that it would make sense to find a way to get out ahead of that cost now, rather than waiting around and acting surprised when we have to pay for a special election next year. I live in Ward 8. We had a special election last year, which to my understanding cost BOE about $400,000. It's also my understanding that it took quite a while for BOE to actually receive that money. If a fund were established for special elections, BOE would be able to draw from it immediately as soon as a vacancy was declared instead of having to wait around to receive funding. The council could then replenish that fund after the fact once the election's over. Why not start this year with that $400,000, which we are almost certain to spend next year for the inevitable specials. If you found those requests compelling, it would have cost about $1.1 million in FY27 to do both. Or put another way, it would require a $600,000 funding increase instead of a $500,000 cut. I know it's a tough budget year and difficult decisions are going to have to be made, but we shouldn't balance the budget by skimping on the Board of Elections. Conducting elections is basic civic infrastructure. We aren't going to cancel a special election because the budget's tight. We should get ahead of that funding need right now. We also shouldn't be trying to save a few bucks by preventing 85,000 people from voting either, which is currently what the council is effectively doing by leaving semi-open primaries unfunded. Please properly resource the Board of Elections so that it can fulfill all of its mandates. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think we have one witness online. Washin Yuma, are you online to join us? She is. You're going to let her in? Okay, all right. Oh, let's let her in and then we will call the next round of witnesses.
Here we can get the next one.
Can I? Well, he's away. All right. All right, our next 5 witnesses, Clara Mills, DC Campaigns Manager for CCAN Action Fund. Yes. Thank you. Nakaya Majadid, Executive Director of the Fair Budget Coalition. Shalana Hooch, H-U-G, H-U-Q or G? Height, is it height? Hug, okay, all right. And it's H-U-G-Q, okay. All right, and Megan Brower? All right. Patricia Stamper?
Hello?
Okay, you're online. We'll let you in just a moment, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We are trying to get Mushin Umar.
I am Musa Umar.
Oh, all right, so you're on, okay.
Yes, I'm a male, not a female.
We will take your testimony right now.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Musa Umar, been living in DC for 5 generations, and we have an applied research farm in Northeast Washington, DC, and we basically live off the grid. We our model is we serve food. We have we store energy, which is solar. We serve the community in real time. What we need is to scale up across Ward 7 and Ward 8. We also teach. We're teaching and training residents on hand and how to use solar agriculture infrastructure. What we need is investments to turn these sites into real pipeline jobs, right? We also been working with those in the community for years. It's not just something new. What we need in the city is funds to upscale what we already been doing work on. Basically we also noticed that in the budget they gave Lettier Garden $1 million just to upscale theirs, and we're doing more than they are doing in their community in Ward 7. So we was looking for at least maybe $2 million to be able to get out, to be able to upscale and do housing. And we build shipping container houses for the low income people. We also stabilize getting stuff done within our community, with the community, by the community. We also would like to also see why did they stop the food policy? Because they shouldn't have stopped that food policy, because that helped us in millions of ways in the past, and it will be still continue to helping us in the future. You know, and We would love for you all to just not, I don't want to just talk about what we're doing. We would love for you to come and see what we're doing, opposed to us always having to come up to these panels and be waiting around on the panels to see people. You all should be coming in the community and see real life things that's happening in these communities, what we are building out in these communities to help those people that are in the communities. And that's all I would love to say. And I need you all to come over there, opposed to everybody just have to keep getting on these meetings and nobody has came out. I've been down there for years meeting with you and all of those council members. Come out and see what we're doing real time with the people that voted you all in. And that's it for me.
All right. Well, we thank you very much for your testimony. Can you tell me where it is you'd like for people to come to see your wonderful projects?
Yes, ma'am. I met with you several times. This is 5308 Dick Street, Northeast Washington, D.C.
5308.
Right in Marvin Gaye's Park. It's in the part that don't nobody ever come to because they always come in Marvin Gaye Park. They don't come in Richardson, Drellin, or Clay Turrs where the real problems are, where we are really literally helping people every day. Right now, I'm in Detroit trying to bring business back to DC, all the way from Detroit. That's why I am where I am now.
All right. I know where that is and grew up in that area. Okay. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right. Now
Yes, ma'am.
we will hear from, we'll start with Ms. Mills. We'll take your testimony now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. I'm Claire Mills. I'm a Ward 1 resident and the DC Campaigns Manager at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund. Skyrocketing utility bills have left DC in an emergency. I wish I could say the mayor has abandoned her responsibility to respond in this budget, but she has responded. She's picking up a shovel to help Pepco and Washington Gas dig us even deeper. Mayor Bowser continues to stall on the development of the Net Zero Code and underfund facility maintenance in district buildings, so government building utility costs stay high. Again, she swipes from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to cover Department of General Services utility bills. This breaks the agreement that was made with residents when the SETF was established, that we would pay a little bit now for a huge return on our investment through energy efficiency programs. Now we're just paying extra to line Pepco's pockets. At the same time, Washingtonians are stuck in our own spiral. The mayor's picks for PSC commissioners approve rate hike after rate hike, and our bills go up. To lower them, we need programs to help us switch to efficient appliances or install solar, but those programs are being defunded out of existence. So I'm once again asking for the restoration of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and the funding of the Affordable Home Electrification Program and electrification retrofit rebates run by the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. The current budget proposal not only hamstrings our ability to lower utility bills for residents, it will surely mean staffing cuts at DC SEU that will have lasting impacts on our capacity to carry out programs in the future, even if future budgets prioritize green funding. And we have a real and unique opportunity with $60 million in federal funds available to us for DCSEU's programs, but we are squandering it, falling further and further behind on implementing these programs and inching closer to the 2029 deadline to spend them with no plan in sight. To miss this opportunity and leave district families and residents stuck paying high bills for dirty fossil fuels is unacceptable. DC must respond now. We need to make smart decisions with the money we have. We know programs like the Affordable Home Electrification Program work, and we must fund them. And we need far more funding to actually tackle the climate change problem at scale. CCAN Action Fund is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and joins the chorus of demands for revenue raising in this budget, including a wealth proceeds tax, capital gains tax changes, higher income taxes on DC's highest earners, a business activity tax, and a land value tax. DC will only be able to care for our communities with new revenue that restores the cuts made to the social safety net and other critical programs that support workers and families with the lowest incomes. DC must implement tax policies that build a more equitable, resilient DC, especially given the congressional actions to undermine our tax laws and revenue collections. And I urge you to fund the greenhouse gas emissions study in the fiscal year 27 budget and include the bill in the Budget Support Act. It's just $200,000 in the next year that will set us up for responsible budgeting in response to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Nakaya Majadid?
Good afternoon. My name is Devin Smith. I'll be testifying in the place of Nakaya. I'm actually the Policy Issue Committee co-chair for the Community Safety Policy Issue Committee for Fair Budget. And again, my name is Devin Smith. And now I'm here today to urge the council not to move forward with the 15% increase in MPD of $89 million, and instead to reallocate 30 million of those funds to ERAP, which will fund about 4,000 families, and to use the remaining 59 million for OVSJG. I have been a resident of DC for the past 10 years, and my testimony today is informed by my professional experience in reentry, community development, and economic development, but as well as from my lived experience as a returning citizen. What I recognize is that public safety is a major concern in the district from DC residents as well as the federal administration down the street, but also recognize that the most effective approaches to public safety employ tactics beyond policing. Evidence suggests that communities where residents' basic needs are met, there are less need for police and there's less or there's more safety. That includes housing, food, medical and other healthcare, education, and more. In decades prior, this knowledge was not as widely known, but today there's a preponderance of this evidence and we can't act as if we don't know this. Policing is just a single component within a larger public safety mechanism, if at all. MPD could be the shiniest, most sturdy component in this public safety mechanism, but if the rest of the components are rusted and broken, then the entire mechanism becomes defunct. If we want real lasting public safety outcomes, we must fund the full public safety mechanism, which goes beyond police. So we must reallocate that 15% increase to fund these other key components of our public safety net. History shows that we cannot police ourselves into true public safety. And it has also shown that trickle-down economics just doesn't work. We can't keep treating businesses as if they are too big to fail and not the 700,000 residents in DC. The people are too big to fail. We can't improve DC's economy by continuing to give tax breaks and subsidies and other financial support to the 1% of income earners and corporations who earn multi-millions in annual profits. The time is now, if ever there was a time, to support the people as we face a housing crisis anchoring a broader affordability crisis. Last, I also just add that I'm also emphatically opposed the proposed BSA measure to reduce education requirements for police and for hiring officers with history of misconduct. These measures were already introduced and rejected.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Hug.
Thank you very much. So my name is Shyla Huck, and I'm a Ward 7 resident, proudly representing the Minnesota Ave corridor. You've likely interacted with me as a member of the Fair Budget Coalition or with Free DC, but today I sit before you as a constituent, a community member who wants to believe in a strong, transparent, and accountable government, and here to demand that you step into the power I know that you have to transform the mayor's proposed fiscal year 27 budget. I travel more around the district for protests and vigils nowadays than I do to stimulate our economy. Julian Bailey, Isaac Aguirre, they pile on top of other well-worn names, Karan Hilton, Justin Robinson, Demetrius Alston. I started nights feeding my neighbors and handing out political literature and ended it standing off with 20+ armed federal agents looking to kidnap my neighbors. My face in a national database now. My friends that are parents don't know how they're staying housed with their kids next month or the month after that. This story is not unique or special to me, and that is the problem. I hear the mayor has proposed a 15% increase to MPD for hiring incentives while slashing essential safety net programs. I see the ongoing genocide in Gaza and collusion between MPD and the beautiful and safe Joint Task Force. And I fail to see how DC's increased investments in surveillance and a militarized police force trained by the IDF while divesting from life-saving programs is a recipe for anything other than a violent apartheid state that will harm DC's Black and brown residents the most. I think a thing many of us are uncomfortable with admitting is that DC's home rule, though hard fought for, is a limited tool of autonomy whose strength is weakened with poor leadership and a broken budget, both of which are things we face right now in DC and things that you actually do have the power to change. When local leadership fails us, it makes us more susceptible to federal intrusion. Council choices up to this point have made us more vulnerable and less safe. Now is the time to change that. We need courageous, strategic leadership, and I'm asking you to explore what courage means to you in this pivotal moment. To me, it means taking policy leaps that might feel like political suicide or radical ideology, but they're actually foundations to bridges between where we are now and the resilient, strong DC we want to be. In order to have the necessary funding available to restore the safety net, I am going to amplify Fair Budget's call to tax extreme concentrated wealth, raise revenue via any of the recommendations we have, including a proposed BAT, and to build a progressive tax system that leverages our extreme wealth to invest in our communities. We have far too much wealth to have as much poverty as we do. It is a policy choice. In addition to taxing that wealth, I urge council to use the nearly $89 million in new MPD funds instead to invest directly into our communities. Put 30 million of it into ERAP and use the remaining 59 million for other essential programs, including the Pay Equity Fund, housing vouchers, childcare subsidies, and SNAP, among several others I don't have time to list. I hate billionaires and I love DC. I am moved by the many folks who took time today to talk to you, and I urge you to rise to meet the moment. Our lives are in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Ms. Browder will take your testimony.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, committee members, and staff. My name is Megan Browder, and I'm the Legal Director for Systemic Advocacy and Law Reform at Legal Aid DC. My testimony today will focus on budget priorities that affect thousands of district residents who are unable to testify themselves. These are workers for whom taking time off work to testify may mean they can't afford food this month. There are mothers and fathers who don't have childcare, and people who are afraid to publicly speak up because of their immigration status. The mayor's proposed budget drastically cuts several social safety net programs that these residents need to survive. We urge the council to reverse TANF cuts, fund housing vouchers and ERAP, and restore access to justice funding. Without council action, families receiving TANF will face stricter work requirements, sanctions for failing to meet those requirements, and some will be shut out of the program altogether. That will push more children further into poverty. We ask the council to restore this funding for district residents who are by definition the most in need. Last year's budget left thousands of DC residents without health care. The mayor's proposed FY27 budget preserves health insurance coverage for tens of thousands of low-income people and allocates funding for dental and vision benefits. That's a great start, but the council must do more. Due to upcoming federal cuts, hundreds of DC residents will lose access to Medicaid and Medicare, leaving Alliance and Healthy DC as their only options. The district has always been a leader in making healthcare accessible to all, but uninsured rates have been rising. To maintain its position, the council must restore Alliance eligibility and services to their pre-FY26 levels and close the income eligibility gap between Medicaid and Healthy DC. The mayor's proposed budget, like last year's, does not include any funding for new permanent supportive or local rent supplement housing vouchers for individuals. Housing investments are especially critical now when the federal government is hostile to unhoused people, and DC rents, while easing somewhat, are still nearly 40% higher than the national average. Evictions are also at a 10-year high and growing. For thousands of households, ERAP is the difference between catching up on rent and a life-altering eviction. Despite this increasing need, the mayor's proposed budget cuts ERAP funding to just $7 million after years of other cuts. Also, for the fourth year in a row, the mayor's budget significantly cuts funding for access to justice, this time an 86% decrease. Last year, legal aid provided free legal services to approximately 6,000 domestic violence survivors, low-income homeowners, immigrants, residents navigating the public benefit system, and residents facing debt collection and eviction. If access to justice funding is not restored, roughly 5,000 of these people would not have legal representation next year. We thank the council for its continued support for access to justice and ask that you do the same this year. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. We know that the council must make tough decisions this budget season. District residents who are already struggling, however, should not be required to give up more. We urge the council to protect TANF, healthcare, and stable housing at this moment when they are the only lifeline for so many. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll take testimony. I see Ms. Stamper is here. So we are very happy to take your testimony, and thank you to the sitting panel, and we'll take Ms. Stamper's testimony. And we will now take the liberty to add a few others because we have 3 seats available. Ed Lazier, United Planning Organization, Joanna Blocker from the DC Action, Andrea Thomas, also United Planning Organization. So we got 3. Thank you. Thomas is online. Okay, all right. Well, we almost have 3. We can take Angie Brico. Thank you. All right, now we have 4. Okay, guess you are first, Ms. Stamper, and we can begin.
I
when you're
apologize.
ready.
The better bus network is not better, it's worse. I've lost 22 pounds to date. Thank you, WMATA. All right. My name is Patricia Stamper. I'm a Ward 7 resident, a mother and an educator, and a former ANC commissioner, 7C06, Burville Deanwood, still empty. You need to appoint somebody. And the Ward 7 Democratic Committee woman. Today, I'm testifying in opposition to the Food Policy Functions Amendment Act. What is that? Which would eliminate the DC Food Policy Council. Why? I don't know. We all hungry. And the requirements for the districts to report on food access and the food economy. I'm asking the council, this council, the whole 13, wait, I don't see everyone. Okay, 13 members of the council to restore the $400,000 to the staff and the food policy team. Food policy is not abstract to me. Clearly, I like good food, and I know where all the good free resources are. They're not in Ward 7 and 8, they're uptown, all the free good stuff. Food policy is access to family stability, public health, access to youth safety. I don't have to deal with angry kids when they get in the classroom because they've ate before they got there. Food access is neighborhood equity. As a single mother and the sole income provider for my 2 growing boys, 160 pounds, 5'3", and then 7 years old, 42 pounds, need to gain weight. So I also know how much it matters when families have real places to turn, real information, and real systems that help connect food, people to, actual real things and benefits and resources. So we're not out here begging on the corner or begging somebody to give us free lunch and that such. In Ward 7 and communities east of the river, families are still dealing with grocery gaps, high food costs, low quality food, roaches, rats, and all types of stuff at that Safeway, depending on which store you go to. Health disparities and illegally open tobacco, 24 hours convenience stores that has unhealthy food full of sodium and things that's not good for my blood pressure now as a 40-year-old Black woman that lives east of the river and that don't have a car right now. So I got to go where it's nearby. 1 minute. Okay. Health disparities and the daily reality of trying to feed myself and my children while also managing housing, utilities, schools, needs, and work. According to my nutritionist, I need 3 meals a day and 2 snacks. Right now, my budget doesn't allow for that. That's why the Food Policy Council matters. The Food Policy Council and Food Policy Team help bring residents, advocates, agencies, farmer markets, food businesses, school, nonprofits, government partners together Food access cannot be solved by one agency, right? It was under the, was it Office of Planning, I believe it was, which fell under the Committee of Health. Yeah, there we go. It requires coordination, data reporting, and community voice. But the Food Policy Council has helped support community work, such as Dreaming Out Loud, bringing food to the Kelly Miller Farm, bringing salt, like I helped bring 300 eggs, free cartons of eggs, to the residents in Ward 7, specifically where the old Eastgate Community Housing Project was. We need to keep the Food Policy Council. There's no way, if you're not going to give us grocery stores, we need community gardens in every commission, in every single member district. Everyone should have money allotted to them to create a garden in their home or on their block. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Lazier, how are you?
I'm well. How are you,
Take-
Councilmember Bonds?
Take your testimony.
Yep. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ed Lazier. I'm the Director of Legislative Advocacy at United Planning Organization. UPO is the district's community action agency and has been working since 1962 to improve the economic security of DC residents with low incomes. I'm here today to testify on the critical importance of fully restoring the cuts in TANF cash assistance that started in the FY26 budget and were deepened in the proposed FY27 budget. These actions are critical and needed to support the well-being of the 40,000 very low-income parents and children who rely on TANF to pay rent, buy clothes, buy diapers, and more. 10 years ago, DC faced a pending TANF time limit, as we do today, and then a working group decided that TANF supports children and therefore should never be time limited. They called for eliminating time limits and that no family should face a reduction of more than 12% of their benefits for not meeting program rules. So I and other advocates were surprised when last year, Mayor Bowser, who oversaw that working group, proposed new time limit and sanction changes that would reduce benefits 81% for some families to as little as $200 a month. Again, this is the family's sole source of income in many cases. This year's budget went even further, entirely eliminating cash assistance for 7,000 families with 20,000 people after a parent receives aid for 60 months in a city where the child poverty rate for Black children is nearly 50%. In a new working group this year, I asked DHS Director Rachel Pierre what justified this 180-degree turn, and she acknowledged she did not have a satisfactory answer. She referenced the need to address the city's budget gap, but even that explanation falls flat. Last year's budget called for a 4% reduction in overall expenditures over the financial plan, but the TANF cash assistance reduction was more than 40%, clearly balancing the backs on our poorest families. It also is clear that DHS has not considered the impact that deep cuts in income assistance will have on family homelessness, child hunger, child neglect, and educational outcomes. I predict that any budget savings from TANF cuts will be outweighed by increased costs of crisis services like homeless services and the sad, tragic lost potential of DC's children. UPO and other advocacy partners who participated in the TANF working group submitted our own report in response, and we are united in recommending that TANF cuts should be reversed, time limits should be eliminated. We believe that if the district truly wants to help families succeed, they need to increase access to hard skills training for TANF recipients and address the TANF benefits cliff that results in families starting to lose benefits when a parent earns just $160 a month. Changes to address the benefits cliff, even if modest, should be considered this budget season. I ask you and your colleagues to take the same revenue forecast that the mayor had, rip it up, start over again, and come up with a budget that is not balanced on the back of our poorest families. And with my 9 seconds, I will echo Ms. Stamper's call for restoring the Food Policy Council, which I omitted from my testimony, but I agree is an important institution in DC.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see. I think next must be Angie. Nicole, yes. All right, we'll do you and then we'll go down to Joanne. Okay.
So, all right. Good afternoon, council and all. My name is Ange Perko. My pronouns are they, them, and I would appreciate being identified as Perko and not Mr. or Miss Perko, as I identify as non-binary. I am a teacher and community member from Ward 4 and testifying here as a fellow with Empower Ed and with Alliance with the Fair Budget Coalition. My full written testimony is available online. I hope you'll read it for evidence of the specifics I allude to that I've cut for time. I'm going to talk about some interactions between DC's public officials and our communities regarding our young people. We have seen in 2026 alone a series of horrific incidents of violence and sickening subsequent behavior by police officials and MPD in alliance with occupying federal forces. From cover-ups of sexual assaults by school officials to the lack of accountability of the lynching of a Latina youth to 16 children victims of gun violence, 4 of them dead, all of those children were killed outside of violence committed during curfew hours. Those were not committed during curfew hours. We are reaching a societal breaking point, and DC has no one to defend us at this point but the council. Congress and the president and the Supreme Court and the mayor all have repeatedly shown they're not going to. And I keep wondering if our losses and hurts this year could have been avoided if we had started investing more in people-focused and specifically kid-focused measures a lot earlier. The MPD does not need $90 million increase in its budget. But DC's people do, DC's kids do. We all need healthcare, lower rents, lower energy costs, more access to basics like just simply food, as my colleague here said, less police presence around our most vulnerable, more funding for education and housing and all manner of wraparound services. We need it because the way it stands now, people are going to die in this budget. That is not speculation, that is fact. If you cut life-saving social supports, it will kill people. And now I did some math looking at Empower Ed's biggest budget asks. With $90 million, we could restore the Aussie competitive grants for community schools. That's only $2.4 million. We could fund the Live It, Learn It, Bridge It, the Gap Fund. That's only $700,000. We could protect educator wellness grants. That's only $400,000 over 4 years. We could provide for the Educator Retention Fund. That's only $4 million, split among 20 high turnover schools, which is in turn only $200,000 a school. Invest in the Teacher Professional Development Fund. That's only $500,000 a year. We could restore alternative school breakfast funding. That's $186,000, all that. And I have not even spent $10 million yet. So imagine what we could do with the rest of that almost $90 million. Imagine the best kind of community that we could create and invest in if we invest in it and in us. Thank you as always for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Ms. Blockner will take your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Blotner, and I serve as the Government Affairs Director of DC Action, where we are working to break down structural barriers that stand in the way of all kids reaching their full potential. Right now, the biggest structural barrier that will prevent kids from reaching their full potential is the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. This is a budget that is balanced on the backs of parents with young children, on the very kids who were visiting the chamber earlier this morning, on medically vulnerable workers, youth experiencing homelessness, early educators, and low-income families who are already stretched to their breaking point. If enacted as proposed, the consequences of the mayor's budget will be immediate and severe, and the clearest example of this is in early childhood education. The proposed budget dismantles the district's nationally leading early care system by eliminating the pay equity fund and deeply underfunding the childcare subsidy program. These two programs are inseparable. You cannot have affordable childcare without educators, and you cannot retain educators by slashing their pay by $10,000, $15,000, $25,000 overnight. Providers have been clear about what will happen both today and at last week's hearing. Educators will leave, classrooms will close, programs will shut down, and parents will lose care. This is not hyperbole, this is fact. District leaders cannot claim to continue to support economic growth while destroying the very infrastructure that allows parents to work. The council must fully restore the pay equity fund at $82.2 million and add $63.1 million to the subsidy program to prevent a FY27 waitlist. A waitlist for affordable childcare is not simply a bureaucratic inconvenience, it is a denial of opportunity. It means children denied early learning and strong foundations. It means parents forced out of the workforce. It means childcare operators pushed into insolvency. And the district will be paying for these costly consequences of a collapsed early learning system for years to come. The same short-sightedness appears throughout this budget. At a time when youth homelessness remains too high, the mayor proposes cutting housing and wraparound services for young people with the highest needs. Our youth are facing acute mental health challenges, fleeing violence, surviving trafficking, or navigating profound family instability. Cutting extended and transitional housing will not make young people disappear. It simply will push them deeper into crisis and make future interventions more expensive and more difficult. The council must reverse the cuts to the youth homelessness system. The budget also short-sightedly eliminates 2-gen programs like New Heights and Healthy Steps. These programs are transformative for new parents, and we call on the council to restore $1.35 million for Healthy Steps and $304,000 for New Heights. The elimination of the paid family and medical care giving benefits is another devastating blow to working families. It sends a message to both families, workers, and employers that we do not care. We don't care that you are fighting breast cancer. We don't care that your parent is dying. We don't care that you're raising a family in a city that is too expensive. And we don't care that your employers are being cheated out of benefits that they have already paid for. The council must use the $95 million generated by the paid leave tax to fully fund the paid leave benefits, all of them. And let's be clear, we have the resources to do all of these big asks in addition to the small ones. We join our partners who are testifying from Fair Budget and from Just Recovery Coalitions in reminding this council that it has both the power and the responsibility to raise revenue through progressive taxation, to end ineffective giveaways, leverage reserves, identify inefficiencies, and ask wealthiest residents and corporations to contribute their fair share toward a budget that helps all kids and communities reach their full potential. Because if we don't, a city that refuses to care for children, youth, and families is a city that is actively undermining its own future. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I believe we have Andrea Thomas online. Ms. Thomas,
Yes,
there
thank
you are.
you.
We'll take your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bonds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Andrea Thomas, and I'm President and CEO of the United Planning Organization. UPO is the district's community action agency and has been working since 1962 to improve the economic security of DC residents with low incomes. I'm deeply concerned that between the approved FY26 and proposed FY27 budget, that we face some of the most significant cuts in DC's safety nets. Many of us testifying today are pleading with you to prevent thousands of people from losing core health, income, and housing benefits. First, the budget would eliminate TANF cash income for 20,000 people due to time limits not justified by research and rejected by the Bowser administration just a decade ago. Yet Black child poverty is nearly 50%. Cuts to the Healthcare Alliance last year pushed more than 10,000 people off insurance. The FY27 budget stops further eligibility cuts and restores dental and vision coverage, but it still prevents any residents from getting newly on the Alliance and leaves some services uncovered. Cuts to childcare will take essential pay away from dedicated childcare teachers at UPO and across DC, and will cut the number of families receiving childcare subsidies help by more than 2,000. Not only is this devastating to affected families, it will greatly damage DC's childcare system. I know UPO will struggle to maintain its centers, and it will weaken DC's ability to recover economically. Evictions rose 1/3 last year to the highest level in at least a decade, yet ERAP funding was cut 3/4 in the last 2 years, and FY26 funding supported fewer than 1,000 renters. Meanwhile, 40,000 low-income households struggle with rent that takes up more than half their income. The budget scales back rapid rehousing without redirecting funds to other programs, and also deep cuts paid to paid family and medical leave and access to justice will undermine the economic security of thousands of residents. To understand the impact, imagine a parent who takes time from work for minor surgery who cannot get paid medical leave benefits and is ineligible for TANF cash assistance due to time limits, leaving her with no income. And she's then unable to receive child care assistance and thus might not be able to return to work. And when she gets behind on rents, there are no vouchers available and ERAP is not an option. She and her children end up evicted and in the homeless services system. This tragedy would not have happened in fiscal year 25, but is entirely possible under the approved FY26 budget and proposed FY27 budget. At this point, only the council can ensure our safety net is not dismantled. It's virtually impossible for the council to reverse hundreds of millions of cuts without raising new revenues. UPO joins the voices asking the council to close tax loopholes, eliminate ineffective tax subsidies, and increase taxes on DC's wealthiest households. This is the essence of shared sacrifice our budget challenges require. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you to this panel. We appreciate hearing from you. We've heard many of your messaging today from many of those who have testified. So loud and clear, we're hearing where you're coming from. At some point, we'll be asking the community about when we talk about taxes, you know, you've given us a menu of kinds of taxes that we can move forward with, perhaps. And so we'll need to talk more about that. So thank you very much for it.
Councilmember Bonds, I would like to point out that DC Action and DC Fiscal Policy Institute recently did polling on the need to raise revenue to pay for important programs that we have all testified about. There is very strong community support across district, across every ward, every demographic for raising revenue, asking those with the most resources to pay their fair share in order to make sure that we have a budget that can care for all of our families.
In addition to, Brooke Pencil has $100 million she can come off and transfer. Also, the money that comes from the cameras.
I love your passion. Okay.
Yes, I'm just trying to find some money.
Yeah,
That's
I got it.
Okay.
I got it. We got it. Okay.
All right. As long as y'all remember when y'all rewrite it.
We got it. We hear you. And I knew by even responding, I was opening the waters again and the flood was coming. But thank you very, very much. Thank you. I see you too. Okay. A lot. Thank you. Our next panel, Jaboa Lake, Ryan Boss, who is online, June Crenshaw, online, Ben Jesse, Sarita Robinson, Brittany Smallwood, let's see, I think I far exceeded 25. Sandra Beneventi, online, okay. LaMonica Jones, online, okay. We have a large panel here. I better stop while I'm ahead because everyone's online. Okay. I was trying to fill this last seat. Elba Lopez. All right. Nicole Summers. All right. You get the last in person. Oh, you want to be with the team? All right. Okay. So we'll stop here. And we will hear from Mr. Lake, I think. Is he online also?
Dr. Lake is here.
Okay. Go right ahead, Ms.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dr. Jaboa Lake, and I'm an auntie, a neighbor, an organizer, former foster youth, and a resident of Ward 1. I grew up reliant on the social safety net, reliant on food pantries, free school breakfasts and lunches, free bags of clothes that dropped off on our porch. I started working at the age of 13, and my family is still now reliant on things like WIC, SNAP, you name it. In an economic system that does not only abandon us, but extracts from communities, these programs are life-saving, and I've felt and seen it firsthand. I remember the day that I lost my SNAP benefits because of a job classification technicality while making only $13,000 that entire year. I went home, crawled into bed, and cried through what would have been dinner because I couldn't even turn to food for comfort in that moment. Too many DC residents have to mourn these basic needs every day, and with cuts proposed in the mayor's budget, this loss is collectively felt. This current budget abandons people like me, my family, and my community. Instead of the deep investments that we know would lift communities out of poverty, especially poor Black youth and communities here in DC, we see investments in policing and punishment from this, for the very social and economic structures that we are forced to be a part of. The budget pays for things like Officer TJ Mays,
who I witnessed on multiple occasions harassing young Black people, telling the sister of a person he was arresting to, quote, go to the gym, and, quote, thank you for the overtime. It also goes to folks like, I gotta name him, Officer W.J. Grant, who grabbed my phone out of my hand for recording him arresting somebody and assisting the arrest. It goes to Commander Jason Bagshaw, whose $240,000 a year salary comes from our taxes. And Jason Bagshaw killed a DC resident, Lazarus Wilson, and has a record of harassing residents. It goes to the unnecessary increase of $90 million proposed to support an entire system of criminalization, keeping our people locked up and poor. All while residents are making poverty wages, choosing between rent and food, and being denied access to health care. So communities have been showing you what they need and what works. There are many organizations like the Fair Budget Coalition, the Families Not Feds Coalition, the DC Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, Harriet's Wildest Dreams, and many others. The social safety net is a life-saving tool, but its instability can drive communities deeper into poverty. Robust and transformative investments in community-driven solutions are necessary. We need evidence-based and evidence-affirmed solutions. Not only does policing not lift families out of poverty, it actively pushes people into it. So I must ask, does stripping TANF and ERAP and ATJ make DC safer? Does a higher policing budget make us healthier? Does a higher policing budget make us more securely housed, better educated? Does it give us a living wage? This budget is a reflection of the way that the city thinks of its residents, and there are real consequences to this budget that was chosen for us but not by us. These consequences are on your hands. So the council must reject both the cuts to critical programs such as TANF, ERAP, and ATJ, and reject the increase in MPD budgets. This is the bare minimum.
Thank you very much for your testimony. If you would, you're next, you're here. I just don't know where you are on the list.
That's okay.
And give us your name, please.
Greetings, Councilmember Bonds and members of the Committee of Whole. My name is Sarita Robinson, and I am the Director of the Office of the Early Learning at the UPO, and also a member under the 3DC Coalition. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As you have heard, UPO has served residents, children, and families since 1962. Our mission is simple, yet powerful, uniting people with opportunities. But we cannot achieve this mission without you, our DC Council. In 1921, you made a bold and transformative decision to support the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. And in 2022, early educators began receiving fair and comparable salaries. Since that time, our over 33% of our early educators returned to school, earning credentials from CDA to master's degrees. This opportunity was life-changing for them, their families, and of course, our program. And none of it could be possible without your investment and appreciation. DC became the national model, a blueprint of how to strengthen the early childhood workforce and truly value childcare teachers as educators. But today, we are at a turning point. In November of 2025, I had to inform my educators that their pay will be reduced starting January 1, 2026. 8% of our teachers resigned or retired due to uncertainty. Our educators felt devalued and unappreciated because where there is no investment, there is no appreciation. In October of 2023, you expanded income eligibility for the Child Care Subsidy Program. Our enrollment increased 42%, and in the increase of the subsidies that created reliable funding and stable program operations. And once again, DC led the way. States like Delaware, New York, Illinois followed your lead and your example, recognizing that working families cannot thrive without affordable childcare. But let me make this clear. When you reduce childcare subsidies and create waiting lists, you are not only delaying access, you are denying opportunities. One of the heaviest burdens I have ever carried as a director was being forced to close childcare centers and lay off dedicated staff because of harmful budget cuts and isolated decisions that did not just impact our program, but interrupted lives, families, and futures. In closing, I urge you, our DC elected DC Council, to continue to lead by example and move forward by fully restoring the budget for child care subsidy and pay equity fund. Your leadership on the national stage will ensure that every educator feels valued, every family is supported, and every child has access to the strong, nurturing start they deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Robinson. I think next on our list is Brittany Smallwood.
Hi, Council Chair, Ms. Bonds, and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Brittany Smallwood, and I am a parent of a child receiving child care services from United Planning Organization. UPO is the district's community action agency and has been working since 1962 to improve the economic security of DC residents with low incomes. UPO has offered me and my family high quality early childhood education with teachers who have degrees and credentials and childcare subsidies that make it affordable. UPO also helped me become a confident spokesperson in my role as secretary for the Parent Policy Council. UPO offered me the opportunity to obtain a Child Development Associate certification, which I completed while I was an expecting mom. I am currently an intern working in a UPO infant toddler classroom, and I see all work that goes into the development and education of infants and toddlers. And I can truly say it does matter. I was fortunate to have child care once I delivered so that I could complete my education. And I know other new and expecting expecting parents need child care to work. The Pay Equity Fund helps UPO hire qualified teachers who provide high quality care. I believe that this early impact will help my child and other children become citizens in the communities, even becoming a council person such as yourselves. DC has a proud track record of access to affordable child care, but now we have a wait list for the subsidy program for the first time in over a decade. It is essential that our city continues the progress it has made in providing parents and caregivers child care that they can afford and the qualified teachers that the children like mine need. Beyond child care, TANF cash assistant was vital to me while I was in training and unable to work full time. The many parts of our safety net fit carefully together to create opportunity, which can fall apart if too many pieces are removed. That is why I'm here today, not just to speak on behalf of child care, but also on behalf of all parents who rely on TANF to care for their children. As a Ward 5 voter and resident, I urge the council to strengthen these programs by funding the Pay Equity Fund and child care subsidy in the upcoming fiscal year 2027 budget and restoring all cuts to TANF. I ask that these services be priority to serve families such as mine. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any questions you would like to discuss, I can be reached at the contact information.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we are going to hear from a few online. Ryan Boss, you're next. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you and good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committees of the whole. My name is Ryan Boss. Pronouns are he, him, and I serve as the CEO and president of the Capital Pride Alliance and also a member of the LGBTQ plus Budget Coalition. I am actually not here asking for money, but rather help to preserve a proven economic engine for the District of Columbia. Annually, the Capital Pride events generate about $371 million regionally, with an estimated $245 million in DC alone. Last year, in partnership with the DC government, we hosted World Pride, which provided a $310 million in economic impact for DC. These events bring hundreds of thousands of attendees to DC to experience its neighborhoods that drive tourism and also supports jobs. Our local businesses come to rely on Pride Weekend. LGBTQ plus and hospitality businesses report it is critical to meeting their annual targets. Without it, some would actually struggle to stay open. And Pride revenue also supports essential community services, sustaining district-based nonprofits, providing critical programs and support. Our partnership with the DC government is essential, and we are asking for two things. One, 100% relief of city services fees to deliver a safe and successful Capitol Pride. And two, a clear annual commitment communicated in advance so we can budget, contract, and staff reasonably. Every year we come back in the same position trying to understand, where we're going to land with those fees. And costs have actually escalated dramatically. This year, the fees are estimated to exceed $1.6 million, up from under $100,000 in 2012, $300,000 in 2019, and coming out of COVID in 22, they are estimated at $500,000. Thankfully, the SURF grant was provided post-COVID, which helped us handle these expenses, which strengthened our partnership with the city and also helped to make World Pride successful. Currently, we have only received a commitment of less than 20% commitment. This is actually going to harm local businesses and community organizations because it will prevent our ability to host Capitol Pride on an ongoing basis. Bottom line, let's support our community. Let's be in partnership to ensure Capitol Pride events continue to succeed so that we can generate this critical revenue for the District of Columbia year after year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And would you be sure to transmit to us your written testimony?
Yes, uploaded it just a couple hours ago. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have June Crenshaw. Ms. Crenshaw, you're next on our list.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bond and members of the council. My name is June Crenshaw. My pronouns are she, her, and I serve as the Chief Operating Officer of Capitol Pride Alliance. I'm going to echo a lot of the comments that Ryan Boss has already made, but I want to begin by acknowledging a comment that Councilmember Parker made to me earlier in the week, who reminded me that there are many urgent issues facing our queer community right now. There are safety concerns, healthcare disparities, employment instability, housing insecurity, and growing pressures on our community organizations. And he was right. But respectfully, that's exactly why Capitol Pride's request matters. Because the truth is, Pride is not separate from those challenges. Pride helps fund, support, and sustain the ecosystem of services, visibility, advocacy, and community care that allows queer Washingtonians to survive and thrive. All of this costs money. Washington, D.C. is often called the gayest city in the nation, and that's not accidental. It's because the city made intentional choices over decades to become a place where queer people could openly, safely, and with dignity live. It's because of progressive laws, public leadership, investment in equality, and a culture that embraces visibility. As Ryan mentioned, Capitol Pride generated over $310 million in economic impact to the district last year. That included $75 million in lodging, $55 million in dining, $36 million in retail spending, $15 million in entertainment, and $25 million in direct district tax dollars. It's not simply a celebration. It's a reoccurring cultural and tourism driver, and it fills hotels, it supports restaurants, it creates jobs for artists and security professionals, production crews, etc. It's an important reinvestment in our community. Capitol Pride covers half the cost of the DC LGBT Center's overhead costs, helping to sustain queer services, programming, and community space. We also provide direct financial support and capacity building resources to our diversity of prides. So when city fees continue to increase, it cripples our organization. And we're asking the district to view Capital Pride as a public-private partnership that advances the city's economic goals. So thank you for your time and thank you for considering this request.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Crenshaw. And I think we have on, do we have Ben on? Ben Jesse? All right, we'll move on then to Sandra Benavente. Ms. Benavente, there you are. All right, we'll take your testimony now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Sandra Benavente, and I'm the Advocacy Manager at Ayuda, a nonprofit serving immigrants, many of whom are survivors of crime. I'm here to share deep concerns that the proposed FY27 budget will worsen safety, stability, and health outcomes for immigrant communities, particularly survivors of crime. Across the district, immigrant families are facing escalating threats to their safety and well-being. Many are afraid to report crimes, seek medical care, or access services because they fear detention, deportation, or family separation. This fear increases vulnerability to domestic violence, exploitation, and other forms of harm. At the same time that the need is rising, this budget weakens the systems that support safety and stability. Proposed cuts to access to justice would reduce access to legal representation for low-income immigrants navigating complex legal systems and facing rising fraud and exploitation. Cuts to victim services funding would reduce access to legal advocacy, crisis support, and trauma-informed care, which help survivors remain safe, recover from harm, and avoid further violence. This budget also does not fully restore the DC Healthcare Alliance following last year's cuts. We continue to see the impact of lost coverage, including delayed care, untreated conditions, and significant medical debt that pushes families into financial instability. Additionally, we are concerned about the continued lack of clarity around funding for the CLEAR program, without which legal service providers will face reduced capacity to offer consultations and representation. This creates additional barriers for immigrant communities seeking legal help at a time of heightened need. Language access services provided by Ayuda's Interpreter Bank remain essential across all of these systems. The bank is a shared network that supports over 50 community-based organizations across the district, allowing service providers to communicate effectively with the communities they serve. However, this critical resource, which is supported by OVSJG funding, now faces devastating cuts. We often hear that restoring this funding for these programs is not possible because there are not enough resources. However, that is a policy choice. There are options to raise revenue in ways that ask for more from those with the greatest ability to contribute. Choosing not to pursue those options shifts the burden onto communities that are already facing the greatest challenges. We urge you to take a different approach, commit to taxing wealth and high income, and use this revenue to, in part, fully fund OVSJG victim services at $59.6 million, including restoring access to justice to $31 million, safeguard critical DHS domestic violence services, restoring $700,000 to this line, restore the DC Healthcare Alliance to its previous eligibility and coverage levels, and ensure full funding of the DHS CLEAR program at $3.5 million. These investments are necessary to preserve the systems that immigrant residents and all residents depend on for safety, health, and stability. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I believe we have one other witness on. Ms. Jones? There you are. All right, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, members of the committee, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this afternoon to provide testimony regarding the FY27 Local Budget Act. My name is LaMonica Jones, and I serve as the Director of DC Hunger Solutions. I first want to recognize the insurmountable challenges the district is facing. Uncertainty at the federal level, rising costs for families, and competing budget priorities have created difficult decisions that must be made. At the same time, these moments also require us to be clear about our values and our responsibility to protect the health, stability, and well-being of district residents, particularly those already facing greatest barriers. It's critical that the district continue investing in the programs and services that help residents meet their basic needs, remain healthy, and stay connected to vital resources. Doing so will require full funding of key measures within the budget, including SNAP administrative costs. As I have shared many times before, SNAP is our nation's first line of defense against hunger and one of the most effective tools for reducing poverty and improving health outcomes. Yet, as a result of harmful federal policy decisions, SNAP participation has declined by more than 3 million people nationwide, including more than 1,500 district residents. At a time when many households are already struggling with the high cost of food and living expenses, the district cannot afford additional barriers to food assistance. Funding SNAP administrative costs is essential to supporting staff, technology, outreach, application assistance, eligibility processing, and customer service that make the program work effectively for residents. As the district moves forward with implementing SNAP time limits, i.e. work requirements, for the first time in almost 3 decades, without adequate administrative funding, families face longer wait times, delays in processing, and increased case errors. Additionally, I encourage the council to fully fund the $2 million needed for chip-enabled SNAP EBT cards. Chip cards serve as a critical step forward, protecting residents from EBT theft and skimming. Transitioning to chip-enabled cards will strengthen security protections, reduce fraud, and help ensure residents can safely access the nutrition benefits they depend on to feed themselves and their families. I also urge the council to provide necessary matching funds to fully implement summer EBT or Sunbucks. During summer 2025, nearly 72,000 students and roughly 49,000 households received Sunbucks. Summer is often one of the most difficult times for families experiencing food insecurity, and summer EBT helps close that gap by allowing families to purchase groceries that meet their children's need while reducing summer hunger and supporting consistent access to nutritious food. Finally, I urge the council to reinstate the $2 per student funding for a total of $186,000, which supports alternative school breakfast models under the Healthy Student Amendment Act. Alternative breakfast models like breakfast in the classroom and grab and go have proven effective in increasing participation by making school breakfast more accessible. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony as well as for your time and attention to these matters, and I've included more information in my full testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you to the panel. And we are going to change this seat again. It's been wonderful being with you, and I appreciate the testimonies that I got to hear. I'm going to be a little late for my 4 o'clock, but I may be able to get back. That's provided that the chairman doesn't get through the other 110 today. So we're going to take a, all right, well, we have Councilmember Zachary Parker from Ward 5, representing Ward 5, my ward, where I live. Okay, so he's going to take over now.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you all for your patience, and we're going to proceed to the next panel. Next, we will have Nicole Summers with the Schools Beyond Screens, DC. Chris Thompson, CEO of Calvary Women's Services. Lindsay Lieberman, Schools Beyond Screens, DC. Carrie Romero Shapiro with Schools Beyond Screens, DC. Okay, I'm just checking. So Nicole, Chris. Okay, is Chris Thompson here? All right, so you must be Lindsay, and then Carrie, and then Michelle. Okay. Chris Thompson. All right. Is Anastasia Fitz here? All right, you may begin with your testimony, Nicole.
Is it okay if we start with Carrie? We switched up the order on you.
Okay, so Carrie's gonna go first.
Thank you so much.
Hello, council members, and thank you. I'm Carrie Romero Shapiro. I'm a former teacher, product designer, and a DCPS parent. I'm here to ask this body to redirect our taxpayer dollars toward what evidence shows works. Human teachers and staff, safe buildings, clean air and water, outdoor time, physical books, and paper and pencils. Personally, I love technology, but sometimes the best technology is a crayon. We have spent millions on devices, smartboards, and programs like iReady against peer-reviewed science on how children learn. Part of DCPS teacher compensation is tied to student software use, creating incentives that are misaligned with child well-being. That is unacceptable. The evidence is clear. Students using tablets in most of their classes score a full grade lower in reading. Children with daily one-to-one devices score lowest in reading and math globally. Kids on school-issued devices are off task for up to 38 minutes of every hour. Early screen use stunts the brain pathways that build language and executive function. We don't hand children the keys to a car, and we stopped giving them cigarettes. So why are we placing powerful, addictive, and commercially designed products in classrooms with no accountability, no parental consent, and kids' data being mined? Nearly 60% of school apps send data of students to advertisers. iReady, the software we use in DCPS, is facing a federal class action lawsuit. YouTube, found liable in California for harming kids, is pervasive on some smart boards in the district. Just last week, Cannabis, which we also use, was breached. Hackers stole more than 230 million student and teachers' data. Kids should be active creators using tools, not passive consumers who become tools for profit. Please look to LA, Baltimore, and Arlington public schools and fund the removal and repurposing of these products from our children's daily lives. Hire, support, and reward human teachers for using methods actually backed by science. Reserve CART model tech skills and media literacy for upper grades and kids with unique needs. School is meant to nurture a person's brain, body, and character. Human interaction, productive struggle, delayed rewards, these build the resilience and the critical thought that will actually prepare them for the very powerful tools that they will inherit. We have amazing educators and they are ready to do what's right. Please pay them accordingly and stop funding the tech interests extracting humanity from our public school system. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So is Nicole next? Okay, Michelle.
Hello, I'm here to provide a little bit of a personal touch to some of the things Carrie touched on. I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a second grader, both attending DCPS schools in Ward 1. I'm here to request that the council eliminates exposure to all YouTube for our young children in schools. Teachers cannot control what ads are being played, and as a result, our kids are being exposed to inappropriate information in a school setting. Let me give you two stories for how YouTube ads have disrupted our home life. First, I was recently diagnosed with breast cancer. Get your mammograms, everybody. The week after I was diagnosed, I overheard my 7-year-old daughter in the backseat of my car reciting to herself, "Cancer, the worst words you will ever hear." She says this over and over again. Surprised, upset, I asked her, where'd you hear that from? She said it was an ad that was played before a video that she watched in class. I asked her if she knew what cancer was, and she said no. Thankfully, her questions, she didn't ask me any more questions about cancer and seemed content to leave it at that. We haven't told our kids about my cancer, and we're not sure yet or how we will. But already the school has imprinted words in her mind that scares her about this diagnosis. Not something we intended. Second, my 5-year-old, the kindergartner, has started having nightmares about a boy being stolen away from a stranger. And we asked him where he saw that, and he said an ad for a YouTube ad. Now, we don't know what exactly this was. Maybe it was a trailer for a scary movie. We're not sure. But all we know is he's having nightmares because of something he's watching on YouTube at school. So my point here is that this kind of unregulated, unfiltered content from YouTube is a problem, and it should be regulated. It's upsetting that it's not. So here's some ideas for how to regulate YouTube use if we can't completely eliminate it for our young kids. First, why aren't we on YouTube Premium? Why are kids watching ads in the first place in school? Second, YouTube needs to be blocked on one-to-one devices. Fortunately, my kids are not at the point where they have one-to-one devices, but they will. And I know lots of stories where kids are accessing YouTube and content they shouldn't be seeing in middle schools and high school. And third, and maybe not last, but let's give teacher training to give them alternatives besides devices. There's lots of things that Carrie mentioned. I mean, instead of turning on wiggle breaks with the YouTube that's overstimulating, let's play Four Corners, let's play 7-Up, let's run around the classroom. Let's not watch YouTube. As adults, that we wouldn't find that relaxing. So in summary, based on the evidence by my colleagues here, let's remove YouTube from our schools. And if that's not possible, let's provide very specific regulations for how and when YouTube videos are played in the classroom and eliminate ads. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Lindsay Lieberman.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Lieberman, and I'm a parent of children in DCPS. I'm also an attorney who works on issues of online safety. You've already heard powerful testimony today about what's happening in our classrooms and the research and the consequences of what's happening in our classrooms. I want to focus on something different, what is not happening. Right now in DCPS, there are no clear enforceable limits on screen use in early childhood classrooms. There is no clear, consistent standard across schools, and there is no meaningful transparency for parents about how often screens are used, what content children are consuming, and for what purpose. And while there is technically a right for us to opt out, families have not been given a way to do so, despite DCPS policy suggesting that such a process exists. This is not just a technology issue, it is a policy and accountability issue. We are talking about children as young as 3, 4, and 5 years old, at a stage where development depends on interaction, movement, play, language. Yet screen exposure in classrooms is being left to inconsistent practices without clear guardrails. In one classroom, a screen may be used briefly for a specific lesson. In another, children may spend extended periods watching videos, including advertisements, with no clear standard guiding any of these decisions. When something affects children this significantly, it should not be optional, informal, or invisible. It should be deliberate, limited, and transparent. This is also a budget issue. DCPS has invested heavily in devices, platforms, and digital programs, while families and educators continue to ask for more teachers, aides, support staff, and hands-on learning resources. These are not separate conversations because every dollar spent expanding screen-based instruction is a dollar not spent on the people and the environments that we know support children's learning and well-being. I am asking for 3 straightforward things. First, clear district-wide limits on screen use in PK3 through elementary school with a presumption against screen use in early childhood classrooms. Second, transparency for families about when and how screens are used, including what content children are consuming and whether that content includes advertisements and what products are being advertised. And third, a real accessible opt-out process, along with a reevaluation of whether young children actually need one-to-one devices at all, when a CART or a computer lab model may be more developmentally appropriate. Right now, parents are left piecing together what is happening in classrooms and schools are left without any direction. We have inconsistency and confusion when we should have clarity, and you have the ability to set that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask that you please be mindful when you see the clock. Nicole Summers, you're next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and the Committee of the Whole. My name is Nicole Summers, and I'm here with Schools Beyond Screens DC. I'm a mother of a kindergartner at Stoddard Elementary School and a 3-year-old who will begin pre-K 3 next year. I'm submitting testimony today to urge the council to cut the parts of the DCPS budget devoted to one-to-one device use and ed tech, to cut the $1.5 million iReady contract, and redirect those funds towards physical books, teachers and staff, and hands-on learning resources. As a parent, I've been extremely intentional in restricting my children's time on devices. I do this in part because I know the research shows they are addictive, hinder attention and focus, and often expose kids to inappropriate content. The last thing I want is for my kids to reap these negative effects while at school, a place where they're supposed to be learning, growing, and interacting with peers. I want my kids to learn with physical materials. I want them to read paper books rather than passages on an app, and I want them to engage with their teachers rather than big tech. My son's current kindergarten teacher teaches entirely analog without one-to-one devices or ed tech aside from the required DCPS testing, and it has been a fantastic experience. I volunteer regularly in the class, and I've seen firsthand that the students are engaged, focused, and have learned a tremendous amount. I want this experience to continue for the next 12 years. I speak today not only as a parent, but also as an educator. I am an associate professor of law at Georgetown University Law Center, where I teach both first-year and upper-level students. To succeed in higher ed, students do not need the quote-unquote digital literacy that's acquired from time spent on apps, making PowerPoints, and browsing the internet. What they need is to be able to sustain focus, to read and comprehend lengthy texts, and to think independently and critically. Across higher ed, faculty are discussing students' declines across all of these areas. On the whole, students are more distracted and distractible, their capacities to absorb lengthy reading assignments are diminished, and they're more reliant on the internet and AI to think for them. These skills are skills they have to learn in their elementary and secondary years. There's no way around that. And all the research has shown that time spent on devices and on ed tech programs undermines them. In my own law classes at Georgetown, I highly discourage laptop use, and I do this because tons of research shows that students learn more when they handwrite notes. Researchers have found that when students handwrite, not only are they less distracted, but the process of handwriting actually helps them retain the material. Yet so many of my students can't act on my encouragement to handwrite notes, even if they want to. For many of them, they don't have the physical handwriting skills necessary to do so. And for others, they don't know how to engage in the process of more slowly taking notes by hand. They were never taught. So please invest in the educational tools that will allow DCPS students to succeed in college and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. My immediate thought was, I wonder how students are grappling with AI. But your testimony is well made. I do have just 2 quick follow-up questions that I want to make sure I'm tracking. Is the suggestion here that we do away with iReady altogether?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes, please.
And is the argument that there should be reduced computer time?
The
or
argument
no
is
computer time?
The argument is that we'd love for DCPS to set developmentally appropriate guidelines that are actually aligned with evidence and science. Right now, there's no evidence or science that shows that actually in the reverse, one-to-one devices dramatically correlate to a fall in reading and math scores, and that's across all grades and all countries studied.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I appreciate your heart wrenching testimony and like the personal connection. I think the arguments about you being able to share certain information with your young child versus them learning it via YouTube is a no-brainer. So thank you. And thank you. With that, we're going to move to our next panel.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Lisa Winjum. Sophia Galvin Puente, Schools Beyond Screens, DC. She's not here. Amber Harding, Executive Director of the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Jessica Nguyen, Capital Pride Alliance. Cody Austin. I was wondering what the jingle was about, but now I think I get it. I get it. Cody Austin. Andy Wasenick, Director of Policy at Miriam's Kitchen. Apologies if I mispronounced your name. All right, got it right. Okay, good. David Whitehead, DC Chapter Director of Sierra Club. Online. Matthias Poston. Shatasha Jordan, teachers with United Planning Organization. Okay. The chairman's being generous today. Normally, I don't think he allows, but what is your name?
Maimea Nyarko.
Do you mind spelling that just for the record?
Maame, last name Nyarko.
I'm sorry, one last time. The last name Myako.
N for Nancy, Y for yellow, A for apple, R for Robert, K for Kevin, O for Oscar.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Lisa, you may begin with your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Lisa Wingham, and I'm the Executive Director of My Sister's Place, the longest-serving domestic violence organization in DC. Since 1979, we have provided shelter, housing, and survivor-centered services for domestic violence survivors and their children. I'm here today to ask the council to restore the $685,000 proposed cut to domestic violence services line in the DHS budget. While the headline cut is 20.8%, it represents a 31.6% reduction in local funding, a much deeper cut than that top line number suggests. Please restore this $5.6 million cut to OVSJG Victim Services. We support the Victim Assistance Network's request for a $59.6 million victim services line for fiscal year 27, and we are asking that you please address survivor privacy and confidentiality concerns in OVSJG grant agreements and confirm existing federal and DC code protections for all survivors accessing services. At My Sister's Place, DHS and OVSJG funding support our two 90-day emergency shelters, our RISE transitional housing program, our Resilient Futures Aftercare program, and workforce development and financial education coaching. These programs serve hundreds of survivors and family members every year. Right now, our shelters are at capacity, and we have 48 people on the wait list for MSP's emergency shelter. We are turning over units as quickly as we can, but the demand is staggering. The district is at a critical moment in how we respond to survivors. In recent weeks, district leaders have talked to the press about the rise in domestic violence and domestic violence homicides as a serious public safety concern. MPD has reported that domestic violence accounts for 25% of homicides in DC this year. But the proposed budget does not match this urgency. What I haven't heard is how district leaders plan to address survivors' needs. You cannot meaningfully improve the district's response to domestic violence while leaving survivors out of it. The budget is more than dollars and cents. It is a statement of our priorities. If the district calls domestic violence a priority while cutting victim services, that's not alignment, it's contradiction. Less funding does mean less services. Survivors need services, services need funding. We urge the council to restore the cuts. If the district is serious about survivor safety, the budget must reflect that by funding the essential services survivors need to move from crisis to safety and stability. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Right on time. Thank you for your testimony. Next, Amber Harding.
Thank you. My name is Amber Harding. I'm the Executive Director of the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. This proposed budget before you lays out a vision for DC that few low-income residents will be able to live in. This budget promises a DC with street sweeping, but no homes for people living on the streets, homes for sport teams, but not for families, and more law enforcement to enforce the increasingly punitive approach to poverty. Many will go without food, healthcare, housing, or access to lawyers to enforce their rights. Some of these cuts may have originated with the federal government, but that does not absolve DC of its responsibility to fill those gaps and make sure people have what they need to survive. At the legal clinic, where our cases have tripled this year, we already see the impact of DC's cuts, as well as its evisceration of our clients' legal rights. Last year, the budget not only failed to invest sufficiently in permanent affordable housing, but also solidified an inhumane, strict benefits cliff in rapid rehousing, throwing many residents into an entirely predictable cycle of housing, eviction, and homelessness. And now we have a 15% increase in family homelessness. Not a single dollar was invested in ending the homelessness of individuals. This at a time when unsheltered DC residents were and are increasingly at risk due to federal and local governments' displacement efforts. The one bright spot in the past few years has been the expansion of bridge housing, but with the lack of investment in long-term housing, bridge housing like rapid rehousing has become a bridge to nowhere. Now evictions are at a historic high, homelessness is on the rise, and this budget doubles down on that cruelty, actually increasing homelessness and failing low-income DC residents right and left. Just want to read you a little bit of what DC residents are saying. My daughter and I are staring into the abyss of homelessness once again. The thought of going back to a shelter, of starting the process all over, is nothing short of devastating. I know I'm not alone in this struggle. There are countless families like mine fighting to stay afloat in a system that seems designed to fail us. We are now one bad day away from losing everything we've worked to stabilize. When routines are disrupted, my youngest regresses, my oldest spirals. I feel that in my bones as their mother. I'm not asking for special treatment, just a humane adjustment so disability doesn't become a doorway back to homelessness. And finally, I currently have nowhere to go, and it's cold, and I was not placed in a shelter or anywhere, and then they are basically saying shelters are not helping with anything. DC is pushing low-income, primarily Black residents out of this city through intentional policy choices and funding priorities. Whether it is President Trump's statement that the homeless have to move out immediately, the Bowser administration's no-tent zones erected around the city, or the failure to invest in deeply affordable housing, the message is clear. Unhoused people are not welcome in DC. This proposed budget does little to change that message. The economic picture for DC is leaner than it has been in years, but the economic picture for low-income DC residents is potentially life-threatening. You have a responsibility to the people in this city who are truly in crisis and who cannot wait for better times to come around again. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Andy Wasenick.
Councilman Parker, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Andy Wasenick. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and I am the Director of Policy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end homelessness and help to lead and convene the Way Home campaign, the DC's advocacy coalition, working to end chronic homelessness in Washington, DC. My computer died, so I'm going to be winging it here, but I did upload some testimony earlier today. And I don't have too much to add after what my colleague over here, Amber, mentioned. I'll just talk a little bit from my experience. Before moving into advocacy, I worked on our outreach team for 7.5 years. And I managed our CSUN outreach team and co-managed our CSUN outreach team. And in that time, I gained a great appreciation and understanding of really like how, for lack of a better term, the sausage of homelessness and homeless services gets made in the city. And what I can tell you is that the fact that we didn't have any resources in the budget for single individuals last year, and that there are no resources for single individuals this year, aside from potentially 104 site-based PSH slots that we expect to come online, you're going to have a big mess on your hands here because the shelters are full. We just put 618 people back on the street with the closing of the hypothermia shelters. It's not that people are stopping becoming homeless. And, you know, we do our best to divert people with various diversion programs, but we don't divert them all. And the reality is that many of the people who become homeless are elderly or their ability to work is severely compromised. We're not talking about people who we can get, you know, into aim higher or some other job training program, and we're going to solve their problems, get them to be able to find an affordable apartment in this town. Like, they need housing subsidies, and permanent supportive housing is the proven subsidy, you know, that we know works, a program that works. It gets a bad name undeservedly. Like, housing with services is what ends chronic homelessness for the vast majority of people. We need to work on diversifying our portfolio of programs that we have, for sure. But without PSH, we can put people in bridge housing. That's great, but that's sort of like taking an overflowing tub of water and taking a solo cup and taking that cup of water and putting it on the floor while the water on the floor continues to rise. Like, the cup's going to float away. Like, we're going to have problems, and it's going to be more expensive to fix down the line if we don't address it now. And so we urge you to find ways to raise revenue and find revenue in programs that we don't need to have, or, like, you know, are not quite as essential to people actually maintaining their lives. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, David Whitehead, who's online.
Good afternoon, council member. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is David Whitehead, and I'm the chapter director of the District of Columbia chapter of the Sierra Club, and I'm presenting our chapter's testimony. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with millions of members and supporters, including 7,000 DC residents. We are a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition, which seeks a budget of care and sustainability that we believe requires equitable revenue raisers to adequately fund the safety net. This is the second year in a row that the mayor has dramatically defunded the Department of Energy and Environment. Including the loss of federal funds, DOEE is suffering a 28% loss of funding this year. Last year, the mayor proposed a 24% cut to the agency. All of us understand the council and the mayor have to make tough decisions right now when it comes to the district's budget. However, an over 50% cut to a single agency is not belt-tightening or shared sacrifice. A 50% cut in funding is a systematic decision to undo an agency and the work it does in our community. We understand that the mayor started this mess, but we need the DC Council to do more to clean it up. This mayor has proposed yet another budget that deceives DC residents. As the council knows well, DC residents pay a variety of fees that support policies we all care about. Whether it is the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund fee that appears on our utility bills or the bag fees we pay to use plastic bags at stores, these funds were written into existence with a particular goal in mind. Yet again, in this budget, the mayor continues diverting these funds for her own purposes. Now, instead of paying a fee that supports initiatives like river cleanup programs or clean energy programs for low-income residents, our fees are no more than a new form of tax used to pay for the government's basic operations. We understand the need for the DC government to look for wasteful spending or to look under couch cushions in a tough budget year, but misusing the dollars of DC residents that were promised for something else is simply dishonest. Climate and environmental initiatives are spread out across the district's $21 billion budget. Attached to our testimony are the comments and recommendations we have on green issues across multiple agencies. Rather than go through all of them in detail with you now, we'd like to make a few broad points. We have to invest today in a growing DC. We are asking that the council make small investments now that will pay off huge dividends in the future. These are direct investments in the health of our communities, the green spaces that make our city beautiful, and the rivers that bring so much value to our home. These are direct investments that make it cheaper for people to live here, investments in our schools and the education of our youth, and investments that help move people about our city without filling it with smog and even more cars. We reject any framing that says we must wait to invest in green programs like until the district's economy is on better footing. Treating our climate, health, air, and water like optional luxuries that only need attention when budgets are flush puts us on a dangerous path. We are asking for smart investments that will help DC grow and thrive, not only for new residents and businesses that might come here, but also for everyone who currently calls DC home. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I encourage you and your team and Chairman's team to review the detailed recommendations our chapter leaders have provided, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Matthias Poshnin.
Hi, my name is Matthias Postian. I live in Ward 4. I'm here to testify about something that's truly absurd. We're told that this is a tight budget, and what do you not do in a tight budget? You do not throw away free money. And yet this is exactly what the DC government is doing. There is $58 million in federal dollars available as grants to the District of Columbia for energy efficiency measures and measures that help people live in a cleaner and safer home. These are dollars that are exclusively dedicated to low and moderate income residents, and we're not accessing them. That is literally insane. Why are we not accessing the money? Because we need local co-payments. These are dollars that are available, roughly a one-for-one federal match to our local dollars. I urge this committee to restore $10 million for District of Columbia's budget to the to the Department of Energy and Environment to access those local dollars to help low-income residents repair their roofs, get a new heating system, get a cleaner and healthier home. It's literally a no-brainer. These $58 million are going to expire in February of 2029. We're roughly halfway through the period in which these dollars will be eligible. There's $58 million on free federal dollars on the table. How much have we accessed so far? Approximately 3 out of $58 million have been accessed. Why so little? Because the District of Columbia cannot come up with barely 5% of the local co-payment that's needed. That's absolutely insane and absurd. It has to stop. There's got to be a way to find $10 million to deliver $20 million in benefits to DC residents. So thanks for your time and attention. I urge you to restore $10 million to DOE's budget to access those federal co-payments. Thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you. In place of Shatasha Jordan, is it Mame? Mime. You may provide your testimony.
Good afternoon to you, Councilman Parker and the rest of the committee. My name is Maimia Niarco, and I am a Ward 4 resident, a professional educator with a degree in culinary arts and a CDA credential, as well as a mother of a daughter in pre-K 4. I am here today because of the proposed cuts to the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund and childcare subsidies, and also speaking about the district's promise to its workers and families. For years, the PEF allowed many of us to finally move away from the brink of poverty. Based on the district's commitment to pay equity, many teachers made drastic life changes. We signed leases, we improved our education, we finally saw a path toward a stable middle-class life. How does this council expect us to simply revert back to struggling? You are asking professionals to go back to a life of poverty while the cost of living in this community, in this city, continues to soar. Passion for our students does not pay our rent. It does not feed our own children. When you cut our pay, you are effectively forcing us out of the classrooms we love. When professional teachers are forced out of the field, it is our little ones who suffer the most. Early childhood is the most critical window for brain development, and the development relies on stability. Every year, a qualified teacher is forced to leave a job for a job that actually pays a living wage. A child loses a bond, a mentor, and a foundation. These cuts don't just affect a budget, they degrade the quality of care for every child in the district. We are not babysitters. We are architects of the next generation's success. You cannot claim to support DC families while simultaneously dismantling the workforce that makes our lives possible. As a mother, I see this from both sides. I want my daughter to get the best in life. As a teacher, I want to provide the start for people's children without sacrificing their own financial survival. I urge the council to fully restore funding for the Pay Equity Fund, to protect child care subsidies, to ensure no family is forced out of the workforce. Do not balance this budget on the backs of women and children of DC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Winjum, I wanted to just clarify. You are advocating to restore $685,000 in the domestic violence line items via DHS, but you say while the headline cut is 20.8%, it actually represents 31% in local funding reduction. Can you just elaborate quickly on that?
I think I have to go back to my policy person at the
Understood.
office. And I'm
What I
sorry,
think from-
I normally would not play the new person card here, but I've been the executive director at my sister's place for 7 whole weeks.
Okay.
So I do need to go back and get
No
some
worries.
staff support and get you an answer.
The point is well taken, that we need to do everything we can to address domestic violence. I guess my question, if you want to follow up, is the magnitude of the cut. It seems like you're suggesting here in your written testimony that what's printed in the budget materials may actually be understated, and I wanted to just clarify that.
I'll get you an email.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks.
And then Amber and Andy, I totally get it, but not only, I think there's not much more that can be said, that there's convergence of factors that are contributing to homelessness in the district. And I know this is top of mind for my colleagues as we're trying to find vouchers, as there's a question around whether federal funding will be available to protect vouchers that people are using today, not to mention the services that are going to be afforded. So I don't necessarily have a question, but I just know that this is a priority. I did have one question, Mr. Whitehead. You have a long list here of energy investments and recommendations on BEPS, or the Building Energy Performance Standards. You reluctantly accept the 1-year delay in pushing back compliance to 2029. Can you just quickly say what you hope to happen in that additional year? And I know that there's been ongoing efforts to delay and undermine BEPS. But what are you hoping to happen in that 1-year delay?
And if you don't mind, I'll invite Matthias to answer as well. He has probably more than I can offer here, but the short of it is they're not ready, and we hope that they will be ready by 2029. So, sort of forcing the issue by the end of this year doesn't actually get us too far. And so the mayor has done a number of things to delay implementation here, including just even recently disbanding the working group on this. So we are reluctantly okay with it because we think that that might be actually the fastest we can get this done. But Matthias, if you want to add more detail, I invite you to jump in.
Yeah, it's my understanding that compliance continues to be due by the end of the year. Then buildings are going to report their energy use throughout 2026 by, I think, April of 2027. And then DOE would normally use 2027 to, look who's complied, hopefully not need to issue any penalties. And then the next cycle was supposed to start 2028. And so my understanding is that compliance is still due at the same deadline. And it's just that, if you wanted to joke a little bit, DOE needs a year longer to think about what the next cycle is supposed to look like. So in some level, they're saying that thinking for things about 2 years will be better than thinking about it for a year. I have no evidence of that being true, but that's the issue. And so that's, in that sense, that's not that bad.
Okay. I know my colleague, Councilmember Allen, is on top of this, and your feedback is appreciated. But thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
We will move to our next panel. Next, we'll have Savon Coffey, Vice President of Government Relations and Advocacy at the Pet Food Institute, online. Then we have Jean Stewart. Maya Baum, former DC educator with Empower Ed. Maya Baum. We are going to call Commissioner Trupti Patel. For the record, Commissioner Patel was on the list earlier, so we're now allowing her to testify. May Miles, former DC educator in Empower Ed. Jamal Jones, former DC educator in Empower Ed. Allison Rice, Empower Ed. Colin Radix Carter. Frank Snodgrass, Vice President of Government Affairs at DC Association of Realtors. Okay. And although I know your name, I'm going to ask you to provide your name for the record. Teen Lewis, volunteer leader advocate, campaign to reduce lead exposure and asthma. Online. Marika Tapp. Awesome. And we'll stop there. And with that, is it Savon Coffee? Did I pronounce your name right?
You got the first name right. This is Savon Coy with the Pet Food Institute. Good afternoon.
Okay. You may provide your testimony.
Great. Thank you, council member and members of the committee. I'm Savon Coy with the Pet Food Institute representing U.S. dog and cat food manufacturers. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the Budget Support Act. While PFI and our coalition supports the goals of Subtitle 5, Section C, we must respectfully oppose the pet food registration fee as a funding mechanism for the program. We're also concerned about the legislative process. This policy has not received a standalone hearing, and its inclusion in the budget limits opportunities for stakeholder input and careful review of its potential impacts. In addition, DC does not have a regulatory framework to implement this program, which could create significant administrative burdens and unaccounted for costs to the city. As written, this approach may have unintended consequences for district residents, their pets, and local businesses. First, it could reduce product availability. Pet food isn't a single product. It includes hundreds of specialized formulas, and applying fees per product may lead manufacturers to scale back what they offer in smaller markets like DC. That can mean fewer options, especially for pets with specific medical or dietary needs. It may also reduce sales at local pet stores and push consumers to shop online or outside the district. Second, it will likely increase costs for consumers. Pet food is an essential good, it's not a luxury, and fees imposed upstream are typically passed on at the register. That can create real affordability challenges for pet owners. This is especially concerning as higher costs can lead to difficult trade-offs and potentially increase pet relinquishment. Third, the policy raises equity concerns. The bill does not include clear income-based targeting, so a regressive funding mechanism that leads to higher pet food costs may disproportionately impact lower income households while not ensuring those most in need benefit from the program. As such, we encourage the council to consider more effective, proven, community-supported funding alternatives like specialty license plates, income tax checkoffs, and public-private partnerships. In closing, we respectfully urge you to reconsider this provision. PFI and our coalition stand ready to work with you on solutions that expand access to care while protecting affordability and product choice for district pet owners. Thank you for your time and consideration, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Jean Stewart.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker, Chairman Mendelson, and staff members. My name's Jean Stewart. I'm a 56-year resident of Ward 1, and DC, every ward of DC is my community, and I care deeply about it. I have long been an advocate for environmental justice and affordable housing here. I believe that housing is a basic human right, and one that should guarantee every resident clean air and clean water. That's why I'm urging changes in this budget to restore funding for the Healthy Homes Act, to enable my lower income neighbors to switch from the well-known toxins that are produced by burning methane gas in stoves and other appliances to clean and efficient electric systems like heat pumps. Now, this costs a bunch of money up front, but it results in ongoing cost savings, for one thing, and healthier people, meaning fewer missed days of school and of work and fewer hospital stays. For the mayor to cut funds for this important program is economically short-sighted and will cost the city much more in the long run. The mayor proposes raiding even more money from the SETF than last year, a fund that we pay for and that's intended to provide the money for struggling low-income families to move to non-polluting electric appliances and to greatly reduce their energy bills. Draconian cuts to the SETF will mean locking in fossil fuel systems in these homes for years to come, with the attendant financial burdens of rapidly increasing utility bills for residents who strain to pay them even at current rates, and continuing pollution-driven illnesses. Like Stephen Colbert, I'll say here's news you can use from the state of Hormuz. The blockage of this major supply line for petroleum products and liquid natural gas is driving up prices right now, causing a lot of rethinking about our dependence on fossil fuels. The proposed cuts to the DOEE budget are even more short-sighted in view of this sudden shock to our usual economic expectations, and would put our city at an immediate and long-term disadvantage for funding energy efficiency, healthy housing, and a clean environment. In addition to restoring some of the funds to this proposed budget, I ask that you consider adding new revenue raisers, such as some of the ones that have been proposed by the Fair Budget Coalition. We also should not be leaving DC stuck with the very expensive fossil fuel infrastructure planned by Washington Gas. We do not need investment in a burdensome billion-dollar web of new gas pipes as more and more residents and businesses shift away from gas to electricity. We should be investing in the future, not the past. Thank you.
Thank you I gave you some extra time there.
I appreciate that.
yeah.
Thank you.
Next, my mouse.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. My name is May Miles. I'm a former DCPS teacher, and I would like to share how community coordinators could support our schools and prevent further teacher turnover. I didn't want to quit, but post-COVID expectations were neither realistic nor healthy. Students weren't ready to jump into the next grade level in fall of 2021, yet testing demanded it. Some parents weren't in a position to engage, and teachers and administrators were pitted against each other to look good, rather than actually help students get acclimated. It wasn't just truancy, over-testing, poor onboarding for new teachers like me. It was all of that, plus monthly school-wide events performing happiness, when what every teacher really needed was time to plan, time to reflect without fear of penalty, and to address learning gaps before the pile-on of bells and whistles. Take iReady. It leaves students ages 6 to 10 to navigate nuanced material on their own. That's not teaching. It's hurting critical thinking. Fortune magazine recently reported that the US spent $30 billion replacing textbooks with devices, producing what researchers are calling the first generation loss, where they're less cognitively cognitively capable than their parents. I'm not here to condemn all ed tech. I like Khan Academy, free lessons. However, we don't want students to just memorize content for testing. We want real life applications. So I would like the council to consider eliminate iReady at the elementary level, invite the community in, safe passage support, lunch duties, classroom presence, utilize our community elders who have known some of these children much better than incoming teachers. Simply put, when teachers aren't asked with everything, they have time to reflect and improve. I urge the council to renew community school grants at $300,000 this budget year, connecting schools to community-based organizations. I strongly support increased pay equity funding and expanded childcare subsidies for early childhood education. Thank you for listening to teachers and supporting teacher-driven solutions.
Thank you, and my apologies for mispronouncing your name. Next, we have Jamal Jones.
All right there. Greetings, Mr. Parker and members of the board. My name is Jamal Jones. I am I guess you could say a former educator of DC. I've been with a number of different coalitions, number of different speeches, number of different talks related to the wellness of teachers. I'm a special ed, or at least have been a special education teacher for a large majority of my career. But I find it hard to really be a teacher given just how much of a demand that comes to one, just being an adult, but then two, also teaching these spaces where mostly where I'm serving are students with emotional behavior disorders and the like. And that part is actually fun. I think for me, the first time I had to fall out of love with teaching is when I actually was a victim of domestic violence, and it had such an incredible impact on my life, just having to rectify that I needed more support and more care than I was getting at my school. And so I made the decision to not be there any further. But then also realizing that in general, after that, because immediately afterwards, the pandemic happened. And then from the pandemic, things never really recovered. And I want to say that I don't think things have really fully recovered yet either. In fact, I think things as an educator, being an educator, has become harder than it ever has. And so with these kind of rising challenges, I think it's actually critical to make sure that educators don't lose access to supports to help them remain in the profession. Now, I'm still on the fence about whether or not I'll return to the profession, but I know something that would absolutely bring me back is if I actually had access to critical services that maintain my wellness, whether it even just be as simple as listening benches or like on-call therapists. Some of these schools provide, some of them don't. But even with that, also making sure that it's a culture within the school and training for leadership on how to kind of create spaces like that. I want to also emphasize that school leaders are having a hard time dealing with these challenges. I had a number of times with my former principals, they're having their own breakdowns. And I want to make sure that in order to support them, who also support the culture, who would support the teachers, and therefore support the students, I'm going to make at least 3 requests from this council. First one is to maintain and strengthen funding for educator mental health supports by funding the OSSI Educator Wellness Grants. That's something that we as Empower Ed use, a number of other schools have already used to kind of create spaces of pockets of wellness. So please maintain and support that. 2, ensure continued access to mental health services for students by reversing the DBH plan to bring school behavioral health in-house, which would mean thousands of students lose their connections. That was a big part of that initiative, and I still want to see that come through for the next few years because you still have to learn and develop. And lastly, fund programming that keeps young people safe in our community, like expanded hours for DPR and the youth mentorship bill authored by the council member, Robert White. Thank you for your time, and I will end my testimony here.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Allison Rice.
Hi, sorry, I'm taking this from the car. I appreciate
As long as you're not driving.
I'm not driving. I'm in the parking lot. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Allison. I am a career educator. I have for over 20 years. This is my 10th year teaching in DCPS. I have taught 5th grade, 6th grade, 8th grade, and I'm actually moving back down to the elementary space next year. I miss the little guys. Although I am endlessly tired and some days I struggle to get through the day, I have no plans on leaving DCPS prior to retirement. I am, however, fearful that many of our younger teachers are going to leave, and soon. Just coming from a place of experience, we need more schools to be funded as community schools. Currently, only 15% of DCPS schools, or DC schools rather, are community schools compared to other school districts. PG County's at 70%, Baltimore City's at 96%. I actually taught in Baltimore City for 11 years. We're well behind in fully supporting our families. Community schools have proven to dramatically increase academic achievement for Black students, English language learners, and economically disadvantaged students. So please restore OSSI competitive grants. The $2.4 million price tag will work wonders for our schools and families. My current school welcomes all new student additions with open arms and open hearts, but many of our new students struggle emotionally or behaviorally, and we can only do so much with the resources that we have to support our school community. At a time when we are concerned about youth safety and well-being, community schools are a proactive tool to give students positive direction. We also need to restore funding to DCPS connected schools. At least 6 schools are losing this model in DCPS if the council does not restore funding. Also, we need to protect educator wellness grants at $300,000 in the current budget to continue grants. Many schools are already working with fewer staff and reduced budgets. This creates a strain on schools and ruins morale. This is not sustainable and ultimately will hurt DC's children. Programs like Empower Ed use these funds to create plans that boost morale by connecting teachers to programs that promote wellness and lead to improved retention numbers. At the end of the day, when teachers feel valued, motivated, and supported, everybody wins. And we need to fund an extension of hours on nights and weekends at DPR facilities. Our scholars need a place to socialize and spend productive time outside of school hours, especially with new youth curfews being implemented and increased police budget and presence on the street. Our young people need positive, proactive support and programming, not budget cuts to the programs that help them the most. And finally, restore the early childhood education or educator pay equity fund. This is paramount. As an older teacher, we rely on quality preschool programs with staff who are paid equitably as a foundation for K through 12 education at every level. That's huge. So thank you. So sorry that I overtook my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Colin Radix Carter.
Parker, 2 years ago, I addressed the lack of care for our early childhood educators in the district and how we are collectively, as I wrote back then, disrespected, ignored, and uncared for. It saddens and deeply offends me that 2 years later, I'm here to address the same sentiment. I want to acknowledge that the times we are currently living in are challenging and having to make cuts to our city budget are undesirable, but necessary. But my question is this: if we are willing to make cuts that affect young children at the beginning of their educational careers, what does that say as a community of how we value children in general? As I shared in a testimony 2 years ago, I was on the verge of leaving the profession. I was exhausted, burned down, and feeling desperate that my tenure at DCPS wasn't valued by the higher-ups in central office. The main reason why I chose to remain in DCPS is because my administration, families, and colleagues value the work I do in terms of structuring the curriculum in a way that makes it relevant, meaningful, and most importantly, honors and values and places value on what my students desire to learn. I say this knowing the privilege I have this kind of autonomy in a ward-free school. I know the structure of learning is not accessible to many schools within the district, and I believe it should be. But the key in giving my colleagues the freedom to enhance their craft in an effort to expand the possibilities of our children growing and learning in authentic ways in the district is through meaningful, targeted, and personalized professional development opportunities. I was fortunate to receive these kinds of opportunities when I worked in Boston and limited opportunities working within my current school in the past. DCPS has chosen to eliminate the majority of its early childhood divisions. So starting next year, early childhood educators will not receive instructional support from central office. While I speak on behalf of my early childhood colleagues, the need of quality, targeted professional development is necessary for all teachers, especially and must replace the current one-size-fits-all model currently implemented in the district. Depending on the needs of our schools, not having targeted professional development for teachers, especially those new to the field, will result in teachers being disconnected from their work, which can result in reduced motivation, job satisfaction, and retention. We are already higher than the national average in many of these metrics already, and I'm asking to please do whatever you can to minimize these effects, but especially for the sake of our young students. To minimize the effects of a decreased funding for teacher development, professional development, I'm asking that we take a bold step to install a teacher professional development fund within the budget by providing $500,000 a year for teachers to pursue professional development opportunities that are not aligned with central office or within our schools. I am asking once again to please honor our collective commitment to our youngest learners and support our work to ensure authentic student growth across the district. The provision of meaningful, targeted, and personalized professional development is essential for teachers to enhance their pedagogical expertise, focus on student needs, and allows us to take ownership of our personal and professional growth. Therefore, taking a bold step to install a teacher professional development fund within the budget is not only an expense, but a critical investment that levels the playing field for all schools and empowers every teacher to enhance their craft. To conclude, as an early childhood educator, I want to express solidarity with early childhood educators not working DCPS and ask that the council restore the pay equity fund and childcare subsidies in the effort to minimize the hardships these students, teachers, and families will experience without this funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We have a substitute for Frank Snodgrass. Do you mind providing your name for the record?
Sure. Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker. My name is not Frank Snodgrass. My name is Sean Hilgendorf, and I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for the DC Association of Realtors, or DCAR. I'm also a Ward 6 resident. I'm here today reading Frank's testimony as he had to pick up his kids from school, and unfortunately, he couldn't quite make it back. DCAR is the District State Association of Realtors and serves as the premier voice of real estate in DC. Our mission is to advocate, protect, and promote the interests of our approximately 2,800 members and their clients who live and work in every ward of our city. Through our advocacy, we represent real estate professionals, small housing providers, property managers, homeowners, and renters like me. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The district's housing market is facing significant challenges. Federal actions are pushing our economy toward recession, and new housing investment is down. As a result, the Chief Financial Officer's last revenue estimate highlighted significant reductions in the volume and value of property sales, which are expected to reduce our deed tax revenue by over $100 million a year. In this market, many of our residents are struggling to find homes they can afford, and new housing construction has slowed considerably. Given these circumstances, now is not the time to cut our investment in housing or to raise new barriers to people finding homes. Instead, as you and your colleagues consider this budget, we ask that you take steps to protect and strengthen the district's housing market. Most importantly, we ask that you resist raising property or real estate transfer taxes. Raising these taxes now would only make homeownership more unaffordable for residents already struggling. Second, we support proposed tax incentives to convert underutilized properties into new housing and to increase workforce housing. As you consider these proposed incentives, we do ask that you look for opportunities to expand home ownership as well, because ownership allows people to reinvest in their communities, and if we can make it more accessible by adding more housing onto the market, it'll be more affordable for everybody. In last year's Budget Support Act, DCAR worked with the council on important reforms to the Home Purchase Assistance Program. HPAP is a critical program for ensuring equity and access to home ownership for our residents. That's why we're asking the council to restore the proposed cut of nearly $2 million to DHCD's home ownership programs. We also believe that HPAP can be more effective and efficient, and we support efforts by the council or DHCD to streamline the program and get money to our residents faster. As it stands, while HPAP is critically important, it can also be a challenge for first-time home buyers to navigate due to multiple layers of bureaucracy, barriers to entry, and delays. Looking at the budget overall, the challenges we face are not cyclical or short-term. They're structural conditions with lasting implications for the district. The path forward, we believe, is to make DC a city that works by strengthening our core systems, removing barriers to housing and economic activity, and delivering services reliably. DCAR stands ready to be a partner with the council in doing those things. With that, thank you, Councilmember Parker. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Tanae Lewis. We see you. If you can come off mute to provide your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that they needed to unmute me. My apologies. Can the time be reset?
Yes, we could reset your time. And while we do that, if you wouldn't mind speaking closer to the microphone or turning up, it's really hard to hear you.
Yes, thank you. Give me 1 second. Is this better?
I think so. But
Okay,
please
thank you.
proceed.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker, Chairman Mendelson, and other council staff. My name is Tanae Lewis. I am a DC native, environmental and social justice community advocate, a volunteer leader on the campaign to reduce lead exposure and asthma, as well as a small business owner of We DC. I am here today to demand this council do better with pushing back against the budget cuts proposed by Mayor Bowser, because the families of the districts deserve a budget that reflects their realities, not political headlines, not billion-dollar deals, but the actual needs of children, seniors, working families, and communities struggling to already survive. We are demanding funding that is intentional, equitable, and directly protects low to moderate income families. We need investments that prioritize children's health, safety, and the well-being, not cuts to the very programs keeping families afloat. Right now, our children are being poisoned by lead exposure, poor air quality, unsafe housing conditions, and environmental neglect. You all know the damaging and harmful health impacts lead poisoning causes children under 6. You know that children suffer behavior and developmental consequences. So please do not cut the funding for efforts like the Healthy Homes Act, lead prevention programs, environmental health protection, or community health initiatives. The funding must be restored and expanded, not reduced. And let's be clear, there are organizations and community members already doing the real and impactful work in our communities, but are mostly underfunded when programs are cut. Community-based organization advocates and trusted community members that support our campaign are already trusted members in the neighborhoods. There are folks with lived experiences of poverty, violence, housing instability, and health disparities. Our supporters are reaching the youth and families to provide real solutions and affect change. DC resident and community organizations need direct investment into these solutions. We need in-kind facilities that are vacant and accessible spaces where our organizations can serve children, households with special needs, returning citizens, seniors, and at-risk youth with dignity and consistency. Because the truth is, we already have better quality of life, changing solutions for our communities. What we don't have is adequate support from our local government that's supposed to represent us. My organization, We DC, and the campaign, in partnership with my Seniors Keeper Foundation, have secured a small grant to distribute lead-free water filters, to provide education and advocacy on the harmful effects of lead poisoning. The Lead Action Committee secured funding also to provide training on this issue. Young Gifted and Green is hosting a pilot program right now in collaboration with DC Water to ensure that lead-free DC program helps replace all lead service lines. So what do we need the council to do? We need you to fund a lead prevention public education filter
Thank you for your testimony.
Restore 10 to 15 million, please.
Thank you for your testimony.
And you'll see the rest on
Next, we'll
my
hear
written
from Commissioner
submission.
Trupti Patel.
Good afternoon, Chairman Phil Mendelson and Councilmember Parker and other members of the council and staffers. My name is Trupti Patel, and I'm a 4th-term advisory neighborhood commissioner that represents single-member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom, and I'm also the chairperson of ANC 2A. And I'm here to, while this list is not exhaustive, I urge the council to prioritize the following items in the fiscal year 27 budget. First, fully utilize the Aston's capacity of 190 beds and provide sufficient funding to the Department of Human Services and its contractor, Friendship Place, to hire the additional full-time staff necessary to safely and effectively operate the site at full capacity. Second, increase funding for DHS staffing more broadly to ensure timely rehousing services for individuals experiencing homelessness and include funding for new permanent supportive housing units or local rent supplement program vouchers. I also urge the council to fund the emergency rental assistance program at least to the fiscal year 26 levels to prevent avoidable displacement. Third, provide additional resources to the Office of the Attorney General, specifically to expand the Office of the Consumer Protection and Worker Rights and Fraud section. Strong enforcement is essential to protecting residents from wage theft, consumer fraud, and exploitation, especially during periods of economic strain. Fourth, fully fund the Early Childhood Education Pay Equity Fund, which is critical to stabilizing the childcare workforce and supporting working families across the district. Fifth, invest in neighborhood infrastructure and quality of life by funding long overdue repairs to the tennis and basketball courts on N Street Northwest, ensuring 311 service requests are addressed in a timely manner, and including those under the responsibility of the District Department of Transportation and Department of General Services. Finally, sustain and enhance funding for the Foggy Bottom / West End and the West End Village and the Foggy Bottom West End Main Street, which provide critical services and economic stability for our community. I know I'm close to the 3-minute limit, so I want to underscore this point. Education, housing, transit, and labor protections must be treated as core priorities, not discretionary line items. Post-COVID budgets have repeatedly cut programs that serve our most vulnerable residents. We cannot continue to expect brown and Black residents to carry the city on their backs while failing to invest in their well-being. This has not been a safe or just recovery for too many district residents. If we centered residents with the same urgency as we extend to developers and powerful industries, we would not be having these conversations year after year. There's no shared sacrifice here, and there's no growth, only a deepening in equity that the budget continues to reinforce. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. And then last for this panel is Marika Tapp.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council Member Parker. My name is Marika Tapp, and I proudly serve as Vice President of AFGE Local 1975, representing more than 550 dedicated employees of the District Department of Transportation. Our members include traffic control officers, transportation management center personnel, roadway maintenance crews, snow removal operators, engineers, and the employees responsible for maintaining the streets, sidewalks, signs, traffic systems, and transportation infrastructure that keep Washington, D.C. moving safely every day. These employees work around the clock in all weather conditions during emergencies, public events, and citywide crises. When severe weather strikes, roads must be cleared, traffic must be managed, and infrastructure must remain operational. DDOT employees are among the first to respond. Their work is essential even when it often goes unnoticed. It is because of the importance of this workforce that I must strongly oppose any proposed budget provisions that will freeze wage increases for district employees. District employees are facing the same economic pressures as everyday residents of this city. Housing costs continue to rise, gas, grocery prices, utilities, childcare, transportation, and healthcare expenses continue to increase. Freezing wages for multiple years while the cost of living continues to climb effectively amounts to a pay cut for hardworking public servants. The district cannot continue to expect excellence from its workforce while asking employees to absorb the financial burden of inflation and budget shortfalls that they did not create. This proposal will also have long-term consequences for recruitment, retention, and morale across district government. The district risks losing experienced employees and institutional knowledge because many workers simply cannot afford to remain in public service positions that fail to keep pace with the economic realities of this region. Our members are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for fairness, dignity, and recognition for the essential work they perform every single day to keep this city functioning safely and efficiently. A budget reflects the values of the city it serves. Balancing fiscal responsibilities on the backs of public employees send the wrong message to the very workforce that the city depends upon every day. We respectfully urge the council to reject any proposal that freezes employee compensation and instead support a budget that protects the financial stability of the district workers while preserving the critical public services residents rely upon every day. DDOT employees have continued to show up for this city through emergencies, severe weather, staffing shortages, and unprecedented challenges. Today, we ask the council to show up for us.
Thank you.
Thank
for your,
you.
Thank you for your testimony. When was the last time DDOT employees in the union had an increase?
2020, so 24, 25, 24? Yeah.
24. And I know there have been many government employee representatives here today.
Yeah.
And as I said earlier, and I would just repeat, this is something we will work at. As you know, there's a lot of cuts across the budget, but the point is well made, and I want you to know we hear you and we agree with you that our government workers deserve a pay increase. So we'll do what we can. I did want to also share with Ms. Miles, it is my understanding that there's been a disapproval of resolution circulated for the iReady contract. I don't want to get too far ahead of the chairman, but I believe with that disapproval resolution, there will be room for us to have discussion and to scrutinize some of the things that you mentioned in your testimony and that we've heard in others, and assess the benefits of the program for our students. And then lastly, I would just say to I wanted to come to Commissioner Patel. I leaned over to ask, I've heard about the Friendship Place. So is it that there are just extra beds waiting or that are being underutilized?
Councilmember Parker, thank you for the question. So there is an agreement between Mayor Bowser and Councilwoman Brooke Pinto to cap the Aston at 100 individuals. And there is up to 190 beds. It is capped at 50% capacity. The District of Columbia paid $27.5 million with my taxpaying money to utilize this, and it's never been utilized to full capacity. There's been no reason to continue the cap. The program, the Aston has been running with huge success margins. There have been little to no complaints from residents. Any complaint that gets lodged gets handled immediately. So please make it make sense. Why did the government pay $27.5 million for a building that they are deliberately only using at 50%?
I think that's a very fair question, but thank you for your testimony. And I know that is something that the Committee on Human Services is looking at, and I'm sure we will grapple with as a council. I'll leave it there, but thank you all for your testimony. I'm going to call our next panel of witnesses. We have Melody Webb, Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network. Sharon Harris, Mom Advocate of Mothers Outreach Network. Narayan Shaibut.
I'm here.
Awesome. If you give us 1 second. Aaron Boo. Evan Raskin, National Campaign Manager of EarthDay.org. Allison Miles Lee, Managing Attorney for Bread for the City. Amina Tariq Sidibe, Manager EarthDay.org. Dorothy Ann Scanley. Darby Hickey, Senior Policy Counsel at DC Justice Lab. I'm sorry, excuse me. What's your name? Amina. Got it, okay. Got it. Darby Hickey, we did not see. All right, I'm gonna try this. Aluwa Demelinde Agulandi. Sorry, I probably butchered that. You're gonna have to tell me how to pronounce your name. Oh, Oluwande Malande. Okay, awesome. Thank you for being patient with me. Sharky Laguana, Chairman of the American Car Rental Association. Online. Mary Catherine West, Policy Analyst for DC Action. Awesome. And we will stop there. And I anticipate that the chairman will return, so you may see us swap out, but you may begin with your testimony. Ms. Webb, online.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker, Chair Mendelson, and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Melody Webb. I'm the Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network and head of DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. Thank you for this platform. Mothers who are system impacted do not often have their voices heard before this council. Mothers Outreach Network provides advocacy, legal representation, and organizing for civic engagement. We support the Fair Budget Coalition platform, the Way Home Coalition's platform, and Just Recovery DC's revenue raisers, and specifically seek restoration of the child tax credit. Unlike others before this committee today, I'm not primarily here to ask you to restore funding. As I have done for several years in a row, I am here to ask you to ensure funding gets spent. I'm here about Child and Family Services Agency's failure to deliver flex funds meant for basic needs of families under its supervision, the most vulnerable families in the city. The agency has time and again proven incapable of meeting the needs it was charged to address. That is why thousands go unspent year after year while families go without. As one mom in our group has put it, if you can't spend it, give it to me and I will. Mothers Outreach Network's Mother Up pilot, independently evaluated by Harvard Law School's Access to Justice Lab, shows what happens when you give Black mothers cash without conditions. Families stabilize. That evidence is the foundation of everything I share with you today. In DC, more than 90% of CFSA cases involve neglect allegations. Under DC law, neglect is often poverty, failure to provide food, shelter, clothing, or care. More than 36,000 DC children live below the poverty line in 2024. More than 8 in 10 were Black. 4 in 5 children in foster care are Black. Flex funds were created to address this, and the data shows they have not. These are not abstract numbers. These are mothers with rationing food, children without winter coats, families sleeping in cars while approved dollars sit in an agency account untouched. So I went looking for answers. In October of last year, I filed a FOIA request, and CFSA's own documents show collaborative flex spending $305,000 in FY 2019, while CFSA publicly reported $1.4 million that same year. That is not a rounding error. That is $1.1 million in public funds with no public accounting in a city where a single missed payment can cost a family their housing. CFSA also confirmed there are no written eligibility criteria. Social workers decide case by case with no standards, the system that already disproportionately investigates Black families. We want to work with you. We want to transfer flex fund administration to agencies whose mandate is support, not investigation. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Sharon Harris.
Hi. Good afternoon, Council Chair Mendelson, Mr. Councilmember Parker, and the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sharon Harris. I live in a part of a beautiful neighborhood in Washington, D.C., Navy Yard, 6th District. I want to share something about my family. I have a son he is a college student, and I am so proud of him. He's able-bodied, but he needs the credit and can't receive the child tax credit because he is 19 years old. The child tax credit is important because it creates funds that a child can look forward to for extra needs or to save for his well-being for when he's older. The child tax credit will put cash in parents' pockets. It will also assist parents with special needs. It will make children feel their parents are a citizen like everyone else. We wish the law could go into effect. The one or another, we want DC to put the program in place. More people seek the credit because they feel it's extra cash and it's a lifeline throughout the year. Also, create more tax programs. A lot of people don't know about the credits they are entitled to. And finally, please help people learn about tax credits, including more flyers near bus stops, on buses, and on billboards and in hospitals where people frequent. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Evan Raskin.
All right, hello. All right, hey there, my name is Evan Raskin. I'm a resident of Ward 2 and the National Campaign Manager for EarthDay.org, which is also headquartered here in DC. This is not a routine budget year. The district faces real trade-offs. The question is whether cuts to environmental programs reduce costs or simply create larger costs through public health burdens, legal exposure, and deferred infrastructural needs. A 50% cut in funding to the DOEE over the last 2 years is a disproportionate measure, which certainly leads to the latter scenario. Healthy homes funding through the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund is a cost-saving measure, with electrification retrofits reducing air pollution indoors linked to asthma and respiratory illnesses, lowering health costs while helping vulnerable residents manage utility bills, something of heightened importance with DC's near-term economic outlook. Protecting these funds allows us to access millions of dollars in funding that is currently being left on the table. These federal matching dollars are something that we should absolutely be taking advantage of, especially in a tight budget year. Furthermore, it also reduces downstream fiscal pressure, as does certain other policies that we should continue implementing, such as the Building Energy Performance Standards and the Net Zero Building Code. Energy efficiency lowers bills. Pausing these policies would lock new buildings into fossil fuels, more pollution, and higher long-term costs. Lead service line remediation is a direct public health necessity as well. The district has already seen the consequences of delay during the 2001 lead crisis, which exposed residents to lead levels 83 times higher than the accepted safe limits and left thousands of children with lifelong health risks. The long-term costs associated with reduced educational attainment, increased healthcare utilization, and workforce impacts substantially exceed the upfront cost of pipe replacement. We cannot let this happen again. The long-term costs of inaction exceed the costs of replacement. Maintaining the lead poisoning prevention fund is both prudent and necessary, as well as everything else that goes into this program. The council should also restore funding to the DC Food Policy Council, which has promoted food access and sustainability in the district for the last 10 years. With affordability pressure growing for DC residents, this capacity is becoming more important, not less. Cuts to core environmental functions do not eliminate obligations. They defer them, they compound them, and they make them more expensive. Dedicated special purpose funds should not be swept in ways that create legal, programmatic, or financial instability. Programs that reduce long-term liability, protect public health, and preserve federal compliance should be sustained because cuts would shift costs into more expensive systems. Reductions in core environmental functions do not eliminate these obligations. They defer them, they compound them, and again, they make them more expensive. In a budget year such as this one, it's more important than ever to preserve the DOEE and keep the city healthy and financially responsible. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next we'll have Dorothy Ann Scanley.
Hi. Thank you for hanging in here. It's been a long day, I think, for all of you up there on the podium. My name's Ann Scanley, and I've been a proud resident of Ward 2 for 50 years. I'm here today to appeal for adequate funding for the Department of Energy and the Environment, and especially its clean energy programs. Others today, like the gentleman who spoke just before me, will explain how important those programs are. I want to focus on just how bad the numbers are. This is what I see. The big picture is an almost 30% reduction from last year. That's very deep cut. And yes, you'll be told that most of that is from a loss of federal funds that the mayor can't control. However, looking only at the general fund, which is what DC can control, instead of compensating for the cut in federal funds, it cuts further. And it's not a one-year event. It's a continuation of a trend. If you combine cuts from, I think it's FY25 through the proposed budget, it's a 40% cut, which is massive. And some of this is a reduction in, because of the mayor's devious playing around with the special purpose funds. You've heard about how those are fees that are supposed to be targeted to very particular activities, and they're being treated as if they're taxes. But that's not all that's going on. The rest of the general fund, what's labeled as, quote, local funds, have been decreasing also. In FY25, the local funds were cut by almost 35%. Last year, the cut was another 27%, and this budget proposes a further 10% cut. So overall, over those 3 years for the local funds, I think it will be down more than 55%. Altogether, that means far less progress on energy efficiency, plastic waste reduction, and clean waterways. Precious talent and expertise is going to be lost from reductions in staff. 10% of the staff of the energy division is going to be cut. We just experienced the hottest March on record. It hit over 90 degrees this April. Utility prices are one of the hottest issues in the mayoral race. To have a budget like this is nuts. So I'll stop there.
Thank you for your testimony. Darby Hickey.
Darby's not here.
Here, okay. Didn't mark that. All right. Next, we have Oluwade Maladi. I was practicing. I don't know if you saw me. I'm glad I was able to get it right.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and members of the committee. My name is Oluwademilade Ogunlade, though most people call me Olu. I'm a fellow at DC Justice Lab, a local policy organization dedicated to making the district safer, freer, and more equal through evidence-based criminal legal system reform. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 27 budget continues a troubling pattern, investing heavily in strategies that lack demonstrated effectiveness while failing to adequately fund transparency, accountability, and community-centered approaches to public safety. MPD should share that sacrifice. As the safety net is gutted and many critical agencies faces cuts or freezes, MPD gets a 15% increase. At a minimum, the council should hold MPD to its $600 million budget from last year and utilize the $90 million in savings to fund other priorities. For example, the mayor's proposal includes $81 million for MPD overtime, reflecting a 108% increase in comparison to fiscal year 26's approved budget. For more than 6 years, the mayor, MPD leadership, and others have pointed to officer attrition and recruitment challenges to justify multi-million-dollar overtime spending. But these trends are not unique to the district, nor do they appear likely to reverse in the near future. Most major cities across the country have experienced similar staffing shifts. Most importantly, there's little evidence that continued increases in police overtime spending are an effective use of tax dollars. After all, crime has decreased in 2024 and 2025 during periods of comparatively lower staffing levels like in other jurisdictions. Next, the mayor's proposed budget includes approximately $7 million in increased spending for surveillance-related contracts. However, there has been no meaningful evaluation of the necessity, effectiveness, or civil liberty implications of these tools. At a minimum, the council should treat these oversight measures as a matter of fiscal responsibility and strike these enhancements. In addition to overtime and surveillance, there are likely multiple other areas within the MPD budget that the council can trim and allocate those dollars to better uses. For too long, public safety in DC has been defined too narrowly. The conversation continues to center policing while underinvesting in the strategies that actually drive safety outcomes. That's why DC Justice Lab and 30 other community organizations developed the 2026 public safety policy agenda, a comprehensive roadmap for how the district should approach public safety policy and investment. Among our recommendations include restoring reparations funding, strengthening oversight and accountability within MPD and DLC, and investing in the Second Chance Amendment Act and behavioral health care. Across all recommendations, the fiscal conclusion is clear. This district should prioritize evidence-driven approaches, as those are the kinds of investment that will produce lasting safety in the district. Budgets are moral documents, and what this council chooses to fund will demonstrate both what kind of safety and what kind of future it believes district residents deserve.
Really appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Next, Sharkey Laguana.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Parker and members of the council for the opportunity to speak. I am the chairman of the American Car Rental Association, which is headquartered right here in Washington, D.C. I'm also the CEO of a very tiny van rental company called Bandigo. We help bands go on tour. We're just a little independent, and most of our members are independents, although we also have the larger companies. Our members operate in neighborhood locations serving all 8 wards, Tenleytown, Brooklyn, Navy Yard, all of it. We are unanimous in opposition to FY27 Budget Supports Act's proposal to increase the rental vehicle gross receipts tax to 11%. When combined with the dedicated convention center surcharge, the effective tax rate jumps to 12%, which is a 19% increase on the base rate. That's 12% effective rate widens the gap with Virginia's 10% rental car tax, and it surpasses Maryland's nation-leading 11.5% tax, making DC the most expensive place to do business as a car rental company in the region. This is not a tax on tourists. It emphasizes it is a substantial share of rentals are driven by local residents. Many of our customers are just ordinary people trying to get to their jobs or replacing a car that was damaged in an accident. The district already has one of the highest shares of car-free households nationwide, so this is hurting people who chose to not have a car and need one. You could have a family taking a weekend trip on the beach, a couple needing a car for an IKEA run, somebody needing to go to the doctor for medical care. These are all uses that we see all the time. Lots of people rent EVs to drive for rideshare apps like Uber. And a double-digit tax increase is a direct cut to these hardworking residents and their pay. The alternative is you could close the close the gap with taxing peer-to-peer car sharing instead of penalizing compliant businesses. Peer-to-peer platforms provide a functionally identical service, but often pay a rate of just 6%. If this bill passes, traditional rentals are taxed at 12%, while peer-to-peer remains at 6%, creating an indefensible 50% tax discount for the peer-to-peer car rental companies that are engaged in the exact same business we are, renting cars. The Office of the Chief Financial Officer has already identified this exact problem and placed the necessary statutory language to fix it into the public record. We urge the council to reject the 19% tax hike on traditional rentals. We request they adopt the CFO's language to close the peer-to-peer parity gap. And we would just like to maintain affordable mobility across all 8 wards. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. And then last for this panel, we have Mary Catherine West. Yes, I'm sorry. I missed you. Why don't we do Mary Catherine West and then we'll come back to you. My apologies. It's the chairman's fault.
Good evening, Council Member Parker, Chairman Mendelson, committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Mary Catherine West and I'm a policy analyst at DC Action and a Ward 1 resident. My testimony focuses on the urgent need for the council to restore funding for the 3 positions that support the DCPS New Heights program, totaling $304,000. First, I would like to thank Chairman Mendelson for your continued support of the New Heights program. As of January, the program served 144 young parents across 14 DCPS high schools and 2 middle schools. Program staff work to keep pregnant and parenting students engaged in school, connect them to critical resources such as childcare vouchers and housing support, and provide educational and relationship building opportunities. This support will be even more important as barriers to childcare vouchers increase due to the new waitlist policy and closures of child development centers at H.G. Woodson and Luke Seymour High Schools. The New Heights program has continuously served more than 120 parenting students since 2023-2024 school year, and the current caseload of 144 students is the highest in recent years. Since 2022, there have been approximately 250 births annually to parents under the age of 19 in the district. For the second year in a row, DCPS eliminated the 3 New Heights positions that serve students across the district, citing that the Connected Schools program would take on this work. However, Connected Schools is not equipped to meet the specialized needs of pregnant and parenting students. Only 3 of the 14 high schools and the 2 middle schools that are served by New Heights have Connected Schools managers in FY27. As a result, more than half of the students currently supported by New Heights will lose access to these services. New Heights is an evidence-based program that has operated in the district for over 20 years and is shown to improve student engagement, attendance, credits earned, and graduation rates. Last school year, 52% of participants graduated within 4 years and 69% graduated within 5 years. This exceedingly exceeds the national statistic of only 51% of teen mothers earning a high school diploma by age 44. I want to share an experience of an impacted student. I didn't come to school when I was pregnant. I was hesitating to come back because I didn't know how to balance all of that, being homeless, trying to find daycare, go to school, get my diploma. And it was a lot until I actually sat down and talked to people and I saw they really cared and were willing to help because I didn't have anyone who was willing to help me like that. New Heights was really life-saving because I didn't know how I was going to do this myself. I urge the council to restore the funding for the 3 New Heights positions in DCPS. Investing in young parents strengthens the long-term outcomes for not only these students, but also for their young children. Every investment in young parents is an investment in 2 generations of Washingtonians. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. And then last for this panel, and again, my apologies, Amina Tariq Siddiqui.
Yes. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Amina Tariq Siddiqui, and I'm the manager of the End Plastics campaign at earthday.org. I live in Ward 1, and I'm here on behalf of myself and my organization, which is headquartered here in Washington, D.C. This budget proposes cuts across the board for environmental programs, and each one has a real cost. Cuts to clean energy programs slow our path to carbon neutrality and lock residents into higher utility bills. Cuts to lead pipe replacement leaves family drinking water the city already knows is contaminated. Cuts to stormwater compliance means more flooded streets and more polluted waterways after every major rain. Cuts to the city wildlife program abandons the animals that live here with us in DC. Cuts to zero waste enforcement means less accountability for the producers making waste our problem. And cuts to the Food Policy Council pulls the plug on the only body coordinating food access for families already under pressure. Individually, each cut may seem manageable. Together, they represent a systemic divestment from the infrastructure that keeps the city equitable and healthy. This budget would mean a 40% cut in DOE budget since 2025. Cutting the funding does not disappear the problem. The cost remains. They get deferred, compounded, and eventually paid for by the people who can least afford them from the start. Unmet needs become a crisis that costs far more to fix than the programs the mayor wants to fund. DC's environmental programs are not abstract. Children in DC's lower income wards are already 10 times more likely to be hospitalized for asthma, with over 20 times more emergency department visits per year than children in wealthier neighborhoods. These same residents are likely to have lead pipes, less likely to have clean, green spaces, are more likely to bear every cost of the city that's not invested in the environment. The city has funds, and we're asking for transparency about where that money goes and whether leadership is willing to put it where constituents are demanding. Sustainability is the foundation for public health. These programs protect our environment, our families, and our long-term economic resilience, and they deserve to be treated that way. The council has pushed back on cuts like these before, and we're asking you to do it again. Restore funding for DOEE, hold the line on the commitments the city has made to its residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I did just have 2 quick questions. I'm going to turn it over to the chairman. Sharkey, I wanted to come to you. Can you share more what the tax rates are in Maryland and Virginia compared to DC? If you're there. Okay, I think he left us. I will leave it there for the sake of time. I would just say on the testimony regarding MPD oversight and investment, I really appreciate the detailed recommendations and follow-up. So thank you all for your testimony. All right. Why don't we transition again? The chairman will now take over and call the next panel. Thanks.
I want to thank Councilmember Parker and before him, Councilmember Bonds for helping. We're turning now to witness number 138, Rhonda Ayers, Family Home Educator, Spaces in Action. Joanne Lynn, Executive Director, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Susan Shore. Susan Shore is online. You are Ms. Lynn? Okay, let me just call some more people. Max Broad, DC Good Food Purchasing Program. Hope Joyner, Childcare Organizer, Spaces in Action. Eve Hamilton, Public Witness. Everybody's a public witness. Holly Pollinger, Co-Chair DC Chapter of the Climate Reality Project. Chelsea Hinton. Lori Leibowitz. Geneva Smith. Geneva Smith. Cynthia Davis, Executive Director, DC Family Child Care Association. Lara Levinson. Nancy McWood, former Chair, Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Linda Brown. Devin Lambert. Joey Davis, President of AFGE 1975. Tom Donahue, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner 8A01. Philip Johnson. What'd you say? Are you coming forward? And you are excellent. Well, we are going to stop right there. No, I did not call. He's number 165. I'm going to start with the two in-person people. Ms. Lynn?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I am Joanne Lynn. I am a 22-year resident of Washington, D.C., and currently the Executive Director of the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Thank you for prioritizing access to justice and providing full funding for ATJ in recent years. Chairman, your leadership and the Council's collective investment in ATJ have proven to be a game changer for DC communities over the past 2 decades. At the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, ATJ is our single largest source of funding, comprising about 20% of our annual revenue. We serve over 2,500 low-income residents each year across all 8 wards in the district. Through ATJ funding, we function as a force multiplier for justice and equality in DC. For every dollar of ATJ funding received, we are able to leverage an additional $25 in pro bono support from the nation's leading law firms. By pairing our staff attorneys with pro bono lawyers and resources, we're able to build and staff large pro bono teams with the expertise and resources needed to tackle the most challenging civil rights crises of our time. I want to be very clear about this. Our pro bono firms are indispensable partners, to be sure, but they are not a substitute for legal services and access to justice funding. Private pro bono lawyers do not have the expertise or the time or the community relations to do this work properly. They depend on attorneys like those at Washington Lawyers Committee to screen cases, identify suitable cases, train and mentor the pro bono lawyers. This business model has worked for us for nearly 60 years and has also proven to be the model for many legal services organizations throughout the city. Our weekly Workers' Rights Clinic is the only DC clinic offering free legal advice on workers' rights issues, including sexual harassment, wage theft, retaliatory termination, and employment discrimination. In August 2025, we reached a $700,000 wage theft settlement on behalf of a group of Latino construction workers. There is no other free clinic like this serving DC residents. The low-wage workers who visit our clinic cannot afford an attorney. Without ATJ funding, these low-wage workers will have nowhere else to turn to for help. Through ATJ funding, our housing justice team literally opens the doors to accessible housing for people in wheelchairs, returning citizens, and people relying on rental vouchers. We work with tenant collectives across the city who are fighting to end sewage backups, rat infestations, and collapsing ceilings in their apartment buildings. We challenge discriminatory tenant screening practices that exclude returning citizens. And in March 2026, we reached a cooperation agreement with a management company operating 4 DC residential properties. This is what equal justice looks like. This is what success looks like. And it is only made possible by the council's sustained investment in robust ATJ funding. We urge the council to restore full funding of ATJ to $31.785 million so that justice and equality can be made real for all DC residents, not just those who can afford it.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. The Washington Lawyers Committee, you also, are you the ones who did the report on special education?
We have in the
Years
past,
ago?
not recently. In the last year, we did a report on wage theft in DC. But yes, in years past, we've done a report on special education.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your
I'd be happy to answer any specific questions on that.
No, and you have to go, so I won't keep you.
Thank
But
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
And while I'm calling in-person people, Philip Johnson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the committee. I'm Philip Johnson, Legislative Advocacy Fellow from United Planner Organization. Today, I'm here to give testimony regarding the proposed cuts to ERAP and why ERAP should instead be given more funding. UPO is concerned that the proposed cuts will harm families behind on rent, especially children, and will contribute to the affordability crisis by continuing to fuel the increase in evictions we have seen since the end of the pandemic. Cuts to ERAP will increase evictions, homelessness, and long-term costs for the district. So we firmly urge the council to reject the proposed cuts to ERAP. ERAP is not just aid, it's eviction prevention infrastructure. When funding drops, eviction rise, and the costs associated with eviction are simply shifted to more expensive programs. People who use ERAP or who don't get the ERAP that they need in a financial crisis tend to use homeless services more, tend to go to emergency rooms more, and tend to utilize the court system more. All of these things are simply more expensive avenues in which people are then pushed to, that the district then has to come up with, more funds to cover that. The demand for ERAP has never dropped. The estimated need for ERAP was 76 to 108 million, but they actually got just 8.6 million fiscal year 25, and that's only after the council added money after the fact. That proves that ERAP is dramatically underfunded. It's not too large. Data shows that more cuts equals more evictions. As It's just worth noting that even when renters receive housing assistance and the rent is limited, they can still get behind on rent if their income is very low. Therefore, because of the cut to ERAP, we've seen evictions shoot up. In fiscal year 25, they were their highest level in at least a decade, and they were 64% higher than the average number of evictions in the 5 years before the pandemic. Prevention, as I said, is cheaper using that one-term subsidy instead of more expensive systems. Obviously saves money for the district long-term. The ERAP system was already modified based on some complaints from some housing providers, but it only cut access to people that needed it. And these effects from ERAP being cut have significant ripple effects for the community, how people are removed from the community, housing instability, and further issues with access to credit and other housing options. So as advocates, we see how quickly a short-term financial issue can escalate to eviction when there is no safety net. So we are urging the council to restore the funding for ERAP. We're looking for about $30 million going forward, and to continue to take steps in the right direction to ensure that people with renting issues and who are going through financial crises aren't, thrown to the wind. And we're looking to make sure that the bottom line of our city is still supported, not just dropped into the abyss. I'm willing to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I do not have any questions for you, but I appreciate your testimony and sticking around here since we're near the end of a 8-hour hearing. So you can, 9-hour hearing. It's a budget hearing and I can't count. So you don't have to stick around if you don't want to. Thank you. I'm going to go to the online witnesses. Rhonda Ayers,
Yes, I'm here.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, Council Member Mendelson. My name is Rhonda Ayers. I'm a leader of Spaces in Action. I'm a senior home provider for Rhonda Ayers Home Daycare in Ward 5, and my testimony today will focus on the Pay Equity Fund. My values are childcare, my home-based center, my finances, and my family. I started working as a childcare provider at 21 years old. The pay for early learning educators has always been low. In the 80s, I was being paid $3 an hour at Clifton Terrace on 3rd Street Northwest. I decided to switch over to food service industry to make more income, and they received between $7 to $8 an hour. That's when I decided to become a home-based care educator. The Pay Equity Fund is vital for creating parity between early childhood educators and those in the district public and charter schools. That allows more talented young people to become and remain educators while building a life for themselves and their families in the district. That means higher quality education for our infants and our toddlers, ensuring they show up to kindergarten ready to learn one day. That means more parents of young children are able to go to work knowing their young children are well cared for. And above all, that means more money circulating through the district's economy at a time of extreme economic uncertainty. Thank you, Councilmember Mendelson and committee members for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Susan Shore.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing on the overall fiscal year 27 budget. My name is Susan Shore. I'm the co-chair of the Sierra Club DC Chapter Zero Waste Committee. I will testify on 4 zero waste budget issues. My colleague Eve Hamilton, I believe, had a conflict, but will be available at 6 o'clock if you have flexibility to include her in the next panel. First, we ask council to stop the sweep of nearly $543,000 from the Anacostia River Cleanup and Protection Fund. That appears in the fiscal year 2026 revised Local Budget Emergency Amendment Act of 2026. Bag fees fund highly popular environmental education, restoration, and cleanup programs, and bag fees were created for this purpose, not as a hidden tax, which is what they will become if allowed to be transferred to the general fund. Please don't allow the sweep of these funds. Second, we ask council to ensure DOEE has an additional 1.5 FTEs to double their restaurant inspections in order to ensure compliance with our plastic pollution laws, including the plastic straw and stirrer ban and utensils on request requirements. The district's plastic pollution laws have been rendered almost meaningless due to the limited enforcement capacity of DOEE, which can conduct a mere 300 restaurant inspections annually. I'm sure that you, like me, have repeatedly received unnecessary, unrequested, and harmful plastic from restaurants, all of which can escape into the environment. We can stop harmful plastic pollution by giving DOE a modest staffed increase dedicated to ensuring compliance with the laws already on our books. Another modest request is to require DGS to increase the number of schools that receive compost collection services under the fiscal year 27 budget. DGS has 1.5 million increase in its waste management budget line in the fiscal year 27 budget, but only plans to spend 400,000 of it for compost collection in 20 schools. DGS can and should do better and provide compost collection at least 30 schools, representing a quarter of DC public schools. Based on DGS estimates, this would cost a mere $200,000 more. Increased compost collection will help control rat populations, cut methane emissions from landfills, and particulate pollution from incinerators. Finally, we call on council to restore funding for the Food Policy Council, which does so much to promote equitable access to food and prevent food waste. The mayor's proposal to eliminate the Food Policy Council and staff at the Office of Planning via the Food Policy Functions Amendment Act is another misguided cut by the mayor of a low budget, high impact, and effective program. Please fund the Food Policy Council and its staff. Thank you again, Chairman Mendelson, for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Shore. Max Broad.
Hello, Chair Mendelson, committee members, and heroic committee staff. I'm a member of the DC Good Food Purchasing Program, which is a coalition of over 30 businesses, nonprofits, DC stakeholders, working together with DC government on improving our food systems, especially DC school food. The concept is rooted in values-based procurement, which we're trying to, improve local BIPOC businesses, choose goods that protect workers, improve nutrition, reduce harm to animals and the environment. I'm here today wishing to draw your attention to the Food Policy Functions Amendment Act of 2026 and the Budget Support Act. I'm here to humbly ask the Council of DC to remove this provision. Mayor Bowser's rationale of needing budget cuts seems a tenuous justification for eliminating the district's main voice to make our food system more accessible, better for businesses, sustainable, and equitable, especially given the modest funding that this office receives and the immense funding they've helped bring in to enhance our food security and business. The DC Food Policy Council has brought together disparate food programs and bridged government resources with community movements like the Good Food Purchasing Program and Jail Food Working Group. I would especially like to commend Councilmember Henderson and Chair Mendelson for putting creative thought into maintaining the Food Policy Council, fund it, and rehome it in a new agency. An important point of leverage is building into the budget the role of the food policy analyst. This position is already half funded for FY27 from a federal regional food system infrastructure grant, so it comes at a steep discount. Since this position was filled, Kashef Momin, the staffer in this position, has steadfastly embedded herself in the DC food systems community and organized pioneering efforts to increase data transparency around food contracts. This work gives the district more leverage to save money, achieve our values-based goal while negotiating new food contracts. I urge DC Council to fund this position for FY27 and pass the legislative backing for this local role, the Food Policy Council Procurement Act of 2025. On a personal level, I would also like to express my sadness that the DOEE budget continues to receive the brunt of budget cuts, receiving another 28% in this year's budget. This brings the total cut to DOE to over 50% from the past 2 years. There's serious concerns, and I don't want to go over time, so I won't highlight all of them, but DC's green building laws are on the forefront of our climate commitments, especially as utility bills are so high. Investing in energy efficiency and conservation is so important. Fossil fuel expansion and Washington Gas should invest in electrification, not new pipelines. I've had my home tested. I don't know, Chair Mendelson, if you have gas in your home, but you may want to have it tested to see what it's, it was exceeded healthy air quality levels. Thinking about lead pipes, green food, and as Ms. Shore mentions, sustainable waste systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Broad. Hope Joyner with Spaces in Action.
Yes. Good evening, Chairperson Mendelson. My name is Hope Joyner, and I'm a childcare organizer with Spaces in Action, a grassroots organization dedicated to improving the lives of Black, Brown, immigrant families in the DC area through racial and economic justice campaigns. I'm just here to say that parents and providers cannot do what they do without support from the Child Care Subsidy Program and the Pay Equity Fund. While educators are deeply committed to their children, they continue to face significant challenges that require the council's attention. Providing quality care takes tremendous resources. Every day we hear how every dollar must go directly toward payroll, supplies, food that meets CACFP requirements, training, and compliance. Child care centers are businesses too, and they are vital and a part of the district's educational infrastructure. When providers close, families lose stability and children lose continued care. Families are consistently being forced to scramble, rearrange schedule, lose wages, or risk their employment simply because they don't have access to a child care system that is stable. Child care is not babysitting, it is early education, it is workforce support, it is special education support, and it is community stabilizing. As a parent and organizer, I'm asking the council to recognize the investment in to make the investment into early childhood education is investing in the economic stability and well-being of families across the district. Families cannot work without care, and childcare cannot survive without sustained investment in educators who make it possible. Again, lastly, I just want to make sure that we note that when you invest in childcare, you are investing in children's development, outcomes, family stability, and the district's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joyner. I believe Eve Hamilton is not here. Holly Pollinger is not here. Chelsea Hinton is not here. Lori Leibowitz.
Before I start, I just want to let you know that Geneva Smith, who's on after me, is trying to get on and texting me that she's having trouble. So,
Yeah, she has to accept. We've tried to promote her, but she's not accepting.
okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lori Leibowitz. I'm a longtime Ward 1 resident and a longtime legal services attorney. Currently, I work with the Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance, an organization that works to improve health by reducing health-harming legal needs and racial health disparities for low-income children and families in DC. I know that this is a tough budget year and that last year was a tough budget year. But for the second year in a row, we're proposing to balance the budget on the backs of DC's most vulnerable residents. In addition to the moral implications of this, it's a bad financial decision. Letting families get evicted and become homeless is way more expensive, even in the short term, than funding ERAP, housing vouchers, and access to justice. Paying the medical bills of kids living with asthma with mold and pests is more expensive than properly funding DOB enforcement and programs like Healthy Homes. And cuts to TANF that save money in the short term will cause ballooning expenses for DC when TANF recipients become destitute and can't pay for anything not covered by SNAP, including clothing and transportation to school. Here's an example of what all that looks like on the ground. I have a client who was exited from rapid rehousing because she hit her time limit. Without her subsidy, she couldn't afford housing and became homeless again. But here's the twist. 3 weeks before she became homeless, she got a full-time minimum wage job. With a little more time and a little more government subsidy, she could have sustained housing for herself and her 2 children. Instead, when she entered shelter, she was forced to quit her job because she wasn't allowed to leave her 10 and 12-year-old children by themselves for an hour before school in the morning so she could get to her 7 a.m. shift. And there was no childcare support in the shelter. After a very expensive 3-month stay in shelter, the family is back in very expensive rapid rehousing, and the mom has no employment prospects, especially after quitting a job with a large employer with no notice. And the family that could have been moving towards independence with moderate support over the past 6 months is instead in an expensive program heading towards another cycle of homelessness. I have another client who exemplifies this problem. She's not there yet, but I imagine it will be very expensive when the district government has to provide shelter and medical support to a mentally ill mom with a high-risk pregnancy who already has 2 special needs kids when they get evicted in a few months now that their rapid rehousing subsidy has terminated and their landlord has served them with a notice of past due rent. Putting them in PSH would be much less expensive than supporting them through another round of homelessness. Yes, there are ways these programs can be run more efficiently, and I would be happy to talk to any council member about that, but cutting them will only cost us more money, even in the short term. And we can't just rearrange funding in the Human Services Committee. We must look at the entire budget to find funding to meet the basic needs of our lowest income residents, or we will pay for emergency room care, special education, emergency room care, emergency shelter, CFSA, and even the criminal justice system instead. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Leibowitz. Laura Levinson. Laura Levinson.
Yes, sorry about that. Technical difficulties. My apologies, Mr. Chairman. My name is Laura Levison. I'm testifying as an individual, and I'm the Energy Committee Chair for the DC Sierra Club, focusing on DOEE and especially the agency's energy programs. Others have already pointed out the very steep cuts to DOEE. I share those concerns, and we'll move on to my next point. Last year, the budget swept more than $70 million from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to pay the district government's utility bills. And this year, the mayor proposes to increase that raid on the SCTF by another $10.5 million. We urge the council to reject this transfer and restore the $10.5 million and more if possible to the SCTF. As you know, the council established this program and funded it with small charges on our gas and electric bills to promote sustainable energy programs in the district. These include home electrification, rooftop solar, green jobs, and rebates for efficient appliances. It really makes no sense to cut these programs when DC residents are struggling with high energy costs. These programs are largely implemented by the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, the DCSEU. For low and moderate income homeowners, the DCSU provides free solar systems and home electrifications. And for anyone living in DC, rebates for purchasing more efficient appliances and equipment. And for building owners and developers, the DCSU provides a variety of services and programs to improve energy efficiency and increase access to solar energy. So a whole suite of really useful things that reduce energy costs over the long term. My big concern is that this additional sweep of funds from the SETF will cause such deep cuts to the DCSU that they will have to lay off staff. Once staff have been lost, even if there's more funding in future years, it's going to take a while to rebuild the staff expertise and knowledge, and it would really be unfortunate to do that. Another point, currently DC has access to $60 million in federal matching grants for our energy programs, but has spent only $3 million. Yes, there are still some federal grants available to us, but they will expire in a few years, and DC has woefully underspent them because of the lack of local matching funds. Leaving free federal money on the table is negligence in my view. Finally, there are opportunities to raise revenue for the DC budget in this budget cycle, and I support doing so. I personally, Mr. Chairman, would be happy to pay more taxes to keep these programs alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Levison. Let me see, isn't there federal funding that matches with the SETF funding?
Well, that's the idea, but we don't have enough SETF funding to do the matching because it's
Well-
mostly gone into the paying the district's utility
I
bills.
understand that, but the more money that's in SETF, the more federal money we get.
Yes, that's the idea.
So
Yes.
there's a plus up. It's not just simply, I think you said $10 million for SETF to restore $10 million
Well, we
SETF, but it's 10 million plus federal money. If we come up with less, then it would be like, let's say we came up with 5 million, it would be 5 million plus a lesser amount of federal money. If we go with the mayor's proposal, then there's even less federal money that's available. Am I understanding correctly?
Yes, I think you are. I believe at a DOEE public briefing, staff said that DOEE could match up to 17 million. If we had 17 million in local funds, they could match.
Yeah.
That's what they would need. So 10
But
is
so
probably
this
a
is-
modest request.
So this isn't just a cut, but it's also leaving federal money on the table.
That is precisely correct. And those are two Inflation Reduction Act programs. It's the Home Electrification and Appliances Rebate Program and the Home Efficiency Rebates Program. And yes, we are leaving federal money on the table up to we're on track to leave, sorry, what was my number again? Almost $60 million on the table over the next few years.
Yes. All right, thank you. I'm not going to have other questions for you, so you don't have to stick around. Let
Great.
me see.
Thank you.
Chelsea Foot Hinton showed up, so if you're here, please go for it.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Hello, council members and staff of the committee. My name is Chelsea Foot Hinton. I'm a single mother facing homelessness, and I'm here to speak about my experiences and why my family has fallen through the cracks. For years, my family has faced housing instability, homelessness, and ongoing medical crises. My son has multiple serious conditions, including hearing loss, heart surgery at 4 months old, aspiration issues, and now depends on a G-tube. He has had repeated hospital visits and stays, and I have feared for his life. His care requires stable, clean housing, refrigeration for feeds, medical equipment storage, rest, and consistent medical care. My daughter has also had multiple surgeries, but recently surgery for sleep apnea and struggle with behavioral challenges that become worse with instability and trauma. I also live with type 1 diabetes since the age of 2 years old, depression, anxiety, and chronic exhaustion from years of caregiving and survival. There have been nights where I barely slept because I was monitoring my son, trying to stabilize my own blood sugar and wondering how I was going to keep my children housed. When I entered the FRSP program, I believed I was finally being connected to real support. Instead, I often felt silenced, dismissed, and led astray. I tried repeatedly to explain the severity of my family's situation and level of support we actually needed, but I was treated as if I was asking for too much simply by seeking permanency. All along, I was repeatedly told that I was a candidate for permanent supportive housing, but instead I was pushed into a temporary program that was never truly appropriate for my family's level of need. I was exited from the FRSP program, a program that I believe set me up to fail from the beginning because it did not account for the reality of caregiving, disability, medical fragility, and chronic crisis. After I was exited, I challenged the decision with the Washington Legal Clinic for the homeless and was told I was eligible for PSH, but could not skip the line. They also acknowledged I could have been connected to a voucher during FRSP, but the program limits and budget constraints affected what was available at the time. I am now facing eviction with nowhere to go but shelter, and I am terrified. Being told to re-enter a shelter is not a real solution for my family. The hardest part is knowing my family is not alone. Many families are in the same situation while waiting for housing support that is not fully funded or prioritized. Cuts and limits to these programs have real consequences affecting whether medically fragile children have stable homes, are forced to cycle through shelters and hospitals, etc. Temporary programs without permanent solutions are failing families. When permanent housing is delayed and underfunded or treated as optional, families like mine are left trapped in cycles of homelessness. Permanent housing vouchers are not a luxury for medically fragile families like mine, they are survival and safety. I am asking this committee and Mayor Bowser to understand the human impact of these decisions. Families should not have to reach crisis or risk their children's safety before getting real help. Underfunding housing programs only pushes vulnerable families deeper into homelessness and instability. We need permanent housing solutions that provide stability and dignity, not repeated cycles through temporary systems.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Foot Hinton. Geneva Smith.
How y'all doing?
Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Geneva Smith. I am a Ward 1 resident. I'm here today to testify to the Council the importance of housing vouchers for DC residents. Before I had my voucher, I could not afford rent, utilities, and caring for my kids, even with me working. Before I had my voucher, I was living in a really bad community. Gunshots went off constantly. Neighbors were murdered. My son was younger and he is autistic. It was really unsafe for him and my family, but the apartment was all we could afford. My family of 5 had to live in a 2-bedroom unit because it was all we could afford. I was in rapid housing for years because I couldn't afford market rent. I had to use LIHEAP, ERAP because it was really hard to keep up with both rent and utility payments. In 2010, I was evicted because rapid rehousing ran out of funding. I had to go to the shelter, DC General, for 2 years. Fast forward, after my voucher, I don't have to share rooms. Me and my kids, now I can afford affordable rent, utilities, and take care of my kids. I don't have to pick between rent and utilities anymore. I have been able to keep up with my bills ever since. If I don't have my housing, I don't know how I can afford rent. My voucher has changed my life. I urge the council to continue funding DC housing vouchers so other DC residents can finally be able to get stable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Let me see, Nancy McWood.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. I'm Nancy McWood testifying on behalf of Committee 100. On the Budget Support Act proposed tax abatements. Tax abatements have become a standard incentive that the mayor and the council use to incentivize building where developers might not naturally want to build. In a financially challenging year for the DC budget, it is important that the council examine the need, duration, and conditions of proposed and existing tax abatements and what DC is getting in return. Workforce Housing Opportunity Tax Abatement. C100 asks the council to consider that the Zoning Commission is not budging on requests to expand the inclusionary zoning housing program to include more households with incomes below 60% MFI and to increase more than 8 to 10% of new units to be set aside. The Office of Planning has reported to the Zoning Commission that its economic analysis argues against reforms. That context makes this proposed tax abatement for workforce housing that sets aside up to 40% of new housing for households with incomes up to 100% MFI incongruous. In a year when low-income housing programs are being cut across the board and thousands are on wait lists for housing or vouchers, it is inconceivable to us that the council would forego up to 20 years of tax revenue to house residents who have housing options. Development of former federal properties tax abatement. The properties eligible for this tax abatement will have the potential to significantly increase property tax revenues, both because of their attractive location and minimum project size. The mayor is lowballing the affordable housing requirement that seems to be the public benefit for this tax break. She seeks a 10% set aside for rental units for households with incomes on average at 60% MFI. This is less than the income requirement for basic inclusionary zoning and significantly below the set aside on private development of district land. As framed, the council should reject this proposal. WMATA Joint Development Properties Tax Abatement. This proposal should be rejected. There is no first source agreement requirement, and the CBE contracting requirement extends to construction and not operations. The affordable housing requirement would increase the inclusionary zoning income eligibility requirement and override the requirement for a higher percentage of affordable housing being considered by the Zoning Commission for a rezoning that includes WMATA's Friendship Heights property. Keep in mind that WMATA is gaining development density because of the council's flum changes in 2021, at least in Friendship Heights they are, to give them massive amounts of unearned density that will greatly increase the land's profitability, and then a tax break for 20 years with no meaningful benefit to DC residents is an outrage in our opinion. Federal Properties Tax Fund,
Ms.
C100.
I'm going to have to cut you off because you're over your time.
Sorry, I've submitted the bulk of my testimony. So
Great.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Linda Brown. Linda Brown is not accepted. We're trying to promote her, so I'll move on. Devin Lambert. Devin Lambert.
Chairman, for the opportunity. My name is Devin. I'm a parent at Mundo Verde in Ward 5. I'm a resident of Ward 6. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to ask the council to support fair and equitable funding for all DC public school students, including nearly half of DC students who attend public charter schools. We cannot forget that we are public charters. 5 years ago, when my family did the lottery based on the public school options available in DC, I racked and stacked every metric that was publicly available. I chose the best options that DC presented, and I was thrilled to be selected for Mundo Verde, my family. I did not base my decisions based off of DC budget models. And if we're not going to make equitable investments in our public charters, we need to present that to families. The public charters offer diverse models of education that are a part of our public education system. For me, my family, we chose a public bilingual education that also has a sustainability focus. I work in clean energy, and so this aligned with my family's values, and I was excited to engage in it. I understand this is an extremely difficult budget year, and I appreciate the hard choices facing the council, but fairness matters, especially in challenging times. The proposed budget includes $96 million in additional funding for the DC PSs outside the normal funding formula, while public charter schools would not receive equivalent support. As a result, the charter schools will receive roughly $2,000 less per pupil for core school needs. For Mundo Verde, that's $2.5 million. That is 25 teachers. We are an engaged parent community. We are working to make our school better, but our school needs resources too. We're part of the public system. When the broader facility spending is included, the funding gap grows to $9,675 per student. Public charter students are public school students. They live in every ward, they come from every background and deserve to be funded fairly and transparently like every other student in DC. I respectfully urge the council to consider equitable student funding. There is much said, a bit of misinformation that charter schools receive different benefits than the public DCPS schools. I chose to take my time today to not define who we are based off of misinformation, but if there is the opportunity for questions, would be happy to speak on this. And thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. And I share your concern about the inequity between the funding for the charter sector and DCPS sector. The whole point of the UPSFF is to ensure equitable funding on a per student basis, and funding roughly $100 million to DCPS outside the UPSFF is violating that concept. So thank you for your testimony. Linda Brown?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Linda Brown. I'm a native Washingtonian and a parent with Mother's Outreach. I reside in Ward 6. As you likely know, the child poverty rate in our city is very high, and it puts a great deal of pressure on the parents and caretakers to provide basic needs for their children. I believe that the tax child credit is a strong tool to help our young people and their families stay afloat in these expensive and uncertain times. Black mothers especially need these resources as they and their children feel the weight of increasing prices all around, mostly here in DC. Cash assistance is important to ensure that our young people are able to enjoy their youth and not have to turn to unsafe activities to help. And we talk about predators in our neighborhood, which is a common. So the children need these funds to help out with their family needs. So I want to live in a city that prioritizes the well-being of its young residents. I want to make sure that they have a real chance at achieving their goals and dreams. I'm asking the council to restore funding for the child tax credit in the FY27 budget. The type of support is greatly needed and makes such a difference in the lives of our children and families from low-income backgrounds. I thank you for this opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Joey Davis, President of AFG 1975.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Joey Davis, President of AFGE Local 1975. We proudly represent frontline public employees across the district government, employees at DDOT, DPW PEMA, DMV, DFHV, and MPD who keep this city functioning every single day. I would like to thank our Vice President for Marika Tapp for her previous presentation on this matter today. And with this budget proposal, this government is sending those very workers a clear message. You are expected to sacrifice while the city spends freely everywhere else. For months, the district delayed meaningful movement on compensation bargaining. Workers were told to wait for economic proposals, wait for movement, wait for answers. And now we know why. Because while negotiations were dragging on, the mayor was simultaneously preparing a fiscal year 27 budget that proposes no COLA at all for compensation units 1 and 2. That is not good faith bargaining under district law. That is delaying negotiations while quietly building a budget behind the scenes that already assumes workers will get nothing. And nobody in the Wilson building can seriously believe that there is no money. Not after the district has committed approximately $500 million in public funds to the Capital One Arena. Not after public reporting placed the district funding of the new stadium for the Washington Commanders somewhere between $850 million and well over $1 billion. So it is very difficult for district employees to hear that there is supposedly no money for cost of living increases when there seems to be money for stadiums, money for developers, money for corporate subsidies, money for billionaire franchise owners. But when it comes time to pay those workers who actually keep this city operational every day, suddenly the government becomes fiscally conservative. And the people being harmed by this are not abstract budget lines. These are public employees deciding whether they can afford rent increases, childcare, transportation, utility bills, and healthcare costs in one of the most expensive regions of the country. Inflation didn't pause for district workers. Food costs didn't pause. Housing costs did not pause. Insurance costs did not pause. But yet somehow district employees are expected to absorb all of it, while billion-dollar development deals continue moving forward without legislation or hesitation. Just because we live in the same city as Trump does not mean we need to behave like him. I urge council to find a way to pay its workers what they deserve. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Tom Donahue, Commissioner Donahue. You're muted. Commissioner, you're muted.
There we go. How about that?
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tom Donahue, and I serve as the AC Commissioner for Single Member District 8A01, representing Fairlawn and Anacostia. I am here today to synthesize the budget priorities I have presented across multiple hearings, focusing on how systematic gaps in housing and legal resources directly impact the stability of our students and our lifestyle. Let's talk about Boone Elementary and Kramer Middle School. At Boone and Kramer, a long-standing issue isn't necessarily overall population growth in the ward. It's a pattern of mid-year migration. We are seeing a significant number of students leave other educational environments, particularly public charter schools, and enroll in Boone and Kramer after the October 5th count date. When a student is enrolled in a charter school on October 5th, that school receives the full annual UPSFF allocation. If that student transfers to Boone or Kramer, both schools in my SMD, in November or January because school couldn't meet their needs or because a student was pushed out, the funding stays behind. We need to establish a mandatory system where students' UPSFF allocation transferred from Sing School to DCPS if that student enrolls after the count date. Although this has been a long known issue, we must think how we can fund our schools differently. Our focus needs to be on a system where funding truly follows the student. To encourage the committee to move toward a model of dynamic funding portability, a student's resources must follow them in real time to ensure that the receiving schools are not penalized serving our students. Furthermore, I testified several times in support of agencies that directly affect my work as an ANC commissioner and the neighbors I support. I asked council to review my previous testimony and support the following. Fund the Office of Tenant Advocate to hire at least 5 additional attorney advisors to reduce current wheel time, leave families vulnerable places. Fully fund the Vacant to Vibrant Act with the required $5.5 million to stabilize properties that drive neighborhoods turn. Transparency. Allocate for ANC dashboard and ward level summits, immediately connecting their ward representatives with the newly sworn in commissioners. A budget is a statement of priorities. We cannot claim to prioritize equality if we allow student funding to be swallowed by administrative inertia. I urge that the fiscal year 27 budget treats housing, legal advocacy, and education as the interconnected systems they truly are. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Give me just a second.
Sure.
Ms. Lambert, you wanted a couple of seconds for additional comments?
I just wanted to present on the point that yes, public charters receive funding per pupil based on enrollment. However, DCPS is allowed to use a projection based on enrollment, and so they may receive funds for students they have not yet received or may not receive. We are all one public system, and there is no perfect allocation of resources, and it is important for the community schools, the DCPSs to be funded, have the capacity to take in students, but charters cannot arbitrarily remove students or deny services. And just wanted to clarify that the DCPSs are funded based on what they put as a projection. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for this group. I do want to thank you for your testimony. I'm going to continue with the witness list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you all are excused. Mary-Ann Trowell? I heard a yes in the chambers. Kimberly Jackson. Grace Hyde. Peter Atwill. Judith Sandalo. Laura Hale. You're Miss Hale. Patricia Quinn. Are you? I didn't finish the sentence. Are you Patricia Quinn? James Kahn. Ariel Levinson Waldman. Robbie Martin. Gibran Eubanks. Caroline Crandall. Charlotte Simpson. Linda Green. And Chris Otten. Okay, we'll start with Miss Trowell. Oh, yes, you're there. Is your first name Mary Ann with an M or an N? M. Okay,
Turn it on.
please
There we go.
proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Miriam Trowell. I am the co-executive director of Live It, Learn It, and I am speaking today to ask this council to not only restore funding for the Bridge the Gap Fund, but to grow it. Last year, this council restored and increased funding for the Bridge the Gap Fund because you understood students deserve more than access on paper. They deserve experiences that connect curriculum, community, identity, joy, and possibility. Today, I hope the question that I leave you with is not whether to continue to fund the Bridge the Gap, but how to grow what is already working. And to do so, I want to share two numbers that could hopefully guide this decision. $30.70 and $250. Across completed projects, the Bridge the Gap Fund delivers at $30.70 per student. At our highest need school, where transportation and geographic access barriers are greatest, it is $38 to $42 per student. And those numbers matter because when you consider the alternative, the average DCPS teacher salary is $106,700 or $700 or $41 an hour. So when you think about a teacher or administrator spending 5 hours finding vendors, booking buses, chasing approvals, and coordinating logistics, that is more than $250 in staff time before students leave the building. That does not include the actual cost of the bus, the tickets, the materials, or burnout. The Bridge of the Gap Fund absorbs that burden. We handle vendors, buses, logistics, coordination, and follow-up. We turn a teacher's idea into something students can actually experience. DC teachers are already building stability, sparking curiosity, and protecting joy in extraordinarily difficult conditions. The fund says to a DC teacher, yes, your idea is worth funding. Yes, your students deserve this. Yes, BTG will handle the logistics so you don't have to. DC has more than 250 public schools. The Bridge the Gap Fund is on pace to reach 69 of those schools. With 700,000, we can stop pausing mid-year and move towards 100 schools. The demand is documented, the infrastructure exists, the limitation is just funding. The Bridge the Gap Fund is a student experience investment, an educator support investment, and an equity investment with a measurable return. I ask that you protect what is working, grow what is working, and fund the Bridge the Gap Fund because it works. With 20 seconds to spare.
How much is in the budget this year?
$0. The mayor.
No, in FY26.
Well, for FY26, yes, you all funded it at $500,000.
And how much is in the mayor's proposed budget?
$0.
Okay. And I do understand the value of experiential learning. So thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go with in-person folks first. Laura Hale.
Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee this evening. My name is Laura Hale, and I'm a resident of Ward 7. One of the things that for me, being a resident of this city, was that you all implemented paid family medical leave right before my daughter was born. And that birth should have been straightforward, really wasn't. I had a severe hemorrhage. My daughter ended up in the NICU due to complications from her delivery. As well as after I was discharged, 24 hours later, I was back in the hospital with postpartum preeclampsia. All of those meant that my recovery was hard. I had to relearn how to get my core and walk again, to be able to carry her well, to be able to get her well enough as well. And we're both doing well and healthy now, but that took time. That took more than 8 weeks, as what was recommended in the budget, and with the cuts from this time. And honestly, at 8 weeks, I wasn't doing walks around my block. I was doing walks in my home, trying to regain that. But because of paid family medical leave, I wasn't worried about my paycheck. I was worried about taking care of my daughter, and I'm well and working now. And so my concern is with the cuts that are being proposed to paid family medical leave, what is that going to mean for other families right now? And what is that going to mean for the future here in DC? And now my daughter is older. She is old enough to be in DC public schools because of the great 3 to 4 year old programs. And you all are also, one of the cuts that's proposed in that is to the school breakfast program. I'm very concerned about the alternative school breakfast model. That easy breakfast has made a huge difference in her life and in her peers, making sure that those grab and go breakfasts can have a healthy start to her day. And so I really hope that as you all look through the budget, that you make sure you keep paid family medical leave strong, as well as continue those advancements in school breakfast. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Let me just say, I could have said this earlier, although I don't think there were any witnesses at the beginning of the hearing on the paid leave. So there are two proposals. One has to do with DC government workers, and the other is the private sector paid leave program that we have. The council, Committee of the Whole, which I chair, put a lot of work into designing that back in 2018. The mayor was not enthusiastic about it. I actually was surprised that her administration implemented it because there really was a lack of enthusiasm. What we've seen in the last couple of years is what I think is the true feeling, which is redirecting the money for other purposes, and now with this budget, dismantling the program a little bit. But this is I think it's sort of, well, I say a little bit, but I think this is, with time, it would be incremental death to the program. There are a lot of values to the program. You speak of it in personal terms, and that's absolutely important. When we moved the legislation, we emphasized that it made the district a more attractive place for workers and therefore a better place for employers. I think that's a message that the mayor has never understood. That this is good for workers and for business. And if we're talking about economic development and business activity, this is one of the programs that helps in that regard. We engineered it so that there was a fee that employers have to pay that was like 22 cents per employee. It's right now, I think, about 76 cents because the mayor saw it as a way to get money for the general fund, that is for operations of the government, not for the program. So I'm very disappointed with what is in the proposed budget. Having said that, and this was not a setup for these remarks, there's a lot of money at issue. So we have had a hearing all day. Maybe I'm being more loquacious because we're near the end of the list. We've had a hearing all day. We've heard from a lot of witnesses on a lot of different issues. Department of Energy and the Environment has been cut between the current year and the proposed year, something close to 40%. That's environmental programs. That's programs that provide energy efficiency for low-income people. We've heard testimony about paid equity and childcare. That right there is at least $100 million. And that also has an economic development effect, as in if people can get childcare that they otherwise could not afford, then they're able to work, which then means there are more employees for workers or for employers. there are a lot of demands for the dollars we don't have. I don't know that we're going to be able to restore it. But I am quite clear that I think that this direction that this government is taking with regard to universal paid leave is wrong. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Let me see, Patricia Quinn.
Thank you for your attention and your stamina today. Patricia Quinn, I'm the Senior Director of Government Affairs and Policy at the DC Primary Care Association. And I'm here on behalf of Ruth Pollard, our CEO, who is also the Executive Director of the DC Connected Care Network, which is an integrated network of 7 federally qualified health centers in the district focused on improving outcomes and containing costs. The district has an opportunity to address longstanding challenges of healthcare cost growth while advancing a stronger primary care-centered system. Evidence is strong that primary care-centric accountable care consistently outperforms other models in outcomes and in cost. Our findings show that Alliance members seen by FQHCs experience substantially lower costs than those not connected to our network. Under MCO management, less than 1% of Alliance members received a follow-up primary care visit within 30 days of inpatient admission, while nearly 20% were readmitted in 30 days. Avoidable emergency room visits accounted for roughly 40% of ER utilization. Estimates are that FQHC-led care management for high-risk and hospitalized patients could lower total cost of care by 5 to 10%. Key to the success and sustainability of our effort is ensuring a viable alliance program that is not subject to the erosion that results from the existing moratorium on enrollment. We ask the council to lift the moratorium on adult enrollment for alliance beneficiaries, stabilize the program, and afford us the opportunity to realize the improvements and cost savings our analysis show are clearly within reach. Director Turnage acknowledged in his testimony on Monday that there is little evidence current managed care approaches are effectively improving outcomes or containing cost. All evidence shows that primary care-led care management leads to better outcomes and lower costs. Primary care is the best part of the health system, and we like to say community health centers are the best part of the best part. We urge the council to preserve patient access, stabilize the Alliance program, and sustain the health centers that serve as the backbone of care in the district.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. I trust you've testified before the Health Committee.
We did.
Good, because I'll be looking to them for guidance on how we proceed. Thank you.
I have actually a packet of information that goes into more detail about the savings that we think are attainable within the Alliance that I'd be happy to leave with you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Charlotte Simpson.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson. I'm Charlotte Simpson of Ward 5, concerned voting taxpaying resident and a Fair Budget Coalition Steering Committee member. The harms and hurts and dangers of a failed budget, again for the 3rd year in a row, is just unacceptable. Today, my ask is complex. Stop playing politics and legislate new and/or adjust policies that support the DC residents. Ramp up the tax code, the schedules for a truly equitable and just method of support to the entire safety net planks. Redirect at least $85 million from the police budget with $30 million for ERAP and $59 million to the other important services like child tax credit and behavioral health services, for example. There is an unreasonable amount of funds being proposed for MPD when so much of the safety net needs that $89 million. Let's actually promote community safety for all through a more stabilized humanitarian commitment provided by the fiscal year 27 budget project. Reject any consideration for an iGaming. Now, At the next meeting with the stadium developers, ask for a period of temporary use away from the immediate construction site of an area to be dedicated to designate, design, and monitor encampment villages while housing facilities and voucher distribution is designed and managed appropriately with oversight. That puts a stop to our disenfranchised residents from being unsensibly arrested, as that is cruel and harm. It's not uplifting. It's not a better way of life or survival. The responsibility is on you. The council, with the mayor and supported by the CEO, DC, the nation and the world will see how the power players of the nation's capital treats those that they are responsible for assisting with life, liberty, and justice. What's being allowed is criminal and a denial of human rights of thousands of human beings. Do you not care? Show some heart alongside your political acumen and leadership. Please adopt FBC's ask and recommendations to help us work our way out of this unnecessary and cruel state of life. Council, it's just wrong, and change is available if you will allow it. Stand in solidarity with FBC recommendations and our coalition partner organizations. Adopt these, please. They are solid and reasonable. Thank you for allowing me to address you, and have a great evening, a long one, on purpose.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Simpson. I don't have any other questions for the four of you who are here, so you're excused if you want to be. And I will, let me see, Kimberly Jackson, I believe, is not here. Grace Hyde.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. Can you hear me?
You're very soft. If you could turn up the volume or speak louder.
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah, a little better.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for your time. I represent Phyto Cultivation. We're a medical cannabis cultivator, manufacturer, and retailer in the district. As I'm sure you're aware, the mayor's budget proposal for the upcoming fiscal year includes the Medical Cannabis Tax Rate Amendment Act of 2026, which would increase the medical cannabis sales tax from 6% to 10.25%. In other medical cannabis markets across the U.S., medical products are either untaxed or taxed at a lower rate than adult use cannabis, with the current 6% tax rate being one of the highest in the country already. In fact, the tax rate in the mayor's proposed budget is in line with most other adult use states. At this time, the district is still prohibited from implementing an adult use cannabis sales framework due to the Harris Rider, holding our industry back from its full potential. If we are required to function within a medical framework with high barriers to entry, we should not be taxed as though we are part of an adult use market. And market dynamics aside, the concept of increasing the tax on medical cannabis from 6% to 10.25% is simply unconscionable. Prescription medications are tax exempt in every state in the United States, with the exception of Illinois, which taxes prescription medications at a 1% rate. Over-the-counter drugs are more frequently taxed, but they do not carry the same barriers to entry that prescription drugs do, which are more closely aligned with the barriers to entry with purchasing medical cannabis. A proposed 10% tax on medications for America's most commonly prescribed medications for high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or diabetes would be met with outrage. Yet the mayor's budget proposal views medical cannabis as a way to exploit patients for additional budget funds, patients treating conditions like cancer, multiple sclerosis, epilepsy, and chronic pain. If the mayor and the council insist on increasing the medical cannabis sales tax in this inappropriate manner, I urge the council to also consider bringing the requirements for purchasing medical cannabis closer to those of an over-the-counter drug. Removing the medical cannabis card registration process to allow more patients to purchase by simply signing an affidavit and showing their driver's license to prove their age would increase patient access in a manner that could counterbalance the impact of a higher tax rate. I urge you to reconsider the proposed raise on medical cannabis tax for the sake of the patients who depend on it for their critical illnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyde. I was, even though you were speaking louder, I did have some difficulty hearing everything you were saying. I don't think you spoke to some of the economic difficulties that the medical cannabis business in the district is having, access to banks, access to lending, I should not say banks, but the banking system, and difficulty with, well, the banking system with raising capital. And then I believe there are tax treatments that are much more onerous, not much, they're very, very onerous on medical cannabis businesses, limitations on deductions that other businesses, all other businesses do not have. And so there are economic constraints on the medical cannabis business in the district that just are enough of a struggle, and this would just compound it. Am I
agree.
understanding that correctly?
Absolutely. And really there's two big problems. There's this economic problem, and then there's, a patient equity problem. So I, wanted to focus more on the patients in my testimony, but absolutely we face huge economic hurdles. Every day the operators in the district are just fighting to stay afloat. We've seen big increases in the market in the last year since the Medical Cannabis Amendment Act of 2022, really came into effect. But with Maryland going recreational, with Virginia's recreational program likely to launch in 2027, our operators in the business are just struggling to stay afloat. So there's absolutely an economic impact to this as well. And it's not going to bring in the additional funds that the mayor thinks that it is going to. You can't have a medical program with all of the burdens and barriers to entry of a medical program with a recreational tax. It simply doesn't work that way. If you want to have a recreational tax, allow everyone to purchase, and we have that many more customers, and it counterbalances having to pay this increased tax rate. But we can't have all of the challenges and all of the obstacles and all of the burdens of a higher tax rate. It really just has to be one or the other.
Thank you for that. I'll note as well that we cannot have a recreational market in the district because of that congressional rider, which also makes no sense. Thank you, Ms. Hyde, for your testimony. Peter Atwell, I believe, is not here. Atwill is not here. Judith Sandalo, I believe, is not here. James Kahn. James.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the council. My name is James Kahn. I co-chair the Regulated Cannabis Association of DC, own Cookies DC on U Street, and help found Tacoma Wellness Center. I've spent 14 years working in the regulated cannabis industry. I've seen successful cannabis markets, and I have seen failed ones. DC is teetering on the edge. The mayor's proposed cannabis tax increase would double taxes overnight, depress sales, and push already struggling operators past the breaking point. We must remember that DC's regulated cannabis industry exists within the broader context of the DMV. In 2023, when Maryland launched adult cannabis sales, it gave DC consumers access to legal cannabis without the need to register with the government, wait for ABCA approval, or pay registration fees. In the case of Tacoma, our customers could simply drive 3/4 of a mile and shop at Rise Silver Spring. The result was an immediate decline in DC's cannabis sales, with some operators seeing revenue decrease by as much as 25%. Virginia is expected to launch adult cannabis sales as soon as January 2027, and when it does, DC's licensed cannabis businesses will face even greater pressure. Virginia residents account for a significant portion of our out-of-state customer base, and many long-term patients travel through Virginia to reach the district. DC's 6% tax rate is one of the few competitive advantages we have over neighboring states. Remove it before DC is allowed to establish its own adult use market, and you may soon find that there is little legal market left to tax. Don't be fooled by recent statistics. While ABCA's commendable enforcement efforts have helped drive a twofold increase in cannabis revenue, that growth came alongside a tenfold increase in licensed businesses. At the beginning of 2025, there were only a half a dozen licensed cannabis retailers in the district. Today, there are 80, with more than 100 conditional license holders still waiting in the wings. The result is that DC's cannabis businesses are surviving on a dramatically smaller slice of the pie, and they simply can't absorb another hit. Under your leadership, DC's regulated cannabis industry has become one of, if not the most diverse in the country. Its retail segment is largely comprised of independent local operators, many of whom have invested their life savings into building compliant businesses here in the district. If the mayor's proposed sales tax increase becomes law, many of these businesses will close. This is not hyperbole. It is the straw that breaks the camel's back. I am not opposed to raising cannabis taxes in the future. There are important programs, many of them touched upon today, that could benefit from that revenue. But if we raise taxes too soon, we risk killing the golden goose before it has a chance to lay eggs. So I urge the council to reject this proposal, to work with the industry to build a sustainable legal market that can survive long-term regional competition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ariel Levinson Waldman.
Good evening, Chair Mendelson. Good as always to see you, and thanks for all of your work and leadership, members of the committee and the committee's outstanding staff. I'm Ariel Levinson Waldman, Ward 4 resident, and the director of TEDx DC, but I'm here tonight on behalf of the DC Consortium of Legal Service Providers, which is 36 partnered DC legal service groups. And we collectively serve tens of thousands of DC residents every year who are in or on the brink of poverty. As individual organizations, we've all got grave concerns about so many of the proposed cuts to essential services and support for our clients seen in the mayor's budget and discussed over the course of today. But we're here today to focus on our profound concern regarding the mayor's proposed 86% cut of access to justice in this budget. So consortium members offer a wide breadth of essential legal services to DC residents, including on housing preservation and eviction prevention, safe and stable family, economic security to preserve intergenerational wealth, educational stability and opportunity, immigrant safety and family unity, dignity and independence for older adults, equity and access for our neighbors with disabilities, pathways to stability for unhoused residents, and reentry support for returning citizens. In 2025 alone, more than 44,000 DC residents got legal help funded by this critical initiative. The need is especially acute in wards 5, 7, and 8, where poverty and housing security remain so severe. If this cut was implemented, it would not only undermine shared community priorities that you've heard so much about today, of expanding access to legal help to protect important rights and benefits, it would also be devastating for residents in crisis, particularly the tens of thousands who receive our services and the member organization that serves them, and the hundreds of DC agencies, community groups, health systems, and so many others that rely on our collective partnerships. This initiative delivers. It has proven cost-effective results. Civil legal services are a key part of the district's safety net, providing upstream solutions that can so often ease the burden on more intensive and costly city services. The initiative has produced over and over measurable returns on investment, leveraging the expertise and infrastructure of over 200 public and private partners, hospitals, schools, law enforcement agencies, community health providers. So we urge this committee and the council to reject that cut, to fully restore, as you've heard so much about today, access to justice initiative funding to its prior levels, at least. The health and the stability of our communities depend on it. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson Waldman. I believe Robbie Martin is not here. Jabron Eubanks.
Yes, good evening, Chairman Middleton. Thank you for that. My name is Jabron Eubanks. I'm the political organizer with 1199 SEIU. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Mayor Bowser's recent budget proposal for FY27 is extremely concerning for DC residents as she continues to slash and cut vital social programs that benefit working class families. This proposal is additional proof that this administration intends to sink public resources and invest in corporate aid, not programs to assist struggling residents. DC is already being hit hard by actions from the federal government, which have hampered revenue growth and economic activity, and attacks on food assistance, mass federal layoffs, and a government shutdown have left DC's lowest income and Black and brown residents bearing the brunt of these changes. We do want to recognize some portions of the mayor's budget proposal that we support. We're pleased with the reversal of the planned cuts in FY27 and maintaining the 138% FPI to DC Healthcare Alliance instead of the 19% drop that was originally proposed. We also appreciate the restoration of dental and vision to the basic health plan and alliance, as well as the reverse planned elimination of Medicaid expansion for FY29. We're satisfied that Mayor Bowser listened to our constituents and many organizations' concerns regarding keeping DC healthy, but we still believe there's room for improvement. Unfortunately, this proposal still maintains the halt on new enrollees over the age of 21 and does not restore intensive behavioral health services, which are vital benefits for DC residents. There are a number of major proposed cuts that concern us, but for the sake of time, I'll name them and go into them further in detail in my written testimony. So we do oppose the following. The $14 million in cuts to St. Elizabeth's Hospital. St. Elizabeth's already faces critical staffing to pay family medical leave. Pausing payouts for medical claims for a year is harming many workers and worsens health inequities. The reduce of funding for the Access to Justice grant by $27 million. This program is essential to providing legal services for low-income residents, and the freeze to pay increase for government workers. We represent social workers at the Department of Health, and they're professionals that provide crucial services such as through the school-based behavioral program. In closing, I understand the budget deficit we are facing. Every year we hear about it. 1199 also supports innovative ways to increase revenue for the city while simultaneously combating corporate greed and implementing a fair and just tax code, which would help close the racial wealth gap. DC has the highest racial wealth gap in the nation, where white residents earn approximately 64% more than Black residents. While DC faces significant budget pressures, such as the ones mentioned above, we have several proposals to equitably raise revenue. The council should look at taxing capital gains more robustly, tax proceeds from wealth, and make business taxes fair through a business activity tax. DC working class families are taking on the burden of these budget cuts, while the wealthiest residents are receiving breaks at the federal level. We urge the council to consider our concerns, proposals, and any collaborative efforts that will bring relief to DC families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eubanks. Caroline Crandall.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, Chairman and members of the Council. My name is Caroline Crandall, and I am the CEO and co-owner of Green Theory, a licensed medical cannabis dispensary in Ward 3. I am also a Ward 6 resident who has called DC home for more than 15 years. I'm here today not only as a business owner, but as someone who chose to invest deeply in the district's regulated cannabis market, hiring DC residents, signing DC leases, paying DC taxes, and helping transition consumers away from the illicit market and into a regulated system the Council worked hard to build. I am here today to urge the Council to oppose the proposed increase in the medical cannabis sales tax from 6% to 10.25%. While recent market numbers may appear strong on the surface, they do not reflect the reality many licensed operators are facing today. Yes, total market revenue has increased, but at the same time, the number of licensed dispensaries has expanded dramatically. Sales may have roughly doubled, but the number of retailers expanded nearly sixfold, from roughly 10 to 15 stores in early 2025 to more than 60 operational retailers today. As a result, average monthly sales per store declined dramatically, falling from approximately $186,000 per month to roughly $89,000 per month. In other words, while the overall market grew, that growth was spread across far more operators, leaving many licensed businesses operating on extremely thin margins. And importantly, that growth is already beginning to plateau. Recent market data shows total sales declining from earlier peaks despite the continued increase in store count. That should be an extreme warning sign to policymakers that this market is far more fragile than top-line revenue numbers suggest. At the same time, DC operators face extraordinary structural challenges. We not only compete directly with Maryland's adult use market, but Virginia is expected to launch adult use sales in the near future as well. DC operators continue to face some of the highest wholesale cannabis costs in the country due to the district's geographic limitations and lack of operational cultivation infrastructure. Many operators still struggle with banking access, payment processing, and access to capital. This proposal will make DC significantly less competitive regionally from a tax perspective. Maryland does not tax medical cannabis at all, while Virginia's medical cannabis tax rate generally ranges from approximately 5 to 7% depending on locality. Raising DC's medical cannabis tax to 10.25% would give the district one of the highest medical cannabis tax rates in the region at the exact moment neighboring markets are expanding. Research from cannabis markets across the country consistently shows that high cannabis taxes weaken legal markets rather than strengthen them. The Tax Foundation notes that cannabis tax rates should remain low enough for legal operators to compete with illicit sellers on price. If this increase moves forward, patients and consumers will not simply absorb the cost increase. Many will return to the illicit market or purchase from neighboring states instead. That hurts licensed businesses, weakens the regulated system, and ultimately reduces long-term tax revenue for the district. Finally, this remains a medical cannabis program. Patients rely on affordable access to regulated products. Medicine should not become more expensive at a time when the market is still stabilizing and operators are working to compete with illicit sellers in surrounding jurisdictions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Crandall. I believe Linda Green is not here and Chris Otten is not here. That's going to conclude the witnesses. I don't have any other questions or comments for any of you. I do want to thank you for your testimony and also for your patience and maybe tenacity to hang in there till 7 o'clock at night. And I suspect many of you, if not all of you, have testified before other committees. So it's putting a lot of time in. Thank you for that. As I said, I have no more questions for you, so you all are excused. And that is going to conclude this hearing. This has been a hearing of the Committee of the Whole on 6 legislative measures the mayor introduced on April 14th in connection with the district's budget. The proposed budget for fiscal year 2027, revisions to the current fiscal year 2026 budget, as well as the Budget Support Act, which is legislation to support the budget, and our request to the federal government for portions of the district's budget that they pay, such as Judicial Nominations Commission, the DC courts, and CSOSA pretrial services agency, and so forth. All those measures, I do not know what the hearing notice said with regard to how long the record is open. The council will be voting on June 9th, so the record will definitely close before then. The council will have a work session in, I think, 2 weeks. So it would be helpful if there are any additional comments for us to receive them by then. All of the council's committees have had hearings over the last 3 weeks to hear more specific testimony specific to agencies under their purview. So there have been lots of opportunities for public comment. I want to thank my colleagues who helped me with presiding over this hearing, Councilmembers Bonds, Parker, Fruman. And with that, the time is 7:08 p.m. and this hearing is